Hello? Okay. Okay. Okay, that was stressful. It always is whenever I start these streams. Oh, I wish I was doing it like daily, then I would have it down. But it's so stressful. Stop groaning? I'm not groaning. I don't count that as a groan. That's me testing my my sound ability. I don't know why I haven't played Battle Block Theater music already yet. This is really good stream music that I think I'm allowed to use too. Okay, I wanted to see something. It's not worth showing. Never mind. Okay, I'm gonna turn myself up a little bit because I think I'm quiet. Like just slightly from how I usually sound, and I don't want to get closer to the mic because that doesn't make sense. How do I do this again? There we go. Okay. I think it's okay now. So I can have my quick little powwow before we start the game. I don't want to play this song though. Why is it playing again? Let's play this. It's really quiet though. I think this is probably an okay volume. It's always hard to test sound. Just doesn't work very well, but this is probably okay. I think I have everything tested. Man, and I don't remember what I was gonna mention. I got packages today. So I'm sitting quite happy. Hey wait, I know what I wanted to do before this stream, and I'm gonna do that real fast because I can. The perfect crime. And the game stuff opens in your web browser, so be warned. My web browser's fine. I hope it doesn't open Microsoft Edge, because I hate Microsoft Edge and stuff always opens there. I think this is my default browser though. I think I have that changed. I was actually fine with that because I was cleaning out tabs with just like I had a lot. We'll see. Yeah, you will see. Wait, yeah. Okay, yeah. I was gonna ask you if this chop. How about you wait? I like to have my little powwows. That's my normal stream stuff. You're in a PTG stream. You are not in a Discord call where we will be just playing Alan Wake, which I do need to finish. We still got to do Alan Wake. I can't do it anytime soon. I'm gonna be so honest. I can't do Alan Wake, but whenever I come back after the trip, to like this 10-day trip, I can do Alan Wake then. We still got to do that. Never finished it. And then I got to do American Nightmare, and then maybe one day I'll probably end up doing Alan Wake 2. Maybe I'll stream it, Alan Wake 2, if it's worth. My packages came, and I got... Here, wait, let me look. They're like right next to me. I don't remember this part of the song. I got my Dark Souls case. This is what I really wanted. Basically, out in Lubbock, or that's fine. I don't live in Lubbock, but I did go there at one point because there's this store I really like. That was not a dox. Dark Souls case, yes, like an Xbox 360 case, because I got the disc out in Lubbock, out at the store I really like. I can just say, probably Ralph's Records. That store is amazing. It's really like one of the wonders of the world. I love going there. They have like the best prices and the best selection ever. But I wanted the case because I went to the authenticity and I bought it on eBay, and it's here, and I got this CD. Where is it? I'm blowing it up. No, I have force resistant powers because I wanted it that much. I got this Sid Matters case. I love Sid Matters. I've probably mentioned that to you a bunch. It's either you or someone else. I don't know who else I would be mentioning Sid Matters to, but Sid Matters is the best music project in the world. Got this self-titled. That's what's up. Surprised I still don't have more Sid Matters CDs. This would be my second one after Ghost Days. That's a great one. City Talks. Yeah, it's pretty fantastic. And then I'm still watching Breaking Bad, rewatching Breaking Bad. There was like so much that I don't remember. Like I forgot that Ted actually had like that much segmentation in Breaking Bad. I thought he like appeared in like 2 episodes, 3, because doesn't he live? Actually, I'm not gonna say too much, but doesn't he like he comes back and he's in a hospital? It's not too much of a spoiler, but like I don't even remember. I don't remember a lot of these segments being in Breaking Bad. It's been 2 years since I watched it, but what other music can I play? Do I have much video game soundtrack music in my playlist? Dude, you're wrecking the ship. I'm totally... I do. No, not that one. That's more for a stream start song. I don't know if that counts. Oh, I love this song though. But it doesn't really work. Oh, can I play this? Yes, I would love to play this actually. I'll play another one though, because this one's not a instrumental. Nope. We'll play this. I love this song. I love the Octodad soundtrack. Dude, I don't know at what point I decided to have Octodad like kind of a minor part. Octopus Father. I don't know at what point exactly Octodad became such a kind of minor nowadays, but part of my online personality. And I think I actually do remember the point. It's because TF2 has that one cosmetic. You can for some reason there's an Octodad cosmetic that you get in TF2 for owning the game. And I remember that's all I had. I wish I could have it. You can only wear it on seasonal events, and it's the worst thing ever. Like, why would it be like that? It's pretty terrible. And it's kind of ruined my life, but I'm piecing it back together. Octodad's not even that important of a game to me. Like, in general, I do think it's really fun, and I remember all of it, and I like to replay it, like, every 2 or 3 years, but It's not that important. It's just a good game. I should get all the achievements. Do they have badges? Yes, they do. What is the Octodad badges? Octodad Steam badges. Cause that might be worth it. I'm not gonna lie. Dadliest catch. Here, wait, no, where is it? They got the average Joe, number 2 dad, normal human dad, secret octopus, and dadliest catch. And then the foil badge is world's best dad, but I would rather get the dadliest catch. Which doesn't matter. I'm getting the Life is Strange one someday anyway, so. The foil cards aren't that expensive though. Some of them are like 16 cents. I don't even know what they are. Like, I don't know what foil badges are and how that works. Like, do you naturally get those or do you have to buy them somehow? Because I've never gotten a foil badge. I only get them, I only know I can buy them on the Steam card exchange. Assuming it's legit. Oh man, and I gotta, never mind. I've always liked this soundtrack though. It's got a lot of good songs. Where's that other one? Dude, I want to fill up my Steam library, but I don't want to spend too much money. I'm not gonna lie, I have not. Whoops. I have not been using this Steam sale to my advantage, and I'm pretty sad about that. But there's just not that much that I really want. I could get the Clone Wars, Lego Star Wars. Oh, I could get Atomic Ops. These are the games in my wish list. I didn't even know that some of these were in my wish list. Like, what do we got? Big Walk. I liked that trailer, but it's not out. What do we get? What do I even have? What? Oh, I thought Life is Strange, or not Life is Strange. I thought Little Nightmares 3 was out, but no, you're just able to pre-order it. I didn't even know about that. But I'm not that interested yet, because I gotta still play the second one. I'm not gonna lie, I'm falling behind. But, oh, Castle of Illusion, I might buy that. I might stream that. That's a game worth streaming. No, maybe. It's a pretty short game. Binding of Isaac. And a Little Nightmares TV series? Are you kidding? TV series or movie? Let me check. No way. I mean, I wouldn't be the person that follows along. A stop-motion project based on the game. Additionally, a TV series adaptation was once planned but later abandoned. The Little Nightmares universe is expanding with Little Nightmares 3 and a standalone sequel. Oh, a standalone sequel. Okay, right. So it's gonna have a stop-motion project. Oh wait, I can't watch here. The Little Caesars. Did I say that? It's embarrassing. I think I read that somewhere. Don't blame me. Oh no, I did say that. Okay, Little Nightmares stop motion. Little Nightmares stop motion. That's pretty cool though. Yeah, stop motion teaser. Let me look at this. Well, that's so interesting because... Well, now I just wonder... Hold on. How exactly is that supposed to fit in? Like, why... Like, it interests me, like, how exactly are they going to fit that into a Little Nightmares universe instead of it just being its own standalone thing? I guess Little Nightmares 2 is kind of its standalone thing, except no, it wasn't, because Was 6 the official name? I always remember. Was it? I know it was a number, or is that just me? Little Nightmares girl name. Raincoat girl, and is distinct from 6. Who is 6? 6. Okay, yeah, 6. 6 was in the second game. I don't know. I wouldn't really know the lore, but anyway. The girl in the yellow raincoat. Anywho's, enough about that. I think it's time to start the game. I'm pretty ready. It's pretty exciting. Why is this like this? Is it usually like this? I don't know why I keep doing that. I don't have anything in my throat to be, what's the word? To be clearing my throat. Oh man, that's dumb. This is the second time I've done this on a stream. I just spilt this drink on myself. One moment, I'll be back. That was pretty dumb. I don't know why that happened. Anywho's, it's time to play Shipwrecked. I opened the game for just a second before, so I could see if Steam Chat would work on it, and it does. So I guess just turn off this music. Let's open this game. Am I? No, it doesn't even have controller support. Okay. Shipwrecked 64. Yeah, this is what I saw before, but I couldn't really look at it because I was trying to mess with stuff. Oh, that's a bad noise. I'm gonna turn this down. This is really loud, is it not? Oh wait, no, I need to fix this. Snap. This needs to be like right here. Look how loud that naturally is. That's like as loud as my microphone. Okay, it can be like right here. Ooh. I did not miss... I saw the warning before, but I kind of did miss it there. You're right. I didn't get to read it. You need to warn the stream about the warnings. Okay, everyone please heed, because this warning calls to you... Oh. If this warning calls to you, then you need to get out now. How loud... Okay, this does need to be a little quieter. Man, it's hard to do this. Mess with these funny little buttons. Shipwrecked 64 contains scenes of violence and mature subject matters. Play with caution. Oh, okay. I'm frightened. Okay. Okay, I need to wait. I like this song though. This song's... Okay, it can be like that loud. That's fine. A. Oh, they actually want me to press A on my keyboard. How odd. Turn this a little bit down. Liz B. Lesbians. Is that a phone? This was... Is that my only attack? That's pretty awesome. Oh, I can also use Q. Bonuses. What do I have? Collected secrets? What are my collected secrets? Oh. Oh. It's giving me a noise. I have not collected any secrets. What is this? Return to menu? I just want to look around. What is this? Is this... What an odd infrastructure, but you would have to tell me, Polo. This game creeps me out, dude. Whoa! How did I do that? Whoa, that's awesome. I can drift too, look. I like... This game's not creepy, this game's awesome. Look at this. Oof. Bonuses? Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that, but there was another door in here. The gallery. I can't do it. No point. Dude, hurry up. How about you let me experience this game? This awesome... Why? It stopped my music. Oh. No. Oh. There's computers on this computer. And a lot of shapes. But the shapes... Silver tech. Oh, it's like the farther I get, the less there is. That's pretty cool. Kinda sucks though. Who made this game? This game sucks. Silver tech, I'm on to you. Okay. Let's play this new game. Oh. Oh, this is what you were talking about. I got Cogware. I know, I did see that. Who made the game? Because I was looking at like which game I'm supposed to play. It's telling me 2022 and whatnot. The game that was removed from shelves. Oh yes, I should probably refresh myself on this story. Unless it plays in the game. Don't look at my wish list. Don't look at this either. What was it? Shipwrecked. I don't want these two to play over each other. Who cares? Shipwrecked as it was intended to be. Recreated using a game design doc and older assets. Is that like a... Okay. What is this silhouette? Okay, that's like a bunny. And... I don't mean to call back to Five Nights at Freddy's, but that's a fox. This is Bonnie and that's Mangle. You shipwrecked... This is a bear, and this is like an otter. 2022, as it was intended to be, whatever that means. Exciting. Oh, this is the cutscene. I need your help. Hey, there's that otter. What is this? Is this real? I was literally right. There they are. This is Five Nights at Freddy's. I want to do that. I don't like your costume. I would rather see a CEO man talking to me. I want a person. Press A to skip. I would rather not. There it is. Hello. Is the game talking to me? Welcome to Shipwrecked 64 2023. Fantastic. Shipwrecked 64 was meant to be released in 1997, but was pulled after 3 days. No reason, as we know. We've been working on trying to restore the game. This is the closest possible thing to a finished copy. Ooh, fancy. We were able to transfer most of the game to new software, but had to fill some gaps ourselves. This version of the game is mostly clean. What does that mean? The original is dirty. Nope, no explanation. This game is clean. Everyone that warning applied to, you can come back. This game is a family game. pretty exciting. This sounds like the Night of the Consumer's noise. I don't know why I remember that so vividly, but it sounds like that. I forgot who made that noise in that game. I gotta play that, actually. I could probably find something on it. Ooh, hi, it's Bucky Beaver. I like this font. Hi, Bucky. Looks like my prayers have been answered. I'm not gonna give... Listen, you gotta help me. That's the most voice I'm gonna give this beaver. I was out on the sea with my friends, and I crashed my boat. It was awful. And my friends were all kidnapped. I thought this was a clean game. Can they say that in 1997? It was pretty bad. Yeah. Why were they all kidnapped? What happened? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to find your friends? Here, let me show you how it works. I wasn't really paying attention. I just know that his friends were kidnapped. Hey, it's me. Try using the analog stick to move. Can I use my controller? I'm about to try. Because I do want to play this with a controller, but I don't know if it's going to work. If my controller connects. I might have to connect to myself. Nope, there we go. It does! How do I jump? You can also press A to jump. Not quite. When no one's talking. Okay. So maybe you should stop talking to me. Press the green B button to interact. Oh yeah. You can also press right bumper to hit. I did. It's more like the right trigger, but remember to look for canvases too, like Mario. You can save on those. Interesting. This game looks so grim. Even for a 2023 remake, like it's so like dark. Look at all these shadows. Such a bad shading. This game in 2023, let's fix this, guys. We left this in 1997. Last thing, hold the left bumper to run. I can run. That's also the right trigger, but... Okay, good luck, buddy. I'm all yours. Okay, let me jump. Yay! Why is there a time? I don't like that. I hate being timed. Right. It says the hole. Did I have to press X to do that? Can I not use B? The hole. I don't want to go in there. That sounds like a scary word. Let me make sure this is still working. Oh, I know it's been working. What am I talking about? It is X. What? It says the park. I want to go there. Save? Later. It says living quarters. Hey, that sounds lively. Fantastic. Let me... there's my cool jump. Can I go in any of these? No, that would be breaking and entering. What am I talking about? Look, I can B-hop. I can... Oh. It's really hot out, isn't it? It's really hot out, isn't it? I think it may be the volcano. Maybe. I just really hope it's not true. I don't want to think about what happened. No interactability. The wolf will not be hit. You look mean. Did you hear about the volcano? You arrived 5 days before its eruption. You've got 120 hours. If I were you, I'd use them wisely. Oh, I'm being timed. This is like Dead Rising. Boogie, thank goodness you're here. Walter Walrus. Bad weather wound you up here too, This is gonna sound really bad. My boat wound up in a local dam. And can you try and get it unstuck? All those C's look like parentheses. Not parentheses, what is it called? No, it is parentheses, isn't it? Quotation marks. Yeah. Or no, parentheses. It is parentheses. Just open the gates and we'll be good. Oh, and don't move if it gets dark. What? It's hard to explain. Do your best. Oh, like, don't move because I'll, like, move in the next world or something? I knew I could do this. It just makes sense. Alright, let me go. Let me go where the game will not let me go. Oh, come on. Oh, okay. Oh, you gotta, like, move it with... Oh. This is hard to maneuver. Can I not do more than that? Come on. Surely I can make it out of here. Oh, there's a roof. Of course, of course. Oh, I can... I don't know how I'm doing some of these things that I'm doing, but... Let's get on this boat. What does that say? Parts. I don't want to go there. I want to go here. Go down. Parkour. Oh, that's scary. Okay. Oh, fantastic. This game feels like it's going to be really weird with parkour aspects. But the controls are okay, so. Oh. I did something. I can't pause either. That makes sense, but... Never mind, no, that's not talking about level changes. That's fully talking about some freaky monster stuff or something. I don't know what's happening, but I don't like it. No wonder this game was pulled. It's stupid, too outlandish. Is this bad? I'm moving. I am in fact moving. Okay. I don't like that we're doing that now. Oh, man. Ugh. What? Give me another chance. Come on. Oh, knew it. What is this? I want to go there. I did move. Because I just wanted to see what would happen. Oh, okay. That's not that bad. I thought that would... I wanted to see what would happen. Oh. Oh! It moved my time. Can I keep going? Come on, you can do it. Okay, let me do it. You're wasting time. Surely time doesn't move on its own, but... I did, in fact, waste that time, you're right. Man, I hated that aspect of Dead Rising. I haven't even beat Dead Rising, but it's just like, it's so scary that, like, what if I don't do everything in my allotted time? Especially now that I just wasted time. That's terrible. I don't know how much time, though. I wasn't really paying attention to that. Okay, let's keep going. Venture. Boom, 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 boom. Can I go on the water? Oh. Okay. Thought that was gonna be bad. Fantastic. Alright. I hate when they do this while I'm on the boat. I'm trying to... There's something in the sky when that happens. There was like a dot there. Or I'm bugging out, because that might as well also have just been nothing. A whole lot of nothing. Next time I'll be looking at this sky, though. I just want this boat to go on. I don't want to be moving while... Like, look at that. There's like a... I know there's something there. I'm not crazy. Except it moved this time, so I gotta be right. Okay, where's my next door? Oh, while I'm on here? See, look at that. Oh, okay, it stops me. Oh, that's just the gate. I thought the gate was doing something freaky. Oh well, I'm getting a move on. I'm having a good time. Not moving in the dark. And I'm just going on my... while I'm in the middle of a parkour segment. It's a cheap move. Also, it goes on for like a while. Not a while, I'm patient, but I'm patient to an extent. Ugh. Right? Oh, this is a big segment. Very tall. Okay, let me look. Okay, oh, okay. Hey, I love parts like these. This reminds me of the Meet the Robinsons game. I'm relaxed. I like that my eyes are very bright still. That comforts me. The fact that my eyes are as they are. I want to go in this door. Oh, it led me out. Oh, what's in the other doors? I feel like it's worth finding out, right? Or would that be wasting time? I don't think it would, right? I'm gonna find out. But I don't really want to go to this. So I can do it. Alright. I'm a very curious person. Curious by nature. Oh. Oh, this is a joke. Okay, there we go. Speedrun tactics. Watch, it's gonna do it here. Never mind. Watch, it's gonna do it on one of these. Predicted perfectly. Why is there a red? There's a glowy red light. Is it? Oh, that's just like the things being funny. Maybe. Okay. There's also a door here. Okay, if this leads me to the same place though, it leads me here. Goofy. Wait, nope. But there was another way. Can I mess with these? No. Okay, I guess there's really nothing. What are these even supposed to be anyway? Are these trash cans or are these pipes? Mario style. Mario sucks. For the record. Anyway. Like, what kind of game has fog like that? Not fog, but, you know. What kind of happy-go-lucky game has that? Free Walter's boat. A damn good sailor. Hey, can I even do that? This is in the 1997. I don't think they can. Hey, but hey, I got an achievement. Very fun. Ooh, you did it. Man, and it took my time up. Thank you so much. I knew I could count on you. Alright. He left. I didn't read what he said really, but... Okay. You found a secret. Check the menu later to see it. That's cool, yo. I love secrets. I'm actually gonna go hunting for them. Thinking what kind of game this is, I feel like I won't find them all. But if I can, I want to try. It says the beach. That's where I was before. Okay. I think there's probably something I can find still. Can I walk in between houses? Oh. You found a secret. The old version has many secrets. Yeah, see. Like, whenever there's plenty, especially like this one, I just found two. Like, one that I would have missed easy. It's just, it feels like it's going to be so easy to miss obvious ones. It says, The park. Oh, okay. I'll go there then. I don't want to go to the hole. The hole. The hole. That sounds like a ship part, right? Ships are scary. For the most part. Where does this lead me? Theater. Yeah. Let's have some fun. Oh yeah, I also should save. The ship is wrecked. 64. Say that again. Since, you know, we're all probably gonna die, I'm spending my last few days here. You know, cozying up, engaging in the arts. It's nice. Save. Oh, it's just that easy. Okay. I'm glad I don't have to do like save slots. That would have... Why is this on here? Was that like that before? I feel like I would have noticed that. I'm going to be very observant because I feel like I should. Like, look at that. Is that not weird? Bunch of weird things happening and I don't trust them. You only have one shot. Hey, they do that, do they not? Do they say that in that game? Oh, yes, they do. They, the computer person. I still gotta beat that. I gotta text Bush so I can finish that game because I think I'm somewhat near the end. Okay, I have nothing else to see here. Probably. Unless one of these houses is enterable and inside there's a body. Just because, I don't know, programmers go crazy. Maybe that's the plot. Who knows? Things are terrible. Reminder, this is the fixed version, right? Right? That is interesting. That looks like such a walkable spot without the bugs. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, so I'm just playing a happy-go-lucky game. It says leave it right. Okay, here's the park. Hey, there's a friend over here. I don't want to talk to you yet, though. You kind of spooked me. Nice of you to just crash in like that. We're all trying to live our lives. If you want to keep yours, then leave. You wouldn't want to stay here too long. What? What did I do? I am not the reason for this volcano. I'm hoping for y'all's demise because y'all are hoping for mine. Let me go this way. Let me find some secret way. Oh yeah, I forgot I can run. What purpose does that have? Why would I want to run? How ominous. Where does this lead me? Town Hall. Okay, let's talk to our friend here. There's also a door. Very mysterious door, might I say. Friend. Hi, Bucky. Thank goodness you're okay. Listen, I'm in a tight situation here. We were sent to gather coconuts for wolves to pay off our debts for the crash. Ooh, okay, that kind of explains some things. I'm not great at finding things, though. If you can help, I'll be able to leave. They're often hidden in trees or boxes. Hit around, interact with those, and you'll get them. Come on, let's get this over with. I was gonna wonder if they just spawn in after it. Oh my god, it's timed. Hey, this was in the video. Right. Coconut. 30, right. Surely I can do this if I just lock in hard. Nothing. Coconut. Do I have to... What? Ugh, okay. Hit the trees, you got it. Oh, okay, I'm gonna have to like remember which trees I hit so I don't start back and forthing. Do you run if I run? You don't. It's kind of weird. What a weird game this is. Probably not wacky though. I'm willing to doubt. We'll see. We'll see if this game tends to get wacky. Anything else? Nope. There's another one over here. Oh, these trees don't even have nothing. Over here wasted my dang time. It's a good thing I have a bit of time. The hit trees go dark. Oh, okay. Yeah, they go from oak to woke. I forgot. What is it called in Minecraft? What's the bright one? It goes from birch to oak. Hey, I think I got it. I know, I could have said it goes from woke to oak. That makes more sense. Okay. I like this song though. It's pretty quiet, but... Ooh, I only have half? Come on. This is pretty awesome as an actual game though. Like, I'm enjoying this mini game. Thanks guys for this mini game. That's what I would say if Cogware came into my house and asked for my opinion. This is a big room. I don't like how big this room is. Also, look how foggy it is. Whose nut job idea was it to make a kid's game have fog in it? Fog is naturally scary. That's always been the case. Look at The Thing. Silent Hill. Look at the Silent Hill. Look at The Thing. The Thing had it down. The Thing has fog, doesn't it? You found a secret. I don't know. I didn't finish The Thing. I found a secret. Awesome. I actually am pretty excited about that news. What? It just told me something, but I didn't care. That's their fault for making it like that. Okay, I'm really close. I thought I wasn't gonna have enough time, but I have perfectly enough time. Okay. Okay, now it's just trees. Is it always 3 times? It's always 3 times. I wasn't counting before. I was just hitting it until something happened. Or it didn't happen. Okay, only one more. There's plenty of trees here. Maybe if I get the extra coconut, I will win the super duper prize. Ax 4742. I hope this is one of those games that you have to look in the files and there's something there. I love when games do that. Like whenever it like does weird stuff and you have to find them. Ugh, it's night. Perfect. Oh, thank you, thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Was I right? I'm excited. I'll meet you at the shore. You truly are a hero. Okay. I think they all went to bed. Right? We should try to find a place to sleep. This game does a lot of weird stuff in the old version. Okay, can I sleep here? Oh, that's town hall. Go find the hole. Ugh. 4th wall breaks and all. Oh yeah, one shot. That's what I imagine whenever I think a game with 4 wall breaks. I don't even think Doki Doki anymore because it's been so long since I thought about that game. Now it's one shot. One shot's on my mind. Let's go to the beach. Oh man, you freaked me out. Stuff can appear in the black borders of the game, by the way. Just to tease. Are you teasing me currently? What did you just say? Oh, black borders of the games. Like stuff that I wouldn't normally see had you not told me that. Like, should I be looking out? Or for later? Okay, well, don't spoil too much. I'm going in blind, as far as anything you tell me anyway. love secrets. I love secrets. Check the menu later to see it. It's a note about the hole. Oh, one of those chests had a secret. That's why there was text. It's a note about the hole. Hello and welcome to Nola Terra. You're in the hole right now. A safe space for new visitors. Make yourself comfy and take care. Those C's look so weird. Chief Wolf. Thanks, Chief. I don't know what was going on with that little bit of a guide, so I'll try not to spoil too much. Alright, if there's any, I guess if there's a point where I need some guidance, I'm sure you'll help me. You haven't finished the game, have you, though? But I'm sure you've seen all of it. That would make sense, unless you haven't. Well, day one. It's been nice having you. Wait! Nope. No. Am I locked in? Can I not leave? Oh. Let's get some more friends tomorrow. Good night, buddy. Dude, I'm pissing myself in the old version. Do you know what happens? Like, do you know this full game? Or are you going in blind? Like yourself, like, as far as you are blind. Day 2. I shouldn't have gone right to bed. I know the majority. I know the lore. I know the lore. Oh, that's a nice noise. Hey, there's my menu. There's my menu spot. Wait, no, it's not. Is it? Hey, there's a sign up there. Can I drive? Does this game have drive physics? Ugh. I want to go over there. Oh, I forgot I can run. Helpful. I also like this hardcore parkour that I'm able to do. It's very fun. Okay, where is this again? It says, yeah, I already remember. It's the living quarters. Look how bright everything is. See, this is a happy game. This is believably happy. What are these? These big areas, these big alien spaceships that are everywhere. I actually forgot where to go. Did I already go everywhere? No, I didn't go to the town hall. No, this is the theater. Oh, I didn't go here before. Oh, snap. I know your face. You're kind of creepy too, so I don't want to mess with you. I kind of just want to take a look around, look for any secrets, eh? Okay, what's up, man? Hey, what took you so damn long, pun? Look, wolves have been on my tail all day. Who are you, Giovanni Goose? So let me look at this cast again real quick. I don't want to look at your ugly mug. Oh, the walrus is also my friend. Right. Okay, so this is the last one. This is my last friend. Kind of smooching there. Part of my debt is to cook for these mutts. But I can't turn the dials with these wings. They're useless. Okay, get in there, rodent. That's a stupid voice. I'll change that eventually. I'm not timed. Can I do it? Oh. Oh, I can't even talk to you. Okay, this is... Oh, I get it. Oh, snap. I should have gotten it before. Now I'm kind of messed up here. Bad. Yo, this is a crazy way to organize your kitchen, but you're the cook, eh? Except you can't turn dials, so you're not a cook in my book. Woo! So I'll write that one down for later. Can I not do anything? I saw that red one. Not burning on my watch. I shouldn't even be cooking for these wolves. They're mean. They're mean as heck. It's a happy noise. Cook the worst, most vile, disgraced, putrid dish I've ever... Where's the lamb sauce? Fantastic. Why is this one blue and these aren't? I never understand that. Oh. Cook the worst, most vile, disgraceful, putrid dish I've ever laid eyes on. Why is that one so mean? Uh-oh, free Walter's boat. Collect all coconuts for otter. I'm not going to read the other ones. But there was an achievement called Oh Dear. Smell that? That's right. Right there, my friend, is a good meal. I like that voice. I'll do that one. I'm impressed. I'll admit. First time, too. Alright. See you at the beach. That's an easy voice, too. Since I'm spending my last few days here, you know, it's nice. That guy's nice. I like him. There's no theater in here, though. This is just supposed to be put on this screen. This place is terrible. Y'all need to do better. I, as a beaver, can build anyway. Y'all should listen to my advice. Waha! Ooh. I'm very happy with how not scary this game is. I'm having a good time with all my buddies. Alright, I don't know what to do now, so I'm just gonna go back and say hi to my friends. Hey friends. Oh, my crow friend is not here. He's tapping his toes. Jolly guy. You can leave and play the old version now. Is that it? Am I not supposed to do anything else? You can beat it. What do you mean? You mean I can beat it as in like I can get off? In town hall. Oh, okay. Cough. Yeah, I never did go to town hall, did I? It says town hall. Hey, that's where I wanted to go. $6 p.m. Just from going in somewhere. There's another ending, but it's not like, it's not mandatory. Well, I'm gonna get it. Heck no. You know I will. What do I have to do for it? Is it like collectible stuff? Because I don't want to, like, is it an ending that I'm going to have to play again to get? Hero ending. Oh my god. I don't know how to get it without a guide. What's going on in here? He's happy, so I'm happy. That person is... Oh yeah, you have to do his minigame. This guy's minigame? You got a cool face, dude. You look very drawable. And I'm sure people have done that. The bunny minigame. Do I have to do something to get to them? Like, am I not able yet? Ooh, locked door. It's one of these locked doors. I forgot about those. There's locked doors everywhere. I have friends everywhere. Get it? Does anyone get that reference? If you do, send me $10. Okay, it's still 6 p.m. It says living quarters, right? You got to help the mayor guy. In town hall? Oh, okay. Get your boat. Like, I have to talk to this guy? I didn't know if, like, talking to this guy ended it. I don't know if that's what you meant by you can just beat it by going in here. I'm assuming this is the mayor guy. Why am I running? Okay, I'm just very fast in here, I guess. What's up, bub? Yep, Chief Wolf. Ooh. Oh. Looks like I missed one. Well, I'm like voicing them based on their like text sound, but this guy sounds more like a Well, hello. I don't know. I'll make a voice for him. Listen, I know it was an accident, but you're scaring our town half to death. That's dumb. Hold on. I know where your boat is. It's in pieces. There's a forest nearby. Slumber Woods. Go there, get your boat pieces. I'll fix it for you, and you can leave. Now scram. Okay. Press the Z button. Psst, press the Z button. What does that mean? What is the Z button? What is that on here? Oh, there. Jesus. Okay, they really want me to travel. I don't like how everything looks when it's like that, though. I don't even like this place. I don't like Slumber Woods. Hey! This is the place that it was showing me whenever... Can I get multiple pieces at a time? I'm gonna try that real quick. I do have a lot of time, so... I'm basically fine. I can't run like this, though. This is the place that it was showing me whenever it was explaining, like, that they fixed the game at the beginning when the game cartridge was talking to me. It was showing like an upper view of these trees, I guess. I can't. There's a lot of ciphers and stuff in the older games, so if you do get stuck, I can help with it a bit. Oh, I love ciphers. ARGs was my big... Oh my god. Is that not just a wolf? Don't let him get you. I'm not planning on it. Okay, it's a good thing I'm faster, I guess. I don't like how loud it is. Why is this red now? Was this like this before? Was there a circle? Is that what happened? Okay. I'll go this way for now, because it's close. Oh, I can also run. I feel like if I run, they can run too, though. Oh, I can also see where they are. Very reliable. Wonder if you get something secret if you do this mini game without having this on your face. Why are they turning? Oh, they're going around, aren't they? Do they just have tracking of me? Yeah, they do. Okay. I wonder if you get a secret if you do this part of the game without X-ray. Probably not, but that's my guess. I'm not even putting a boat together, just kind of throwing them on, not even in whatever that tub is. There's nothing over there. Okay. What is that? That's really far away. That piece is... Oh my god, I'm stuck. Okay, that's like a mask on it. I can see behind the mask. It's just a head. Is it like a... It looks like a mummy. How do I run? I'm pressing the run button, but the run button is also the same as the X-ray. So... You just kind of run after a moment. You run whenever Bucky feels like running, so... Parts 3 out of 6. Okay, this one was super far. So this is the game without the bugs. This is not a bug. This is a feature. Fantastical. Every kids game, every classic kids game needs their scary part. Mario 64 had the eel. That was the... Oh, and the mansion. I believe the mansion had some weird stuff. What is it? I can't think of more games that have scary parts. The scary piano. Of what game? What other games had their scary part? I can't even... Sonic Adventure 2 had the boo fight. Not boo fight, but that big guy that's like... I remember I saw that in a compilation like 7 years ago for like scary parts in video games. I still gotta play Sonic Adventure 2 though. I got a lot. Sonic Adventure 1 was the 1997 version is very convoluted wise, story wise or game wise. Look at him. I don't know what you are, but you're weird. Game and story. Ugh. Okay, well I'll try to follow along, I guess. Oh dear. Get out of the woods in one piece. Say that again. Is that a tree or is that a duck? On the left side of my screen there was. Anywho's. Got it? Good. Leave it there. I'm gonna fix this hunk of junk. If you get out of my face, do what you gotta do. Rabbit person. You're still there. I'll find a way to get you. Mark my words. If you waste time, you get the bad ending. I feel like you're lying, but that does freak me out. If you waste, I'm not wasting time. The only Polo, are you coming to Rogue One tomorrow? Oh, I don't even know what's happening in the Discord. I don't have notifications. I can go for a little. You got all our friends. I'm somewhat busy. I don't think I'm busy. I'm busy every day now for like this next week, but I can clear time in whatever day I need to. You got all our friends. Now let's get back to the boat. Nope. We can keep searching as well. Whatever you want. Oh, they let me. Bush, get watching this. Yeah, Bush. Keep exploring? What? Watch the time though. Leave now, miss on extras. Nice having you here. Nope. Got watched this already, pal. Got watched this. Right. Alrighty, let's go. I have like 3 days. Do I not? I can spend as much time as I want. Huh? Yep. Anywho's. Alrighty, let's go. Just don't stay too long. Maybe we can go back to the town hall? Your call, though. Does it waste time if I just, like, actually, like, travel? Or does it only waste time whenever I'm, like, doing levels? He's helping. I know, but, like, what if I want to see something else? Like, what if there's something somewhere else and he's lying? Bucky doesn't want to die by volcano. Fair enough. Neither do I, so I better get going, huh? 11 p.m. Welcome. Did you do this, or did you just go... Did you just leave? Oh my god, it's both of your arms. Fantastic. Alright, let's see that. Oh, that's just how you are. What's this volcano aspect? There's like a volcano, and I think people think it's because of me. Like, people are like mad at me because they're all gonna die, but I didn't do nothing. I just crashed my ship into this place. His minigame is hard, by the way. Alright, let me lock in then. Can I do it multiple times, or if I mess up once, am I done for? It probably uses time, I imagine. Stumbler O'Hare. Hiya, friend. Don't mess up. It's been a while since I've seen anyone. I used to be living in town. Then I was disarmed. Huh. O'Hare. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, that is pretty good. Stumbler? It's because of his arms. Look, this is just how he is. Who is this bunny person? One of these people are going to be the one who is in the silhouette of the original game. When the one that I was speculating on, like, the characters there. One of these people. Oh, I bet it's going to be Stumbler. I don't know about the other. What did you just say? Chicago O'Hare International Airport. Classy. Then I was disarmed. Hat. Lately, though, I've fallen for a rabbit. But I can just talk to her. I want to draw her instead. Can you come in and help me draw? This sounds fun. Just keep my paint topped off and my canvas upright. Thank you.
Okay, buddy. You go gather some paint. Then I'll get right to drawing.
What? Okay. Oh. I don't really want secrets in this case. I want paint jars, I'm not gonna lie. Find paint jars and keep his canvas upright when it falls. Ugh, okay, that does sound kind of hard. I'm not gonna be here when it falls, though. Okay, that's 3. I'm pretty good on... Alright, run. Right? Okay. I think he whines or something when it falls. Okay, good. Yeah, he's like, no. Oh, because he can't do it himself. That actually makes sense. He's like, He's like that one video of the person breaking their RC car and they're like, I still gotta find that. I love that video. I think of it all the time. Alright, you're probably gonna drop it, aren't you? What did I say? Alright, where am I supposed to find more paint? Does it start respawning? Because it better. I don't got enough paint for him to be using too many. I'm not gonna go through there. Did not drop it. Good job, good job. Is he whining? Is that his whining noise? No, he's chilling. 100 seconds. I'm doing pretty fine. He chills. He chills whenever it falls. I have low indication. Okay, I have to do some hardcore parkour here. Fantastic. Look how happy he is. I think I'm happy too, because I think I'm winning this if I just kind of sit here. I will explore though, if it doesn't fall. I already saw this picture. You've done this before. Just painting the same picture over and over. I should probably wait like 3 to 5 seconds whenever it falls. Just let it like sit there so I can waste like a little bit of time every time. I feel like that's the strategy, but it's kind of too late. I'll probably hear him go like whenever it falls every time, because I can hear him. I can hear his loud paint can noise. Oh man, okay, I am kind of running out of time. I'm kind of running out of paint cans. Oh. He's doing all right. All right, 15 seconds. I think I have that. Ten, 9, 8, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wait, I want to see him.
Okay, it's done.
Stumbler is very helpful. It's an interesting thing to say. Artistic genius in the making. You helped Stumbler paint. Fantastic. With a paint can left to spare. A paint can left to spare. I keep messing up stuff. In the 1997 version, very helpful. Interesting. I knew he would be there. He's probably in the cover. It's wonderful, huh? Thank you, Bucky. I'm gonna go hang this up in the theater. Wanna come see? Yes. I hope I don't waste too much time because I messed up on that first minigame. Is it dark outside? I feel like it's dark outside. I like Stumbler a lot. That's what's it. Midnight? Surely I have time though, right? Ooh, let me write that one down. It says living. It was here in the living quarters, I think. Right. Wow. You know what I think? I think there's a spirit trapped in Stumbler. They were sealed inside of a video game, and their arms were ripped off for some reason. It says theater. It's like Chucky. Hi. Man, you really made my day. Look at it. Isn't it a beauty? When she sees this, she'll be falling into my arms. Or, Nubs. He's happy about it. He's to terms with his situation. Anyways, hit. Oh goodness, his arms. Yeah. I don't know. But, he seems to be fine with it. So, look how happy he is. As long as he's very cute, even though his arms were ripped off. Yeah, look how happy he is. He's happy, I'm happy. Anyways, hit. Thank you. Seriously, bravo, Picasso, you painted it. Oh, right. Can you check up on my other paintings too? I left some lying around at the town hall. Thanks. I don't have to sleep, right? Like, I can just do my own thing. Bucky's not telling me to go to sleep, and it's midnight, so I guess I'm fine. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. I feel like, you know what, Polo, I have an inkling of a feeling. I feel like every time between minigames, there's going to be find a blue guy. What? In one of these in-between moments, like in-between minigames, one of these locked doors is going to open once. And if I miss that chance, then I miss it. This just also feels like the kind of game that's just like, sometimes there's just really specific things that you might miss. It just feels like that. I have an inkling of a feeling. How quiet is this game? It's very quiet. I'm turning it back up. Is that better? Could you even hear it before? Oh wait, no, I can probably just turn it up myself. I don't know how that's gonna work. It's loud enough for me. I just need to turn it up for y'all. If it ever gets loud as the menu music again though, then I don't know. That's loud. It kind of is. Let me know if it's fine. Both of you, I don't know. There's no way I can tell. Which is, talk to a man about a dog. I never did understand that. Maybe I will if I play the second game. Right. Okay, am I supposed to be looking for a blue man, or is that just something you said? Town hall again. Right. Find the blue man. Find the blue man. Right. Blue man down here. Blue man over here. Oh. There's a blue man. JD. JD, you look like the second person on the classic silhouette. Oh, hello. Surprised we haven't met. Pretty bad crash, eh? I heard all about it. You look rich. And I would like money to fund a new boat, please. You know, I've got a secret. There's actually a whole barge somewhere here. What? But it's tucked away in a cave. And the only way to it is through the volcano. You've only got one... Whoa. I've only got what? Hard platforming here? I'm fine with the platforming. Apparently. One shot. Was this what you were talking about, Polo, or did you just... Whoa! If you fail this, you get the bad ending. Alright. But you can do it. Let me take you there. We can save the island. Or, you would. They'd never let little old me do it. Yeah, you are old. Oh, come on, Bucky. We have an island to save. Oh, snap. Okay, I am timed. I forgot. I can also run. Very important. Important knowledge. That's what scares me. Is like if I'm near an edge and Bucky doesn't grab it, which I have faith that Bucky will be grabbing what I need him to grab. But if he didn't, it would be pretty detrimental. Fantastic. What do I'm gonna have to trust Bucky. Okay. Fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, geez. Okay, some long jumps. I'm good with those. I'm good with those. No secrets. I forgot. Look for secrets, of course. What was that? Okay. Got a little bit of a flash. Oh, man. No way. They expect this out of me. Oh, man. Bad ending. Oh. Oh, okay. Bad ending. Oh, my God. I'm at the beginning again. Oh my god, if I actually get the bad ending, I'm restarting. I'm not kidding. Welp. Don't say welp. It's not over. Jesus. That's still frightening. Okay. Fantastics. Okay. That jump's pretty awkward. I trust Bucky. I have faith in Bucky. Fantastic. Okay, I should be good now. Because he's... Dude, I hate that. I hate that grab mechanic. It looks so, like, just delayed. He only runs when he runs to run. That's still a complaint I would like to make. Bucky only runs whenever he cares to run. Oh, man, that's terrible. That's like a... Whoa! What? Oh my god, I didn't think I was gonna make that. But Bucky, okay, Bucky clutched. I'm sorry I ever had faith. I never doubted you. I don't know if I would. Okay, I think I would have made it if I even fell there. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Oh wait, I'm not done. Oh my god. I still have everything to go. Imagine you fail. If I fail, I'm restarting. If I get any sort of quote bad ending, we're going back. I mean it. Am I supposed to get off? Oh my god. No, dude. Yup. It's okay. Fantastic. Most absolutely. I'm getting this hero ending. It has to happen, no matter what. Ugh. Okay, I think I can make this jump, actually. If Bucky would run. Okay. Okay. Still stressful. 1 minute 30. Okay. Okay. Is this it? Oh my god, that's a crazy jump. You did it. Good job. Oh, amazing. My hands are sweaty. Alright. Let's go get that boat. Okay. I thought it still clicks down. He did it! Oh, he's walking. He actually walks. Look, it's still here. I did do it. Oh, fantastic. For the love of twigs, it's real. Wow, I don't think I need a boat like this. I don't like how you look at me. Let me walk ahead so it looks normal. Well, Bucky, you know what to do. Do I? There's homes on this boat. This is boat. Bring that boat to the beach. You'll be a hero. So long, buddy. I'm a hero. A true hero, save everyone on the island. You're saving everyone. Now I want to get the bad ending. Can we do that? Probably not. I probably won't, actually. Oh, hey, it's Stumbler. Did I save everyone? Is there anyone? Okay. That piano. I do love this song. I've been loving this song. How loud is it? Oh my god, it's like the same volume as me. See, I knew it would get loud again. Okay, it's like barely louder than me though. That seems fine. Oh, I should have been looking at this. 2023, okay. Voice cast. Squeaks Decorge. Squeaks Decorge. Okay. Decorge. Husk. Art help. Thinglet. Thank you for playing. Oh, okay, everyone is on my boat. Oh, happy. I'm a real hero. Let's just listen to this song for a second. Is this on Spotify? Into Bucky's nose. I feel like not enough of these games. Like Nubby's not on Spotify. No Nubby song. What other game was I looking at that they didn't have? It was whatever I played recently, and I thought it had a good soundtrack. No gallery. Collected secrets. I have a bunch. Alright, let's see this weirdo again. Bonuses! What are these? Look at Stumbler. Total ripoff. That is not Bonnie. That is Bonnie. That is Bonnie from Freddy Fazbear's. And that, look at the walrus. He's got a cool pipe. Look at the duck. No, not necessary. These don't need to be real. Maybe it's not. Maybe this is CGI. Like maybe in lore, this is not real. Perhaps. Stumbler O'Hara. I don't know. Ripped arm. Look at the mouth. Stumbler concept art. Oh, did I miss something? Oh no, these are all missed stuff. Okay. I think I did miss something there. In lore, it's very real. Great. And there's kids in there, and they possess them, and they were put in there by a guy whose shade is a little odd. Olive photograph. SG 1996. Before the game? Interesting. The Studio Grounds Vandal. What? It's red and blue. Looks like a Soli. Walter poster. Studio Grounds. What is Studio Grounds? Oh, there. Oh, you know. There's the thing. Fully real. The boat F? I don't know. Concept art? Question mark. Cool thing. Horns. Oh, that's what it's called. It's called horns. Horns. I made that reference before. Trees. Coconuts. Why is there a question mark with concept art? This is like totally concept art. Some lame concept art that was just doodles. No, I guess that makes sense. Like if you have an idea, doodle it. And then it becomes a concept. Face. Whatever that says. Stations. Oven, right. Doom Glory. Then there's a lot of secrets. Oh my god. Are these secrets, or am I just running into the same one? Yeah, maybe it just keeps repeating the sound. That's what it does. Okay, well then how many does it go? Okay, I think those are sound effects. Okay. It goes, this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 3. Okay, I missed 4. That's actually a shame. There was more empty doors. There was more locked doors. Dude, play the 1997 version. How about you let me play the game? Settings. Oh, this is cool. You best bet I'm checking this out. Make your choice. Auto turning. You're not even playing the game. I am experiencing the game. Thumbstick turning. Vintage controllers benefit. Vintage controllers benefit from this option. Modern controllers benefit. Who's playing this game with a vintage controller? Based on thumbstick movement. What is this? Oh, are these like graphics? What is my choice? Online play? What? May also occasionally use mic. What? Disables any remaining online code. Online? Yeah. Yeah, let's do online play. You may not get the full experience. Absolutely online play. Kinda spooky, but okay. And then the last one I wanted to see was this. Last one I can see is this. Opens the door for a special friend. Whatever that means. It's like barely a difference. But of course I'm going to take this. Recommended for full immersion. Of course. Can I wall jump here? I'm sure there's like secrets in like areas like these. Like I can probably like get through this and there's a, I don't know, a dead body on top. This is the 2023 version, so who knows? Alright, let's play this 1997 version. Right? Is that what we all wanted? You're overthinking it. Oh yeah. Whatever that is. Liz B. I didn't even ask about this. This just is here. There's Bucky. There's probably the mayor. Chief Wolf. There's, I forgot his name already. Stumbler. There you go. Oh, Shipwrecked 64. There's the logo. Did I do it? I think I messed up. I messed up. How do I do it? Oh, do I have to do new game? I don't want to go in there if it's going to take me back to the 2023 new game. But I'm guessing that's what I have to do, right? I forgot already. Do new game. Don't yell at me. Oh my god. You're so violent. All the time. What did I say? Except I think I said that the other guy was the second one. But I knew it was Stumbler. Okay, what's... Think outside the box. It's deeper than you know. I'm just gonna check to make sure, like, I have this ready for now. Always gotta make sure these files. Oh, that's probably spoilers. Let me know if that was spoilers, or can I look at those? I'm gonna close my eyes and then show y'all. Content, movies. Are these spoilers? Look through them. Because I'm not. I have my hand covering them. Alright, I'm going back. Don't watch those? Okay. 1997. It's cool that I guess they're just in the content files if I wanted to. It's funny, I guess. 1997. Green. Oh my god. No wonder. Hey, it's Stumbler. Ew. This was Cogware's second last game.
So what do you say, buddy? Let's go rescue the gang.
Gang. Right? Okay, wait. I have to watch this, I know. But I know what the last game was, right? Because aren't they... I'll talk about it after. Like, I was looking at the Steam page for stuff. Yes, the last game is coming out soon on Steam. I forgot what it was called. It was like Hotel something. I was looking at that. I didn't look at it. I just like saw that it was a game and I got off of it. Information on the game has been very sparse since its soft launch in 1997. The game would not work on any emulators, but after some tinkering, we built our own for this game. Oh. The game was developed by Cogware Games. 2 ex-devs helped us create this version of the game. Ooh. Fancy. This game may have some glitches or artifacts. It is not for the faint of heart. What does that even mean? What kind of... I'm assuming... Okay, I keep saying, like, what kids game would have this? Assuming this is a kids game. This is exactly how we found the game. Unaltered. Ooh. They stopped the music for that, too. Oh, this looks fun. Right. Fail the minigames? Are you actually telling me to do that? Because I'm probably not. Out of the spirit of... Ooh, hi. Looks like my prayers have been answered. I'm being serious. Listen, you gotta help me. Win the mega games. Fail the minigames, win the mega games. Y'all got it. I was out on sea with my friends, and I crashed my boat. It was awful. Excuse me. And my friends were all kidnapped. But Bucky did that, not me. That was in character. It was pretty bad, yeah. But you can help, right? Here, let me show you how it works. Where's my water? There it is. I'm thirsty after talking so much. Right? B doesn't even do anything, it sucks. You can also press right bumper to hit. Remember to look for canvases too. You can save on those. Last thing, hold the left bumper to run. Good luck, buddy. I'm all yours. It's made for Nintendo 64, different buttons. Yeah, but... It's just interesting. Fair enough. It's just... B doesn't do nothing. Oh, wait, no. But... Nintendo 64 still had all 4. What if you... I was gonna say, what if you play this with a Nintendo 64 controller? Which you can technically do, right? They got, like, Nintendo 64 Bluetooth, like, types now, right? I was looking at those one time. Which I'm guessing is what that one vintage controller setting was for. It's a different button layout. It says the hole. Let's go in the hole. As long as it doesn't waste time. It's a different button layout. Silly. I'll take your word for it. I wouldn't understand. What does this say? It's a note about the hole. Hello and welcome to Nolaterra. You're in the hole. Now make yourself comfy and take care. Chief Wolf. I keep saying it. I keep thinking those are parentheses. It's so confusing. Okay, well, I'm having a good time. Let's check the place out. Everything's normal so far. I'm chilling. I'm grooving. Hey, this didn't have a sign before. It says that. Let me screenshot that. There's a noise happening. What? Ciphers. Oh, wait, let me... I don't know what I did. Hey, that's the thing that was in the picture. It's like a hippo thing. Well, that just happened. Yeah. Anyways, okay, well, I wanted to look at this again because I want to try doing this. Like, I used to be so big on ciphers. I don't know what this would be. That stuff really creeps me out, dude. That was cool. Okay, well, okay, this is that kind of game. You have to do specific things and specific things happen in response. Like, I just looked at that sign twice and that happened. That was pretty freaky. I heard the volcano is going off soon. Last we heard, you got here at a bad time. I hope you'll be able to go home. Are they nice now? I'd hate the alternative. Weren't you mean to me, or were you mean to me and you were nice? I thought y'all were both mean to me. I forgot now. That crash roughed you up pretty bad. I almost feel bad, honestly. But hey, every man for themselves. That's what I've been told. You arrived 5 days before its eruption. You've got 120 hours. If I were you, I'd use them wisely. Are they nice now? Is that just me? Oh my god. You still look scary. You scared me again. You scared me in the 2023 one and this one. You're just an ominous looking figure. I really don't want to play that Slumberwoods game on this one. Okay. Polo. Had you not told me to fail the minigames, I would have tried to win the minigames. Should I, as a first-time player, try to win the minigames as like a blind way, just to see what would happen, or is it genuinely just better as a new player to take your advice and fail? Because I don't understand what would happen if I fail or win. So, if you win them, it's the normal ending. You have to fail, but don't I want to see the normal ending? Like, no way. I refuse to believe that if I do everything normally, everything normal will happen. No, okay, that does make sense. I don't know. Like, shouldn't you've seen the normal ending, right? But is there nothing different about it? Should something be telling me to fail these? Open up the layers. What does that mean? Also, is it just me or is there more of these buildings? Also, there's wind turbines. I don't remember those. You'll see. I'm just going to play his minigame and see what happens. Oh, wait, no. Let me go into the theater first. Also, I totally know I'm right. One of these houses I'm going to be able to go into. I just know it. I just know it. And they're not going to tell me which one either. Wow. I implore you to fail. Fair enough. I'll take your advice. I will listen. I don't want to do your minigame first. I want nothing to do with you. That crow kind of creeps me out already. Since, you know, we're all probably gonna die. I'm spending my last few days here. You know, it's nice. Okay. Watch me talk to him 3 times and watch me talk to him 5 times and something happens. Okay. Just making sure. Bucky, thank goodness you're here. Bad weather wound you up here too, This is gonna sound really bad. My boat wound up in a local dam. The game. What? I'm doing the game, right? Were you just... I forgot. You're probably talking about what I was just doing. Can you try to get it unstuck? Just open the gates. I will be good. Thank goodness you're here. Oh, snap. Okay. I would not have known what you're talking about. I still have to play that probably. Maybe. Maybe one day. Just open the gates and we'll be good. Oh, and don't move if it gets dark. Oh, I shouldn't have played this one first. I forgot it gets scary and dark. It's hard to explain. Do your best. Ugh. Okay, I forgot about this. Fail. What does failing mean? Oh, right. Like moving in the dark. Bum bum bum. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Even if you didn't tell me to fail, I probably would have failed on this one at least once. Oh, does this count as failing? No. Oh, what did I say? I knew it. There's a thing up there. Oh my god. Okay, it's just gonna send me back. I thought I was like done for. What? Parts. Right. Okay, let's do that one again. Come on. I'm scared, dude, because now if I go over here, I already know some like stuff's gonna happen. That's bad, man. I don't like it. But if I fail, then... Oh, snap. Oh, I had to do it on this side. I don't want to press that, I'm not gonna lie. I want to go over to that boat. It keeps doing that. Is there any way I can get to that boat? Like, I feel like there's some specific path I have to take. Probably. Anyway, I'm not gonna keep trying, and I'm not gonna keep trying for like 30 minutes and see if I can figure it out just for it to maybe not be real. But anyway, let me press this button real quick. Ugh, come on. It's pretty tricky. Okay, button. Oh my god. Wait, I need to get this ready. Actually, wait, I can open that here. Walter's Waterway. Waterway demo. Hey, wait, that's different. This wasn't there before. Not in the 2023. Okay, wait, let me... let's really scope this out, eh? What is this? What is this? I don't know, it's just that. Okay, what is this? Cool. Does that say cool? It says cook. Cogware games. Cog. Right. Oh, that's the logo. Okay, cool. It's a bunch of trash cans. I don't think it's like that in the actual game, is it? It is. Okay, right. Same stuff. It's on that side. Door locked. This is different. I'll see if this is in the actual game. Of course. Looks cool. Right. Jump. Yeah. Parts, right. Same stuff. Oh, I looped. Just make sure, right? Okay. Interesting. Interesting enough. Interesting enough to where it was worth it that I did that. Can I do this now? Imagine I'm a genius. Nope, I'm not quite. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Okay, let's play the game. Make sure of everything. Everything's normal. Everything's fine. Everything is going 2023. Button. Alright, yeah, let's go. Let's go through this door. I moved. Look what I did. Look how slowly it fades out. Why did I do that? Keep moving later. What? Keep failing. Just keep doing it? Do you want me to just waste all the time on the island? Like, I have, like, what, 3 days? I forgot. 150 hours. Am I just supposed to waste my time? Can I just do that on this minigame over and over and over? Is that what you want? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Dude, I'm being serious. Stop doubting. No, like, I'm asking, what do I do? Do you just want me to keep failing on this one specific one? I have to do this. You fail. I don't know what that means. You fail all minigames. So now do I get to do I get to beat this one now that I failed it once? Like, I don't have to move here. Look, there's that dot. No. Right. Okay, well then I'll move next time it tells me to not move. Blah, blah, blah. You fail all minigames. I thought that did count as a fail. Oh, wait, I have an idea of what you mean. Like, do I have to waste this whole day failing on this, and then I have to do that for each one? I can imagine that might be what you mean. Bad weather. Right. Send me. Is it just me or did it get foggier? And a little bit darker. Around 3 times. Yeah, that's what I started thinking now that it's like... That's not just me. Oh my god, what was that? Was that... There was something... I'm sure there was something there. But now I missed it. Oh. Yeah, I would have guessed. He's gone. Was that like a hook? Is that like what that noise was? It was getting torn apart by a hook. There was, in fact, something there. Oh, now I gotta, like, clip it or something. Can I still clip that? You can't see it well. Well, now I'm gonna try. Like, it was like, you're right. But it's there. It's gonna, there it is. Or is it? No, it's right here. Oh, snap, I did totally miss it. Oh my god. I can't tell what it is, but there was something there. I thought it was a jellyfish. Huh. I totally missed it though, but the guy, the beaver, I'm guessing, whose minigame it was, right? Freaky. Okay, well now there's no music. And I'm guessing there's no wolf guys, because if there was, that would comfort me. And I'm assuming they don't want that. I would be very comforted if there was at least one wolf guy wandering around. This game is like an onion. Right? That's what I was saying. Is there any secrets? Like, nope, no chest. It says the park. Let's go to the park. I don't want to do the duck. I really don't want to do the duck. I just want to say that. I'll go to the town hall first, though. The duck has the worst fail cutscene by far. I don't know if you mean worst by scary or worst by like lame. Actually scared the shit out of me. That's what I know. I'm sure it will. Oh, looks like I missed one. Well, hello. Oh, wait, no, I don't want to do your... I did not want to do your game, but... Oh, wait, no! Oh, my God. I don't want to do the Slumber Woods. I really, really don't want to do the Slumber Woods. Oh, my God. Ugh, I wanted to do the coconut one. But you're scaring our town half to death. You don't have to? I don't? There's a forest nearby. Slumber Woods. Go there, get your boat pieces. Now scram. Only the friends minigame. No, it's too late. I already activated the cutscene. That's the thing. Ah. Is there a friend in here with me? I see a friend. Try failing this. I haven't seen what happens. Let me build up to it. let me get some of these pieces first, and then I'll build up to failing it. I didn't even fail the 2023 version, so I don't know what happens. I own it. The only one that I failed on 2023 was the what's it called? Was the beaver. Not beaver, whatever he is, the walrus. I was calling him a beaver earlier on accident too. Okay. Mr. Buddy. What's your name? Horns? Let me get a good look at you first. Oh my God. Okay, I thought there was like an I. Hi, Horns. With a Z. It has a Z in it, I remember. Because he's cool like that. Horns is cool enough to have a Z. Horns. Snap. Oh. Thrown out, I see. Nice one, dummy. I don't remember what voice I gave you. Well, don't be a coward. Go back in there. Don't leave till you get what you need. You got it, man. Remember, you can drop the parts. If Horns is too... Oh, close. See, I think it's parentheses every time. If Horns is too close, drop and run. Why would I drop it? And then come back and snag it later. I don't need to drop it. He's not fast. Really slow, actually. Where are you? What up, Horns? That one, my favorite. Real scary. Anywho's. Thrown out, I see. Nice one, dummy. Why did last time I spawn... Oh, wait. Do you like jump scare games? I don't know. Do I? I don't play many horror games, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I do, at least. So I wouldn't really know. I used to be too scared of them, so... Oh, good luck. Fun. Well, don't be a coward. Go back in there. Don't leave till you get what you need. My teeth feel funny again. Alright, moron, have at her. Remember, you can drop the parts if... Right. Alright, where's my buddy at? Alright, anything different about this third version? How do I drop? I am a little slower now. Alright, well there's my buddy. But I kind of want to have a little look. A little look-see. What happens if I run out of time? I'm not gonna wait 500 however many seconds it gave me, 600 seconds. But I do wonder what happens. But I'll just get this one over with. What up, bud? Oh, snap. That was the woods, I think. It was also a little loud. There's a video game. What do we got here? Apply. That's not what that says. I don't know why I said apply. Oh, wait, maybe it is. Okay, this is making the game or something. Game editor. Hey, Bucky. What are you doing here? Answers, isn't it? You want answers? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but there's nothing for you here. I'd feel bad if you left empty-handed, so I'll give you a little treat. Check it out in someone else's level. I'm busy though, so please leave me be. I think I just did something, Polo. Oh, snap! The door just opened. Polo, what do you think about this? Because this is pretty dang interesting. Ooh. Alright, well, Polo... I didn't do this part. So, does that mean you also didn't do Stumbler? Is that his name? I'm pretty sure I have that right. Stumbler O'Hare. Nope. Oh, snap. Okay. That's a little surprising. I didn't do Stumble. Okay, then I guess if what he's talking about is this level, I won't know. But as long as whenever I do the other friends levels, you'll know if something's different. So tell me if something happens that wouldn't have happened to you. Hiya, friend. It's been a while since I've seen anyone. They've been locked up in here. Quite literally, there's also a locked door. I used to be living in town, then I was disarmed. Lately, though, I've fallen for a rabbit, but I can't just talk to her. I want to draw her instead. That's kind of weird. I never realized how weird that dialogue is. I don't know how you fail this one quickly. Maybe he'll just get mad at me if I just don't pick up his canvas. Oh no, maybe if he runs out of paint. Probably. Or is he also just going to sit there and wait if that happens? I don't know. Well, maybe I'll just have to wait. We'll see. Like, isn't that weird? Is Stumbler not being like a total creep? It's like, I don't want to talk to her. I just want to draw her. Just keep my paint topped off and my canvas upright. Thank you. You got it, bud.
Okay, buddy. You go gather some paint, and I'll get right to drawing.
I don't even know what happens if he failed this one. Right, the only one I failed was the walrus. I was like, blah, 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 blah. Do your thing, pal. I'm gonna look around though. Oh. Whoa! I didn't know you could x-ray this level. Nothing gets x-rayed except for him though. Hey, maybe there's more secrets. Can I wall jump anything? Door. This door was here before. I saw a door. This door was in the normal version. I just didn't go in it. This is new, though. I didn't even know that this was here because I didn't go in it in the 2023 version. Maybe there's something here. Oh my god. I didn't see what happened. I think he's gone. Okay. Well, anywho's. He's gone. I like Stumbler. Stumbler's pretty cool. Even if his romantical idea is not very appropriate. He's chilling in my book. Because he has no arms. Like, what am I supposed to say to that? It's also midnight. I don't want to go out here. What's out here? Is it spooky? Or is it just normal? Oh, of course it's spooky because no one's here. Not even my otter friend. Ugh. Okay, well, I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to look around a little bit first. Like, what's over here? It says living quarters. Yeah, let's just, like, what's in the living quarters? I think you can try Stumbler's minigame when it's day again. Oh, yeah. Probably everyone's gone during midnight. You have to sleep. That makes sense. Hey! This door is open. Welp, I guess I better go inside. Hey, it's day here. That means it's cool. That means it's all good, man. That means it's all good, man. Hey, there's horns. And my friend. And a poster. It looks like Walter. Strange. Come meet Bucky's right-hand man, Walter Walrus. Frontier Street at 6 to 8 p.m. Tuesdays, Fridays. Only at Studio Grounds. Copyright Broadside, 1996. Huh? You ruined the walrus's life, by the way. That's not my fault. That's your fault for telling me to ruin his life. Oh, look at that. I didn't get to look at that mirror in the rich guy's level. But that's cool. Oh, that's real cool. Fun. It's a note about that. Today, me and Liz were listening to music. Suddenly, the song changed, and a loud rumbling was heard. 3 large obelisks began to rise from the water. Obelisks. Right, I forgot what those are. I should look it up. What is that again? Oh. Huh. Golden statues of the 3 pure souls rested on top. I should probably remember that. The walrus is... Oh my god, I know why I keep confusing the walrus for the beaver. It's because at the end of the walrus game, whenever I failed it, the beaver showed up, and that's got me all mixed up. Which that's interesting. The walrus didn't show up during the walrus game. Not like I trust the walrus. I doubt the walrus is any good guy. I don't trust any of these people. Shipwrecked. 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 It's a photo of the wolf chief. It's a photo of the wolf chief. Congratulations on the migration. I know times have been hard lately. Broadside's influence is very heavy up there. Enjoy a life of luxury. Chief Wolf. Anywho's. Man, there's a lot to explore here. I'm kind of scared of missing something. I have no comment about that. Ooh, hardcore parkour. I don't think I can do anything with this though. I also can't X-ray here. It's good to know. It's good to try. Anyway. There's a button over there, but I'm not planning on doing that yet. The label says code is RXBC. Right. You know what I think that means? Because like base 64, not base 64. Was it base 64? One of what? I forgot which cipher. There's like Vigneer, right? Was it Vigneer? One of the codes you need like a key. That's not base 64 though. That's probably Vigneer. Vigneer, you need like a code, a key for them, and I feel like that's probably the key. I should try that now. Now that I have a picture of both, I can't even see what those are. I think that's the concept art that I saw in the secrets. Oh, hey. Lisby. Lesbians. This is how I got here, right? Yeah. Okay, let me check here one last time. Because this is the way that I went, right? Okay. The way that I didn't go was on this boat. Let's go. Where shalt I be led? Oh, look at that. No, 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 no. What did I... Snap. I'm just that good. I tend to notice things. Hey, he's looking at me. What up, buddy? I know this code. And it's probably being put into, like, numericals. Where's my phone? Okay. That would be R... Okay. That would be 7, 7, 9, 7, 9, 2. Alright, if I get this, I'm a genius. C, that's also 2. Right? 2. Oh. Wait, let me make sure. That is RXBC. R X B C. Okay, yeah. Well, of course. Okay, well, I'm not stopping until I get this code. Let me save, of course. There is wolves. Oh, snap. Oh, okay. What do you think about this, Poro? There's a 5 here. Try 2. Try 1. That's what it was. I forgot I can also use my keyboard. Okay. Well then, let me try whatever else. Like, would that be Vigneer? Let me try Vigneer Cipher just in case. Vigneer. Let me make sure Vigneer is what I think it is. Yes. Key. Okay, so code is RXBC. And first, what should I put then? Because I wouldn't... Okay, well, what was the original thing? It was this. KBZFQ. 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 To... Bia. To QPPN. QPPN. Put these. Never mind. QPPN 3. Okay, well, I doubt any of these are gonna mean anything. Okay, well, I'm just gonna copy that just in case and save that somewhere I'll remember. Save that there. Okay, so now I guess I could try other ones. I could try brute forcing it. But that sounds kind of boring, but I could also just try brute force cipher. Oh no, that's Caesar. Caesar cipher. I don't want to do this. Caesar cipher is probably not it. Okay, yeah, no. These are Caesar. These are all Caesar. I forgot how this one even works. This one's like okay, conceptual, complete. I don't even know, man. Likelihood of attack. What are we talking about? Oh, I never knew how to use that one. No, these are all Caesar. These are all Caesar cipher. Boom. Okay, obviously not these. What's that one site that I liked? Because it had a good list of tools. Box tricks, right? Ciphers. It was like box something. Box and shriek. This was it. A cipher identifier. Yes, perfect. Beaufort. Beaufort cipher. Oh, I need a key. I need a key. I need a key. What was it? What was the code? Is RXBC. RXBC. Code. No, it's not. Oh, maybe the key is something else though. I doubt this is gonna mean anything, but you know, just in case. I can do anything with that. It's interesting. Today. RXBC. I don't know what else the code could be. Does it count for RXBC? Code. Auto-solve. No. Score. Okay, well I got other. Like you can take words out of it, but it doesn't help me. Because then I have TJFT. You're supposed to fail the other mini games before this, I think. Oh, can I come back? There was a door. Oh, I probably can. That makes sense. Okay, well I hate to give up so fast, but I kind of don't want to spend my time trying to see if I can brute force this or something. Okay, where's the door? I'll get out. I hope this doesn't lock, like, during the day. Like, maybe it's only open at midnight. Jesus, it's dark. Is that just me, or is it not always this dark? Maybe it is. Probably is. Okay, anyway. Time to fail games. Time to sleep first, actually. Oh, this place is spooky. Boing? 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 What happens if I interact with this? I don't think it's worth it, but just in case it takes me out, I'm not going to do it. It's not worth the risk. You get an ending. You say ... like, I should probably not do that, right? That's what you're insinuating? Is like, that's not something I should do? Well, day 1. It's been nice having you around. Let's get some more friends tomorrow. You'll have to restart the game. Okay, right. Good night, buddy. But I am assuming if I do that, like, I'll probably get something, but it's probably not worth it. Because I don't want to restart. I'm too far in. Look at that building. Looks like dominoes in the back. Anyway, get me out of here. You're barely in. Fair. Oh. Well, no, I'm too far in, as in, like, I don't want to do those mini games that I've already done again. Like, you're barely in. No, it's just like, especially if I'm barely in, like, I might as well, whatever. Let me see if that door's locked. The door's not locked. I can go in whenever I want. Cool. Very good to know. There's also no fox people here. It's making me pretty sad. Should I just do the bird guys game? It's really easy. Oh, wait, no, but I'm supposed to fail it. Oh, but I'm scared of that cutscene. Do it? You're right. Because that bird guy, easy to fail too, definitely. Oh, snap. Keep in mind, I am a pussy, so just close your eyes if it gets too bad. What is this? This is pretty ominous. Is that like a toy figure? It's Bucky. It's everyone. It's the whole gang. It's a Stumbler. Oh my god. Wait, what did they just do? They have some sort of toy figure, Stumbler. Are they like ripping the arm off? They are. They're ripping. Why? Why would you do that? Stumbler. You're not making me too happy. Okay, let me just make sure there's no parkour opportunity. Wait, no, I have to do it like this. Whatever. What up, Crow? What up, Catastrophe Crow? He fent it up, fentanyl. Stumbler, that's what happens to celebrities. Hey, what took you so... I forgot what voice I gave you. I don't remember. I shouldn't have thought I would remember either. Look, wolves have been on my tail all day. Part of my debt is to cook for these mutts. But I can't turn the dials with these wings. They're useless. Okay, get in there, rodent. Rodent? I thought you were my friend. What? That's the only one I'm gonna do. Okay, is it just me, or, did they not make a noise every time that one of them went red? I think that's just me. That would just make this game easier, but... Oh no, I can't handle all these ovens. Oh my god. Oh snap. Things are going dark. Oh, now I'm all disappointed. Yo, it's dark in my room. Can I just say that? It's like ominously dark. What did you do? You stupid rat. Get back in there and do it right. Get ready. Don't say that. It's like crazy dark in my room, and my window is open. Not open, but like my curtains are open. One of my closet doors is creaked, just like enough to where like you can kind of see him, but it's like too dark. My window outside is dark. Hold on. Never mind. I'll just actually no. I am gonna fix that. Saying that is I've pointed too much attention to it for me to not do something. I usually do something at this time of night. Oh, dude. Oh, that's my water. I don't know why my water was so far. I said it there stupidly. Okay. I also have some bread with me. I have I think this is Bush's. I forgot. I have a roll. Oh man, it's hard now, but it's fine. I like bread. That's alright. That's alright, even though it's hard. I'm gonna stop. Well, let me chew. Oh, and save. Oh, snap. I already talked to him. It's too late. Remember, watch for smoke first. Let me also make sure you didn't say anything. You didn't. It's Bucky. Oh, okay, right. Giovanni Goose. I didn't even notice that was his name. Remember, watch for smoke first. If you see smoke, turn the oven off. Now get out of my sight. Now I'm in your sight because I have to do the game. Silly. Oh, come on. Oh, hey, I can get cheap viewers on that website. Remove the space. Oh, right. Oh, I'm done for. Hey, things didn't go dark this time, though. It's too bad I don't have mods. Possible ban of Vader monitoring. Yeah, I know who they are. Bound. Cleo. He doesn't even say anything to me anymore. What up, bud? Oh my god. I like clicked on him like 4 times before it worked. Bucky's just a bad guy, man. Look at what he's doing. This is wrong. And he talks scary now. Okay, well, I'm doing it again. Hey, this is new. Nope, nope, let me do it. No! There's a secret room right there. Oh, I could have gotten it. Oh, dude, I'm gonna have to restart the whole game. Sorry. New game. What is it? It's fire. A bunch of bad going on right now. Is that one thing? I forgot what it was called. It was called like the dirty smuggler or something in the secrets files. That's loud. Mm-hmm. Thrilling. He's gone. And this door's open now. Sorry, I'm gonna stop eating bread. I shouldn't eat on stream. I ate like really fast before this so that I wouldn't have to do that. Man, I'm actually really disappointed I didn't get to go in that secret room. I would have had to do like some crazy jump though. It's a shame. Shame. And the oven was in my way. I'm gonna finish chewing this. Parkour. Alright, well, time to see what's up in here. Ooh, kind of groovy. Kinda groovy. Is this a basketball? It really does look like I'm hitting it. That's not me. That's a weird version of me. Doesn't even look like me. Alright, what's going on over here? Dude, what? It didn't play for you. What didn't play for me? I accidentally paused stream, by the way. I think you can just redo it, refresh or something. If you're set back, I don't know. What didn't play for me? Did you see someone's head being smashed into an oven? Yeah. yeah. I like had to click on him like 4 times because I thought it wasn't working. Oh, you did? Yeah. That part kind of shocked me. Kind of shocking. Bummer, I missed it. Total bummer. Hold on, there's probably something here, right? It would just make sense if there was. Well, this music's pretty groovy, so... Hey! What's going on up there? Huh. Wait. No. Have you done the otter yet? No. Dun 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 dun. Oh yeah. Oh man. There's a bunch of things. Okay, come on. Am I in hell? Is that what this is? I feel like that's an implication. Or an assumption by myself. I need to jump, man. You're in layer 2. That's like the 4th time you've mentioned that. Whatever that means. Hey, this is the thing I was looking at. This is like a Resident Evil camera angle. Cool. Yeah. More specifically, the diner. The diner. Like, like the layers of hell. Oh my god. Sorry, I lied. I ate more bread. There he is. Hey, it's my favorite guy. Probably not. I imagine he's the killer. He's in the Bucky suit, but don't answer that. No? Oh, you're talking about the... Yeah. Hell. Might as well save. I'm in the gallery. Whatever that is. I don't like when the otter's scared. That makes me sad. Now I feel bad for the otter. I feel like the otter's a good person. Surely. There's a 9. Already saw that in the concept art. Stumbler and the wolf. That was the cover silhouette for this game. Oh, Bucky, something crazy going on. Whatever. Whatever. The colors have something important. I can imagine. I need to figure it out then. Hello. Nice to see you around here, Bucky. Isn't this place magnificent? Seriously, this art is beautiful. So would it be more appropriate to call this place a museum or a gallery? I guess it's technically both. I didn't talk to you. Hi, Bucky. Here to observe the arts I see. I respect that. Take a look around. Be Liz. Blue. Wait. They're all blue. Never mind. Okay, look at these colors. Red, blue, blue, green, right? Red, blue, blue, green. Okay, so red. Red, blue, blue, green. Right. So, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, wait. I'm gonna have to start typing this down. Can you put 4 in chat? Wait, no, don't do that. Don't do that. That's not even gonna help me. Oh wait, no, I can write it down here. 4. Oh wait. Okay, yeah. You're solving it wrong. Oh shucks. Okay. Yeah, no, because it doesn't really make sense because this blue one is torn in half. Which, if I was doing it and you didn't say I was solving it wrong, I would have guessed there was the number of blue ones in half. Okay, well then I'll try and solve it right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, whatever. So then, don't answer it for me, but you know, if I need a hint, I'll ask for it. Numbers in the color. Numbers in the color, like 9. 3. Oh, I didn't even notice that blue 3 before. Did red have a color? Let me see if I can find it. B Liz. Okay, there's a 3. There's a thing. Tree. Oh, wait, maybe this. No, that just says trees, exclamation point. That also looks like an H, though. Green 9, blue 3. That's nothing. I don't think this can be perceived as anything at this moment. Alright, well, I'm going to brute force it. I can just guess every number. Sorry, I need to see your chat again. Green 9, blue 3. So first is red though, so let's guess 5. Does it leave there? Yes, it does. Okay, good. What is blue again? 3? 3. Or BBG. 9. Of course. So then that would be 1. Yeah, something 339. 1, 339. Good thing it happens fast. I can just do it. Oh, wait. I doubt it's this, but, you know, just making sure. Of course, I still want to account in the fact that this blue one is torn in half. It's just interesting. Could still mean nothing, though. Means nothing. What a pretty painting. Wait a minute. Red is 8. Interesting. It's just red. Okay, maybe there's Coolio. Save. I didn't go in this door, did I? Or is that where I came from? No, I came from that way. I should go in here before I go anywhere else. Ooh. The door. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't be in this place yet. I don't want to... there's a door over there. I don't want to move on if that's what this is. But I do want to take a look. Adventure. I'll go for an adventure. I can't say no to that. I like how he jumps left, right, and then does a little front flip. It's fun. I didn't notice that pattern till now. Wait, look for glitchy tops. Tends to happen sometimes. Up, what just happened? Is that my game or what? Whatever. RXBC. I know something is RXBC, so I'll take a picture of this too. Hate Mark. Yeah, me too. Right? not 5, not. Okay, so it's tallied. Okay, so I don't know what R is tallied. X has 5. C has 2. Is that what I'm supposed to perceive that as? B has none. There's Stumbler hate mark. I'll think about whatever that means. Supposed to mean later. I don't need to right now. Oh, well, I'm going on an adventure, I guess. Fantastic. It leads me back. That's actually I'm very grateful for that. So this is what you meant by I should probably do the other ones first. That makes sense. Okay, well, I'm not done, probably. Probably has more stuff I need to see. Do the otter minigame, yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh, wait, no. There is I didn't do the door. I didn't go through. I didn't finish the museum, but I have to walk first. The door. Whatever was behind there, it was probably a door. It's probably a door. Man, these mosquito bites, I can't stop complaining about them because I keep itching them, and it just sucks, man. I haven't had mosquito bites in forever. What's on the ground? Oh, man, I did miss it. You should have told me. Just kidding. Well, at least there's something here. The label says, sheet music? Chop off your legs.
Hello, this is Wolf. I was using one of the Silvertech computers around the place, and would you look at what I found? Online, they have a bunch of sheet music everywhere, so I could just take one, print it off, and play it on my piano. It's lovely. I found this one song I want to try. It's called Hello, this is Wolf. I was using one of the Silvertech computers around the
Okay, it just follows me anyway.
look at what I found online.
I don't know, it doesn't follow me for long. Okay, well, that's interesting. The sheet music cipher is hard. Was there anything that I missed that was important in the museum? Because I didn't go through the door. Unfortunately. I know I can't. But it's whatever. Actually, maybe I can. Don't I just have to go through just the colors? Whatever. I'll assume that means I didn't need to see whatever was there. Okay, well, I'm assuming the sheet music cipher doesn't involve what I just heard. Because if I was supposed to remember the notes that he just played, or played at the end, I'm not doing that. Obviously. I'm back. Remember. Oh, okay, I actually have to remember this. Great. R equals 8, G equals 9, B equals 3. Coolio. I'm back here. Oh, it's still midnight? Or no, it's midnight now. Listen to how loud this clock is. Mods, pin that. For the record, Bush is no longer a mod too. I officially have no mods. If I hate to talk about the mod thing. What was I doing? I wanted to pin this, right? Can I even do that? Whoa, you have a lot of messages already. I don't know how. As your followers. Follow. What was I supposed to do? How do I pin this? That's whatever. I'll remember. You'll have it in the chat anyway. Okay, it's way too quiet in here. So I'm gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna have a good nighty night. And then I'll worry about what's going on elsewhere. I think I'm on like the opposite side of where the door is though. It's just a sign. What is this place? The theater? I feel like I should check on it, shouldn't I? Yeah, because over here was... Ugh, I hate seeing this video. I hate seeing these guys. Yeah, this is where I go, right? Yes. Okay, well, I can still check. I might as well. If I don't want to, I'll just walk back. It's not that far, but what was I saying? Ugh, I hate seeing these live action people. I hate the fact that they are, quote, very real. Lore-wise. Oh, hey, look at this. I didn't notice that before. I'll probably have to be back here eventually. Hey, wait, there was another path. It's nothing, I remember. Oh, you will hate this game soon then. Ugh, right. You know what, I'm guessing, you know, don't say anything. Stay radio silent about this, but I have a feeling there's gonna be some sort of game segments with, me being in involvement with the actual people. Like, I'm gonna have to interact with them. Radio noises, that's fine, you can do that, I suppose. Alright, what was this? It was 8339. 888. And then there was a door. I just didn't go through. Oh my god.
Which then proceeded to leap off the page. Utilizing real photographs of Rex's room.
To keep changing the lights. Who's playing with the noise? Hey, it's the girl that he drew. It's a sketch of a rabbit. This is Blot, Rex's first creation. Rex. Or no, this is Blot. Rex? Keep moving. Rex. Frontier Street Museum. Printed by Cogware Games. Oh, this is cute. It's a snippet of a cartoon. Presented. Oh, that makes sense. Presented. It's a snippet of a cartoon. Bucky's redesign. I want to look like that, but I don't. That looks like a Roblox drawing. Midway through Bucky's lifespan, a redesign was in order. Huh. What? Oh my god. Oh, we got hiding mechanics now. That's coolio. Bucky Beaver and construction. Reconstruction. I don't know. It's a title card of a cartoon. Construction Construction Destruction. Right. This cartoon had Bucky working on a dam. You don't need the hiding for a while. Cool. This didn't go well, however. What? Ew! Grave mistake. It's the title card of a cartoon. Grave mistake. Rex's first cartoon to feature Bucky. In it, Bucky gets buried alive and tries escaping. Bucky is realizing he's not real. Oh snap! We're gonna have some meta commentary soon. I wish I could be buried too. What the hey? Radio, Bucky. Our little edgelord. I think that's over there. It's a photo of a man. This is Rex. Oh, there's Rex. Is he holding a gun? That's an AK-47. That's a submachine. This was the founder of Broadside Animation. Rest, Rex. You've earned it. Ugh. Ugh. Does Bucky know something that I'm supposed to and I don't? This looks like Undertale. Here, wait. I think I can actually do this. Oh, wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Okay, anyway, what's up, bud? Hey, this thing is already... Hey, Waffle Tail. What brings you down here? Meeting your maker, I'm guessing. Nice. The others strive to create. Here we go. Oh. It's moving me. I was talking about that. What about these, though? Okay. Don't go there without doing the otter, by the way. I should do the otter before going through that red door. You got it. I'll just ask. After I do the otter thing, I'll have to, and then I go through the red door, I'll have to ask what happens if I don't do the otter thing. Whatever. That was me gulping. Because I'm scared, for the record. Not really. I like this room because it's very bright. The otter thing is mandatory. You can't progress without it. Oh, so like going through this door without doing the otter thing would, like, I just can't pass it without doing the otter. I'm guessing is what you're saying. Dang, this music is loud. No, you can't do stuff later on. So can I go through this door then? You can, but it's useless. Might as well then, right? Where are we? The smell's atrocious. Meta. We should leave. We should save. Yeah! We don't gotta walk back. You can open the menu and hit respawn. Can I? I didn't know I could do that. And we'll be on our merry way. I didn't know I could do that. You need all 3 doors. Okay. Yeah, there's otter. Anyway, this looks like a drawing of an otter. Probably. What is this one? These are both the crow. Oh no, that's the, this guy, right? It says the dam. It says the diner. It says the pool. Okay, so I know what layers. Alright, well, I'll come back here whenever I need to. Give me this funky music again. Not funky. I keep calling it funky, but I know it's not funky. Hey, I didn't go this way before. Oh, yes, I did. I fell through. Hey, let me get a quick... You completed the diner. You have to do the dam and the pool next. Alright, then I'll just wait until I do the otter then. That makes sense to me. I must say, I'm enjoying this game. So far, this feels like a game that I'm going to have fond memories of. Only way to get the pool is the otter, right? Midnight. Oh, I hate this video. I'm glad I'm not... The dam is that silly place with the water. Okay. Okay. And they all kind of lead to each other. Right. I get what you're saying. I hate being here while it's so dark. It's like I feel like something's gonna just like start chasing me. So I best be out of here. Not that way. This place freaks me out, yo. Well, day 2. It's been nice having you around. Let's get some more friends tomorrow. Have you found RXBC in the dam? I think you did. Yeah. I found it twice for some reason. Or not for some reason, but like I've seen 2 sightings of the term RXBC. And I tried to solve a code with it, but I couldn't. Maybe you weren't there then, but I was trying to brute force it with Vigneer and a couple others, but I guess I wasn't doing it right. I thought RXBC was like the key, because the only... I know there's like so many, but I thought it was like the only cipher that I know on the top of my head that has a key thing is a Vigneer. And I was trying to do Vigneer with RxPC as the key, and I tried to do, what is it? This, not that. You must find a tape recorder. Interesting. In the dam. I was trying to solve, why does it do this? Why does it zoom so far past? Where is it? Yeah, let me just open this. These are what I need. I try to solve this, but I don't think Vigneer even works like that. So this is interesting though. I'll keep I still have my mind on it, so I want to figure that out. Day 3. Day 3. Day 3. Day 3. Day 3. Oh, you found the tape recorder. The one with the sheet music? Yeah. I saw the screenshot. Which one? Oh, snap. This one? Yeah. And then the second time I saw it was this one. No, the one which says the code is RxPC. Right. And then I also saw this, which says RxPC. Play it again. Oh, snap. Well, should I do the otter first, or is this a priority? Oh, you're right. Yeah, they usually do play a sound after that. Dang. All right, well, yeah, I'm gonna go check that out then. It gives you the answer. Oh, then I need to do that. All right, yeah. This is the wrong place. There's the otter. I don't want to make the otter sad because I saw that picture where the otter looked scared or something. Probably scared, assuming what kind of game this is. But I don't want the otter to be sad, especially not after that photo. Okay, well, and I believe the way to go is here. Let me just ready myself. Kind of forgot. This place is too big to have it memorized. No. Nice. It's not here. I forgot where the tape recorder is. Nothing. Oh, snap. Okay, the tape recorder is maybe up here. Here, I can look at the picture. Maybe that'll help. It's here. I think that's over here. Sands. Wow, you're close to the stream. There's not much delay. Good. Was it over here? I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh wait, it's over there. Yeah. Oh wait, maybe it's here. Whoa! I don't remember this. There's noises. What up, bud? Don't clip that. I'm probably going to delete that after this stream. That's a dumb clip of me making a noise. Actually, wait, no. That's probably fine. No, please. Was it good? I'll check it out in a little bit. I downloaded it. Okay. Then you can have it downloaded. I don't need that in my life. These moments, you know what? Yeah, no, I might as well clip everything I can from these streams. Live for the memory, right? Whatever. Whatever the term is. Carpe diem. Carpe diem. Something like that. Seize the day. Maybe it's just in here. somewhere over here. Oh no, I'm supposed to go through that hallway, but I got messed up by that door. There's a button over there. I feel like that button's gonna be mighty important. Here it is. R equals Romeo. Yeah, there's Romeo, Lima, Bravo. There's a whole ton. B, Bravo. No way they want me to enter like a... Oh my god, okay. Don't worry, I can write this down. Count how many. Oh, you're right. Okay. Okay, so that means I'm gonna have to make a tab. Okay, so R, what is the code again? I'm surprised I forgot. It's RXBC. So RXB. Hey, I'm literally doing this. I'm making a little tally sheet. That means that someone tried to solve it. That's interesting, is it not? Okay, RXBC. You finished doing this. I'm writing this down on my mouse pad, by the way. I'm using my art pen, my digital art pen, and I'm writing on my mouse pad because it's very drawable. It's pretty ingenious, is it not? And that means someone hates Mark. Anyway. Okay, so let's listen close to this. What does Lima mean? Hold on, I'm abandoning this. Charlie, Bravo, Romeo. He says Lima. I guess that just doesn't matter. Lima's useless. Okay, some of them throw me off then, I guess. Also, Romeo always sounds like Romy 8. Why is he saying it like that? Okay, let me lock in. Okay, I might have missed one. That second to last one, I couldn't tell what he said there, but I got all of them. 2 X-ray, 4 Charlie. Yeah, 2 X-ray, 4 Charlie. I got that, and then there's 5 Romeo and 2 Bravo. But he could have said something on that second to last. I'm just going to have to make sure and check all of them. So that means I can go here now. 5 or 6 Romeo. Yeah, 6. I don't know if I said 5, but yeah, there's a little tiny 6 one that I added there. I might have missed that. Okay, let me get ready for this. So 6224. Look at that. Just had to check. It always gets me mixed up. I feel like I have to jump through it every time. So 6224. Oh, 6666 6224. Fantastic. Who's this Romeo guy? Stand by. Fun. Waha. 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 Mute. Okay. the three scions, not scions, but what was it called? The obelisk. These don't look like obelisks though, but there's him. There's the chief wolf, I think. 3 souls. Okay, yeah, the 3 souls. Yeah. 3 obelisks with 3 souls. Oh my god. This is very... What is that? There's a guy there. Didn't I notice that before? I'm not even gonna worry about it. Okay, wait, let me check over here again. Just one more time. Make sure. Cool, yeah. 3 souls. I think it even mentioned golden statues, did it not? I took a picture of it. Even though I know the fact that it did say statues, I'm just making sure. Let me get the quote exactly. Where? There. It was golden statues of the 3 pure souls rested on top. Right. The 3 pure souls. And everyone else is not pure. The 3 friends, the 4 friends, they are not pure souls. They are souls, but they are not pure. These souls were probably murdered. The one that got their head stuffed into like the oven or whatever happened in that cutscene, that's one of them. Nah, but they probably killed like a bunch of people, I imagine. Bucky did. Who knows? Maybe not the otter. Maybe they're all impure. Not the 3 on the top, but you know, I'm theory crafting. I'm thinking already. And then they got stuffed into the game. Evil. I wonder what pressing that button did in that one room. It's pretty interesting. Didn't notice any difference. There's also a golden statue of Bucky, but he's in the dirt. He's buried halfway down. It's pretty interesting, isn't it? Make that jump. Oh, yeah. No longer pure. Good thinking. Of course, you know the lore, so, but can't go there. Okay. Bucky, you're a bad guy. I'm playing as the bad guy, man. Or, you know, whoever was in that. The guy in the green photo, who I said was my favorite guy, and then I was like, no, he's probably the one who's Bucky. Bad Bucky. Bad Barry. I forgot I had that gif. Such a useless gif, I don't get to use it. Oh, snap. Cogware Games. Who made this game? Cogware, what's wrong with y'all? Hey, this is the photo for the... I keep mentioning it. It's just, it keeps coming up in my head. This is the silhouette for the 1997 version. We're spinning. Let's, make sure there's nothing going on. I don't like that. Oh my god. It turned red and then it disappeared. I think that was just supposed to happen because I looked away. Oh, he follows me. Classy. We got some cool stuff here. Guys. Of course, door open. Door unstuck. Get it? If you get that reference, I don't care. Now it's the otter time. Oh yeah, I didn't do that. I imagine this is useless. Like, I shouldn't be worrying about these buttons, but I am going to be pressing them anyway, because why not? They mean something. They give me numbers. There's a code there. Okay, that's interesting. I'll remember that whenever I need to. Where does this lead again? And then I put that here. And then I go on from there, etc., etc. But now I need to do that dang otter. I'm surprised I haven't done the otter yet. Here's the funky room again. Die. Oh, what? I thought it sent me back to the beginning. Let's find the beginning's really close. Boom bada boom boom. Boom bada boom boom. Ugh, now I'm super far. Is it nighttime? Yes, it's not. Otter is the first time the black bars come into play. Oh, don't tell me that. Keep lookout. I'm glad you told me that because like that I'll keep my eyes out. They're like, oh no, I'm not saying don't tell me that as in spoilers because I don't care about that spoiler exactly. It's just like now I'm like freaked out. Now I'm cautious. So I appreciate the conscious warning. Now I'm looking at them. Now I'm gonna keep looking at them. Hi Bucky, thank goodness you're okay. The game. Listen, I'm in a tight situation here. We were sent to gather coconuts for walls. Yeah. I don't even know how to fail your game. I just have to wait out the time or something. Oh, snap. I forgot that you could do this. You know why you're... Oh my god. Hit her? I don't want to do that. That's mean. Open a chest as well. What does that mean? Open a chest as well. Dude. Things are happening right now.
Hey, watch it!
Dude, I'm like... Bro. Once chest gives a mirror or something. I need a mirror. I can't win the game with just chest, so I can open up as many as I want. Dude. Dude, that's so loud. Brother. I don't know how to feel. There's that sound again. Horns. I hear horns. I hear the horns radio or whatever that is. Chest in middle. Over here, or am I going the wrong way still? Then hit her. Middle next to wall. Door handle bright. In the middle. Is there like a hidden wall I'm missing? Dude, that dang happening. What is this? Oh, snap. What up, girl?
Hey, watch it! Hey, watch it! Hey, watch it!
Aww. Oh, I'm chilling. I am straight chilling. I'm having a good time. It says, ooh, it's another picture moment. You need to do it once again, once it's day. Oh, snap, like the crow. Okay, right. Like catastrophe crow. Ow! Dude, what is... I like stabbed myself on my toe. One moment. I got like a splinter or something sharp went in my toe. Okay, I'm fine. I don't know what was on my floor. My floor is full of tiny razor needles. If you get that reference, meet me in real life. Every reference that people get, if you get that reference, you get a different reward. Or a not reward. Most of them aren't. But if you connect the dots, then all of a sudden, you get a secret message. So everyone, look out for lollipops. Well, day 3. Are you just going to say the same thing? It's been nice having you around. He knows I'm here. Like, does he not know that he doesn't exist? He's like so self-aware in the way that he's like, it's nice having you here. He's the one who gave me the tutorial. But maybe he like doesn't know. You're ruining Game Bucky's life. You said that with the walrus too. Am I ruining everyone's lives? I feel like I'm saving everyone, aren't I? Because, like, I don't care. Oh, no, Game Bucky, he's nice. Real Bucky's not very nice. So, I don't know. Or so I'm told. Maybe he's killing bad people. Like, what was that one movie with M. Night Shyamalan? The trilogy he made, the Glass trilogy, that one movie with the guy who like beats up bad people. I don't know. That's the one that I forgot about the most. I only remember the one with the guy with DID. Thank goodness you're okay. What up, babe? M. Night Scammy Whammy made Death Note. What? Is what you're just saying made sense? It's not even foggy. Hey, what up, girl? Light only kills criminals in Death Note. Really? I haven't watched Death Note. Don't spoil too much. Oh, she like goes to the mirror. Sort of. Go! Please? No, you're supposed to follow me. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Neither have I, dude. I gotta watch it. I've been planning to watch it. I'll read it, actually. I started reading One Piece, and it's pretty good. I have to get back on it, though. Oh, snap. I thought it was a bomb. There's a tape recorder. Okay, dude. The label says Olivia's last phone call. I thought that was another parenthesis. It's these darn C's. Olivia's last phone call. I'm not gonna lie, just so I don't have to lie, I did see you got a achievement called Hi Olivia. Or, oh, hi Olivia. I can't, like, lie and say that I don't know who Olivia is. Or I don't, for the right. Wait, no. Olivia is the otter, right? I don't remember these people's names. The only name I know is Bucky Beaver. Olivia is the otter, I'm guessing, so.
Hello, we're not available now. Please leave your name and phone number after the beep. We will return your call.
Olivia's the otter, right.
I don't know what to do. Something about us being just so wrong.
What do you mean black bars? I don't see anything. Maybe I missed it. Something bad just happened to Olivia. Clearly. Did I miss something? I totally missed something. Why is it playing again? Snap. They're playing goofy games. I saw it. That one was interesting. Am I home free? No more cutscenes? I was right. Did you see that? I did see that one. I didn't see the first one that you were talking about, though. Whoops. Guess we're both not great at finding. That's okay. We can always go again. Victor. Is she saying new dialogue? Did I just miss it? India. Oh my god, I missed it. Alpha. I totally just missed something, but that's a shame. It's fine. It's probably not something that I'm going to need to remember, but I did take a picture of the ones that I got, so. Alright, girl, I have to hit you. I have to hit you up again. So, come on over. Hurry up. I want you in front of the mirror, just in case. Apologies. What if I went pacifist and I just waited for the time to go out? Oh, hey, we're here again. Yo, that's loud. Man in black bars. Goofy games. I saw it. Yeah, I saw that one. That one was neat. What's that noise? Oh my god. Ain't that cool? It is pretty cool. Also, there's a noise. Hey, I see Olivia. I'm assuming that's Olivia. I don't know who that is. Oh. I think that was Olivia dead in the water, and then there was someone far away that was walking. That might have been me. I wasn't paying attention. But I did get a picture of some dude. Bucky was there. Okay, well, I know what I must do. Now I know where I must go to show you that I love you so. If you get that reference, yeah. I need some water. Ugh. I accidentally just swallowed it in like a clump. That hurt. It is this picture. I was right. This doesn't look like Olivia though. Welcome to the pool. These arts are pretty cool. Ah, look. It like changes. That's so lame in a way. Oh, but if you get really close, it actually is coherent. Because it usually looks like this. I love the slap sound. It's funny. It's goofy. Go back. Any hidden walls I want to know about? It's always good to make sure. Hey, look at that clock. Let's keep that in mind, shall we? Sorry, Olivia's dead. That's why they're showing me this in general, probably. Okay, time to get a move on. Let's get this show on the road. Hey, this is a video game. Remember, Bucky, you're not real. See? This is where the music code is. Oh, snap. Ah, dude, I hardly know sheet music, too. Oh my god. Okay, we're having a jam break. Oh, snap. I can just give you the code if you want. You need to know music keys. Not hard, but still. I know music keys. Sort of. I know music, like official music rules to an extent. I should. I've been playing guitar 3 years, piano 1. I should know this by now, but I never learned sheet music. Like, I started to. I learned Ode of Joy with sheet music, and that was it. And it just goes... do 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 do. Not like the full thing. It's just that. Okay, well this song is yummy. I didn't go in that door, but I wanted to see what was here. Right. It's just a known thing in games that you have to go behind waterfalls. That's like a rule. If you have a waterfall, that's how you have to do it. Oh, dude, I'm gonna start getting lost. I'm already lost, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, there's a code here. Can't do nothing. Oh yeah, no, don't give me the code already, by the way. I'll find it out my own way. If I can. If I need you to, then yeah, I'll just ask, but I might as well give it a shot first. That's where you put the music key, fair enough. Oh, I didn't go here. Can't even. Okay, other door. There's also another door there. I don't think I went there. Ugh. Hey, cool. ECDC. Like the band? Hey, look at this impure guy. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Bum, 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 bum. I recognize that. I feel like that's very common. Like, I feel like I've heard that a billion times elsewhere. Ba, 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 ba. Yo, I can low-key just get my keyboard and solve this. Hot cross buns? Is that also where that is? Because I wouldn't know that. Everyone else heard it more than me. I never like got hot cross buns on my feed that often, to be honest with you. Okay, ECDC. Okay. I'm going to get my keyboard real quick. I can just grab it. Oh wait, no, I have to plug it in. Hold on. I'm not going to do that yet cuz I don't even know how I'm supposed to solve this yet. I can figure out the notes, but that won't help me yet cuz I don't know what I'm supposed to do with them. With the knowledge of the notes, because code is ECDC. Bum 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 bum. Okay, I have an idea. I'm gonna get my keyboard. I have to unplug it first, though, real quick. Oh Jesus! This desk over here is like a mess. Ugh, bags. Okay, hold on. I need to like set this here. I guess. ECDC. It's the same as the damn one. I don't even remember what the damn one was. Oh, wait, yes I do. Oh, the amount of time it's played. Okay, I got that. Okay. I need to hear it again. Okay. Hey, listen to this. I don't know how audible it is. Let me check. Listen to this. This is my playing. Oh, snap. I messed up. Oh, I hate doing that. I mess up that part every time because I learned it differently. And now I can hear. Cool. And then, oh yeah, that song. I don't know if I sent this to you or Ricardo, but this song. I messed up that part too. I don't know. I'm not here to play music, but I've never gotten to show off music like anywhere. I don't think I ever did, but that's the first. Oh no, I sent you that one audio like so far back of me playing like 4 notes of like an Aphex Twin song because I was like proud that I finally like had it memorized. I don't know what it is anymore, sadly, but. Yeah, dude, you sucked. Yeah. No, but I do want to learn the rest of Castletown. Play the game. Oh, man. Why are you so mean? Okay, let me do this. Ugh, okay, this is like reverse too. So E, C, D, C. Oh, but that's the thing. I can't even like tally it. I guess I can. Okay, yeah, I can. So let me try. So C, D, E. Write that here. Okay, let me try this. I can't play it. I messed up. Dang it. I got mixed up whenever I started going fast. Again. Okay. Can I like... I might just have to move spots on the keypad. I don't have much room on here, so I better make sure I don't keep slipping up. C, D, E. Oh, let's try this again. Got it. Okay. 3C, 6D, 7E. Bum, bum, bum. Hey, I didn't go down here, did I? I did not. Oh my god, there she is. She left. Do you think that's her ghost watching me? Because she's mad? Because she has unfinished business, like the Simpsons episode that talks about ghosts? Oh! That now I can go here. Might as well, right? Okay. I unlocked a whole new area. Oh, snap. We're here again. Wait, is this the same place? Oh, yeah, this is the same place. Oh, is this how I was supposed to learn about the sheet music? I don't even know. Whatever. This layout is confusing. Wait, now I'm here. Was that door locked before? Oh, no, this entire area was locked off. I don't know. I think I've found things in an order in which I was not supposed to originally find them. But it's okay because I couldn't do anything with them anyway. So it's whatever. They only matter now. So 3E, no, there's a 6D. 7E. If I'm wrong, then I'm gonna have to, something terrible will upon my house. So what is it? ECDC. ECDC. Snap! Okay, maybe it is just 7, which... Nope. Okay, wait. ECDC, yeah, right? 7, 6. 3 is E? C. What do you mean 3 is E? Did I do that? ECDC. I'm doing it right, aren't I? 3 is E? Isn't 3E? No, because it goes, oh wait, no, you're right! I had it in reverse, my bad. Okay, so that would make C have 7. Okay, I was thinking it in reverse order, my bad. That means everything is in reverse. Okay, so that means 3, 7, 6, 3. Wait, no. ECDC 7. Wait, no. 3. Maybe it's just. So it start EC. Maybe it is just ECDC. ECDC ends with 7. Wait, no. C is 7. E would have 3. ECDC. ECDC. I messed it up. DC. I'm not brute forcing it. I'm really trying. Man, this is confusing. I really messed myself up here by getting that wrong. C is 7. I know. E. So it starts with E. C. D. C. I already put that though. 3, 7. 7. Oh, it is 7. Dang. Ugh, that means something really bad's gonna happen to my house. Whatever. No, because I would have to hear it again, and I'm not going back. Whatever. Well, at least I got it. Thanks to you telling me that I had to... It's the same as the damn one. Dude, you got it wrong. But then I got it right. So how about you suck it up? I'm here again. Don't frown at face at me. You didn't let me play the keyboard, so that's what you get. I'm sorry. 4923. Is that it? 4923. 4923. It is. Sorry, I apologize for telling you to suck it up. I apologize now. I made a severe lapse of my judgment. Hey, what up, Wolf? Hey, Bucky. What are you doing here? You've got friends to save. Go do that. Oh, snap. I knew it! I knew there would be an official site, but I just didn't want to look myself because I think I forgot. I think I thought about it at one point. 1999. Okay, I guess that's whenever they ended Cogware Games. Can I click on things here? Yes, I can. Nope. That's a good logo. Let's go rescue the gang. Let's remember that this dude killed 2 people, at least that we know of. 2 people on film, so. Dude, you're weird. I like your character, but man, I can't. Unreal Engine. Okay, let's read this. Excuse me? He's cute. That's what's up. Where's that playing? Fair enough. Okay. If this site is going to play music, I might as well listen. We are Cogware. Did you know the game engine used to create our games is called Unreal Engine? It's the same program used to create the shooter game by the same name, Unreal. Really? It was licensed to us by Epic Games, but it's soon to release to the public. Is that real? Unreal shooter game. Oh, it is. That's crazy. That's actually a really fun fact. Oh, wait. Don't say dude. Why are you saying dude? Why you say dude? Epic Games. That's cool. That's a darn cool fact. The best looking game of all time. The future of gaming. Right? It was licensed to us by Epic Games. Okay. Cogware Games was originally an idea that 3 friends out of Silicon Valley had one night, founded by Connor Thomas, Liz, Elizabeth Baker, and Harry Waters. We are a collective of fans of the new and thriving world of gaming, and we put innovation at the forefront. One of these is Bucky. Just maybe. Just maybe. I forgot what that one guy's name. Rex. Rex is also a name I need to remember. With our first ever demo of the game, Blundercover, being a hit with crowds over the local conventions in 1995, and a thriving partnership with the Broadside Animation Company, leading to the... Okay, so Rex is with Broadside, not exactly with Cogware, I'm guessing. Just my guess. Leading to the creation of the magnificent Shipwrecked. And we don't hold back on getting our hands dirty with game development. After all, that's where the name comes from. Every cog in a machine has to be working together to create a meaningful result. It's a cool logo. We here at Cogware are in it for the players, and for moving forward, we've dabbled very heavily into 3-dimensional graphics, working with top-of-the-industry professionals to create worlds of depth, color, and life. While we make games that are bright and friendly, you're not getting a squeaky clean experience if you want to play the game. If you want to play a game from Cogware, instances of adult humor and some edge to our games are all present. We believe that games should not be designated to a single demographic, but rather shared among many demographics. We don't make kids games. I was calling it a kids game this whole stream, but whatever. But we also don't make adult games either. Think of us as a fine line in the middle. Let's keep innovation at the forefront. We can make some amazing things together. Shipwrecked is a game developed by us at Cogware, partnered with the Broadside Animation Studio. Bucky and his friends need your help. After a sudden crash during a routine fishing trip, Bucky ends up on a mysterious island, where his friends appear to be apprehended by a pack of wolves for disturbing the peace. Embark on a puzzle-based adventure as Bucky wanders the vast island of Nula Terra, helping his friends work off the damages, fix your boat, and get back home. Made for the new Nintendo 64 console and powered by Unreal, Shipwrecked is a game that puts you into the shoes of Bucky's imaginary friend. Huh. That's very interesting lore. Puts you into the shoes of Bucky's imaginary friend. I guess that explains why... Okay, he wasn't talking to us as a player, but an imaginary friend. As you must help guide him back to his homeland, and maybe meet some friends on the island along the way, with a fun puzzle-based gameplay structure, many endings, and dynamic gameplay, you'll never wind up with the same playthrough twice. Yeah, right. This game would not be possible without the wonderful partnership between us at Cogware and Broadside Animation, who helped fund the development of this game, as well as providing reference photos and even making a full commercial for our game. Bucky sends his regards. Alright, I'm guessing this is the commercial. Developed for the Nintendo 64, Shipwrecked is a game... Okay, this is also different. Oh! Playing small mini-games with his friends as a way to free them from the island in the midst of scary monsters that roam in the forests, or little rabbits that like to dabble in the arts. There's no shortage of fun stuff to do in Shipwrecked, and when it's over, the game has many different endings you can explore as well, many different possibilities to see. For this project, Cogware has been brought on to assist with the development on the game, making models, programming, sounds, music, and even some voiceovers. The game is very much a narrative experience. While maybe not as action-packed as Banjo, Mario, or most other platformers, you'll have to really use your brain to move Bucky closer to his happy ending. Designed to take full advantage of the Unreal Engine, Shipwrecked demonstrates many features that keep the game running smoothly on consoles, allowing for a fun and freeing experience. We encourage exploring. Maybe you'll find something once in a while that you may not have noticed before. Every playthrough's an adventure, after all. See you on the island. Toodles. Hotel.html. Hotel, right. I don't think I've ever met a man as pathetic as you. What was the other game made by these people? The one that's supposed to be the last game that they made? Cogware Games. Hotel Investigation 09. Hotel 09. Obviously some correlation, so there's that. I think that's the same thing as before, is it not? Bwah, bwah. Alright, I doubt that there's anything more to see here, but there's this. This is very interesting. Nothing I can copy. Of course. What is it, though? Oh, snap, I can actually open it. StarlingNathan.jpg. What? Starling Nathan. That is what that is, isn't it? The Benz! Oh my god, you're right. Compare that. Wow. Starling Nathan. That's pretty weird. Oh wait, what is this? Oh, I can't really see it, can I? Nah, it doesn't matter. It's not even something you can see. Oh, I know there's more stuff. Broadside, right? Anything else I can click? Make sure. Ooh. There's gonna be some stuff I'm gonna have to put here. And it's gonna be like stuff from the game. Like, let me see if there's any candidates already. You know? Like, is there any pictures I've taken? Like, I forgot about this. This was interesting. It says, like, I don't think this, but hate mark. I don't know. There's nothing I can think of now, but it's still interesting. Alright, let's play the game. Oh, there's the site, like, on the screen. Cool. It's a note from Cogware. Whoa there. This room is designated to staff only. Feel free to hit respawn. Connor, Cogware Games. Connor, who was he exactly? I think it only just listed like 3 people as the main people who made the game. Founded by Connor, Elizabeth, and Harry. I haven't heard of Harry yet, I don't think. Or a Nathan, who is Starling Nathan. That's really interesting. It's a note from Cogware. Is this the same one? If you really want to go down there, well, then feel free. Just be warned. Yo, I don't trust Connor, of all people. Stop. That's freaky. Stop now. Hey, I forgot his name, sorry. Okay. This is exactly what I meant. Pravdo. I'm gonna have to fill in the blanks, and then you have to put it here on the URL. How much do you want to bet? Because I'm willing to bet a couple dollars, maybe. Oh, did I just go back? Brah? Oh, that is a B. Oh, Brandon. I thought that was a P. Okay, Brandon. Okay, well then maybe it's not. Brandon? Who is Brandon? Doesn't lead me anywhere. Shame. I was wrong. I was so wrong. Are you dyslexic? That looks like a P because there's no hole on the bottom part. Whatever. Okay, is there anything else worth seeing here besides Brandon? Okay, if not, then I'm going down. Of course, I'm going up here first. It's worth checking everywhere. This just feels like the perfect spot to hide a secret, is up here. It's always worth checking. Whatever. I didn't see anything. None of this is making any sense. I know, right? I want to go back to the island. I want to go back home. Is that not why you're playing? Look. Oh, I keep thinking it's a parenthesis. We can do this, but whatever happens, that's on you. Am I clear? Good. Hey man, this is Polo's fault. This is Polonium Prism fault for making me play. Oh good, some light. We'll need it. How do you... Oh yeah. Oh. Code. That's very decipherable. I feel like I can do that right now. Let's start with Caesar. I'm not gonna go through, not Julius Caesar. Let's just brute force Caesar. Brute force Caesar. Okay, what is it? But I'm willing to try some candidates real quick. XGFQF. XGXQF. XF. KJF. It's not Caesar. I'm guessing Vigneer. Vigneer. Brute force. Ways to crack it. No. I know you can. Just brute force my. Brute force cipher. Come on. Oh, this was the complicated one, right? Oh, it's loading. For a very oddly long time. Come on, come on, come on. Yep, this is the one I just cannot use, because I used this once before. I forgot why, but I don't know how. Jesus. Oh, wait, no, I did it with Box and Shriek. It's right here. It's not Buford, though. Oh, it's gone. Ugh. Okay. I need to type it again. XGFQF. XGFQF. XF. KJF. Where to Dak? Bless at Had. Maybe it's Brandon. It's not Brandon. Okay, tools. Or is it? Brute. Or no, where was it? Oh! Cipher identifier. There we go. Oh. XGFQF. XF. KJF. I'll save this here. You always do Buford. I don't think it's Buford. Let's do Vigneer. Where he lig. It's nothing. Oh, okay. Whatever. I guess it'll take time. The label says, no way this is a key. Pay key PKJUJB. PKJU. JB. It's not that. But I'm saving this too. Because that just seems like such a key. I don't know what that was. PKJUJB. Okay, maybe it is Buford. Let me try that again. Vigneer auto key. I don't want to auto key it. Oh, I messed up. Whatever. I'm done doing this thing. I'm ready to play the video game. See up. Okay, I can't figure out. Whatever. I don't know how to intake that. I don't know what to think about it. I have an idea, though. The rodent stood a few feet away, watching the events of his actions. The rodent being Bucky. Maybe the guy in the Bucky suit. Maybe he's actually suited up. Maybe just talking about the person in general who put people's head in fryers or whatever he was doing. Assuming that was a kitchen. I mean, he did whatever he did in that tape. They're lying. I don't even know, man. This is where things get like, now I gotta like lock in or something. Hey, I can hide. Fun. Follow. Cool. Look in the eye and tell me. Look me in the eye and tell me. No. Hey, there's a thing-a-ling. Okay, yes. Stumbler. A helping nub. Oh, snap. Layer 4. Oh. Okay, yeah, here's the layer thing. Cipher guide. Oh, hey. Mozart cipher. Oh, musicians. This one's for you. This is what you meant. Are you still here? I think you're still here. I can never tell. But this and Wolf by Stumbler and Wolf. I'm here. Right? Let me try something. Bucky. Didn't work. It's worth trying. Who knows? Olivia. You know? Throwing out some ideas. It's whatever. Cipher guide. Beaver scratch. Yeah, just kidding. Beaver scratch is a language that is used by many folks who reside down here in layer 3. This is the layers of hell. Like, are you convincing me that it is not? Maybe it's a metaphor for the layers of hell. Who knows? But in Beaver Scratch, you will first want to firstly take your sentence. For instance, I miss having arms. And now, once you translate it, you'll get a very simple translation of zb, just like that. I hope you can figure it out from here. I'm an artist, not a teacher. If you need a sentence translated, feel free to send me a sentence at wow. Okay, cool. They just do that for me. Ugh, I don't want to open my Gmail on stream though. I'm not gonna lie. About the authors. Cool. Yeah, let's see this. Stumbler O'Hare is a rabbit and an artist at heart. Growing up, he had a massive fan of arts of many different forms. In the process, he began to experiment with art on his very own. He took up... That's an actual person's email, so you probably won't get a response since he's working on the new game. Oh, like someone's actually running that account? I would have thought it was like a bot email and like it'll actually just like translate what you send to it. Oh, that's interesting. About the authors. Oh yeah, right. He had painted lots of artwork, some of which would even be hung in the Nola Terra Theater. One day, however, Stumbler was hit with a life-changing event, which had him left without arms. A rabid wolf attacked him, and while he did get away, he had to live his life without hands at all. However, he's still an amazing artist at heart. Stumbler will be responsible for the drawings in this guide. Oh, cool! Do these have names? Stumbler. Wolf. What does it show as? Right. Okay, I just wanted to see that. Chief Wolf Chief Wolf has dedicated his entire life to helping his fellow wolves who live on the Nola Terra. Much like himself, he lives on the outskirts. whoops, that was me, and typically is found guarding the island, keeping it away from harm. He is responsible for the capture of Bucky, Walter, Olive, and Giovanni, and he wants nothing more than to help his fellow citizens. Wolf will be responsible for all of the writing and research portrayed in this document. And Wolf. I like how his is like typewritten. A helping nub, of course. Where am I? Layer 3? Layer 3 is where you are right now. As you may know, the island is split into layers. It's all coming to me. It's all coming to me. This is what you were talking about. For instance, Layer 1 is the island, outskirts, and many attached missions. Layer 2 consists of a pool, a diner, and a waterway. And now, you're in Layer 3, the land of darkness. That's okay, though. If you come properly prepared, you should be equipped to either venture on even further, or keep yourself safe. To open the gate to the next zone, locate and charge the computers to 3-3. Once it's open, find the gate control and turn it on. Then there's Layer 4. I'll check that out. Candle. Visual of your candle. Nice. Candle. The candle is your most important tool in Layer 3. You are completely in the dark, but that's okay, because your candle will light the way. Once you pick it up, you'll have it for the rest of your time here. It will light the surrounding areas, keeping you aware of where you're going. Just know, however, when you leave these areas, you will no longer have the candle. You won't lose it. It will come back when you visit next. But if you don't need it, you won't have it. Okay. Very specific. Sorry, I left my keyboard on. I forgot to turn that off. Cool. Computer. Visual of a Silvertech Prime. Computers are a very prevalent thing when it comes to come across in Layer 3. Silvertech has graciously provided us with these computers, which we have stocked all around the place, as a good way to share information with newcomers like yourself. If you're reading this, either a friend has shared you the link to this, or you found it yourself through a Silvertech Prime computer. Press the big red button on the front when you find the computer, and you will be able to learn brand new things about Layer 3. Golden computers, however, will need to be activated within the timer. Once they are on, you will need to find each of them and turn them all on before the timer hits 0000. I'll try to leave a map as to where to locate these computers. Dwellers. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. So, what are these? Dwellers? Monsters. Keypad with code. Visuals of Olive and Giovanni. This is where this happens, right? I was right though, wasn't I? I said that there would be a part where you have to like run a. Starling Nathan, bro. It's all. Everything's kind of coming scary. Dwellers, also known as starlings, are creatures who live in the darkness of Layer 3, donning the faces of Bucky's own friends. They will wander around the dark, searching for any unfortunate little beaver who happens to stumble into their path. Awakened when Walter, Giovanni, or Olive are brought down to Layer 3, they will stalk around the dark and eventually make their presence known. You cannot rely on your menu to keep you safe. Look for a barrel and interact with it to hide away. While a dweller may follow you around in Layer 3, that doesn't mean they will try to follow you elsewhere. Stay alert. You may not be as safe as you think. If a barrel or any other objects appear to be off or moving, repeatedly hit it until it vanishes. Oh man, there's going to be like mimic stuff. Oh man. Appear to be off. When captured by a dweller, you'll be taken into a small room, akin to that of a prison cell. Little do you know, however, your little rabbit friend knows the code. If you are trapped, the keypad to exit will be 7418. Remember that. If you wind up there, you will need this to escape. What do I draw? I'll go to that last. Cipher guide. How big is this? Not very big. Picasso cipher. Are these all ones that I've done? So these areas are a little complicated. So I wanted to leave a guide here that helps you translate non-beaver scratch codes. For the sake of making this easier to digest, I've given them fun names. So here they are: Shakespeare cipher. It's a wonderful day, friend. Apparently, okay, right. I already did that. I believe I already did this. I already did that. I think I already did all of these. Picasso cipher. That's right, friends. It's an art-related code. It's just the same one. Was this the thing? I couldn't find this. It's whatever now, but... Now, last thing. There's 2 more colors, but they've honestly slipped my mind. If you see them, write them down. You'll need them. Huh. Okay. There you go. Get a job, kid. Hope this helps. Layer 4. There's a gate at the back half of the plaza. Look for it. Task 1 and Task 2. Okay. Look for it and you'll find it eventually. You gotta get it unlocked using these 2 simple tasks. Truth be told, we don't know is there is. There's a typo. There's a typo. This is the worst game ever. Wow. I really just found that. Oh my god. I'm boycotting this game. This game gets a negative review too. Or just how deep this all goes. For the longest time, it was assumed that it only goes to layer 3. But recent searches have shown... Be nice. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry, Cogware. I love you, Cogware. Maybe. Cogware's maybe bad. I don't know. Maybe Connor's a good guy. Maybe Elizabeth, and Harry Waters. I remember the names. I only know the full name of Harry Waters, though. Rex. I don't think Rex is a good person. I don't like you, Rex. Probably not. But recent searches have shown some kind of paradise down there. If you find it, then by all means, you have my gratitude. I'm proud of you, Bucky. Good luck with your adventures. Task 1. Oof. Okay. Task 2. Okay. I'll remember that in a second, but I want to see this one. This has nothing to do with layer 3, but as most artists experience as most artists experience at one point or another, I'm dealing with burnout, the creativity killer. Well, this sucks. If you see this, why not toss me a suggestion on something to draw? Stumbler O'Hare, I'll gladly draw it. Oh, update 2024-01-15. Isn't that when the game came out? No, it came out January 1st. So this is 15 days after. Wow, you guys gave me lots of suggestions. Thank you all. I'll be getting them to you soon. I'm not sure if I can take more requests on now, but if you ever want to chat, you can still send me an email. I've made more friends these past weeks than I have in my whole life. Thank you, friends. Huh. Bro. Tell me that was on the website. Ideas. Logo. It's worth checking some of these titles. I want to know what this means. Like, if I miss having arms would be this. Is it just Caesar? I really doubt, but it's worth checking, right? Caesar brute force, because that's easy. Ugh, whatever. That one's too much. It is. Sort of. I miss Fatilg Appums. It's close. Like. So then what is it? So if I put this in, what would it be? Nothing. Good luck, Bucky, probably. Goobjuk. Oh, man. This makes things so confusing. Hey, there it is again. I missed it first time. Goobjuk. Blah, blah. I don't... Huh. So then I don't know what it means, but I'm close. But it doesn't make sense. It's like random. I think I missed it several times. Okay, I don't know what this is trying to tell me. I don't know. How does beaver scratch? Oh, beaver scratched. Hello, friend. I'm talking in beaver scratch. Ugh. What? Color code it. Cheat sheet. Oh, I don't want to see that. That's cheating. Beaver scratch 2. I just want to know beaver... Oh, wait, no, this tells me. This is probably shown in-game. I'm not going to spoil myself too much. I'm going to try and not look at that. Okay, time to play the game. Usually, Polo, you hate when I don't play the game. You usually get onto me for that. But you've said nothing. So you seem pleased as pie. Oh. Starling Nathan, I saw him. You're figuring stuff out. Heck yes. And it's awesome. Was that Starling? No, that's Gary Wilson. Ew. There he is. Starling Nathan. Okay, not to skip through this. Alright, time to watch this. This song's good, though. It's probably really... Oh my god. I've had the audio muted this whole time. It's fine, because there hasn't been anything important, but oh my god, that's terrible. That's a bad mistake to be making. Wait, lol. Ugh, that's pretty terrible, but whatever. It's not like there was anything important, but it's just my voice. Ugh. Okay, well, anyway, what I meant to do is... Now it's off anyway. Oh, it's like Gear Grounds or something, I forgot. Something Innovation. That's the people who made the mascots. I forgot what it is. It's something Grounds, but I don't really need to remember. That's probably... No, Rex was with what's it called? I think I still have it open. If I don't, I can just look it up. It was what is it? Gears of War. Cogware Games. Broadware. That's Rex was with Broadware. Get off of this. I'm glad. I'm glad about this. I remember I used to watch him like way back when. I can't even remember the last time he existed. I haven't seen his face in forever, but I don't care. I never cared. I would just like it to voice my frustration for his older content. But it's fine because that was the norm back then, so it was funny then. That's like saying old 2018 memes aren't funny now. So it's not really fair. Not a fair comparison, but still. Oh, this video is called 3. There he is. Hi Gary Wilson. This is probably victim. These are probably victims. Starling Nathan. Do we get a name drop for Nathan here? Nope, we don't even. Oh my god, why are we on a phone? Why are we on the thinnest phone of all time? Causes of death. Yep, these are people who died. Starling! What? Yeah, Starling. That's what I'm talking about. Jeez Louise, I would like to be sing something. Oh my. It's so crazy. Oh, I thought that was German. Was found at the bottom of the lake right outside at Broadside Each's staff quarters. Then located. She appeared. Olivia! Really? Or whatever her name is. Illyria. Illyria Finch. Unless that is a V. Are you wrong? Or am I assuming that you're right? Then located. She appeared to be waterlogged. What does that mean? What does that mean for a person to be waterlogged? Olive is the otter. I know. But that does not say Olivia. Unless it's supposed to. That looks like an R. And this looks like an L? That would be like... I don't know. It could be a long name. I'm not sure. Either way, it was found at the lake. She appeared to be waterlogged. It looked like something out of a horror movie. Said some Hillary Stocks. Her Robin mate. I don't know. Cabin mate. Her cabin mail? I don't know. There was... Oh no, but this text is really weird. That's supposed to be a was, right? There was something trail of blood coming all the way, loading all the way from... So maybe that is Olivia. Okay, yeah, that's Olivia then. Olivia Finch. Just some of these... This is such a terrible font. What even is this? Is this the news? Okay, yeah, that's an O. Oh, that would be L... Okay, I don't know why I assumed that would be Lyria. Because I didn't see the O, obviously. I thought it was like an A. Illyria. Also, I assumed this was a V or R. So, coming all the way from the window of Olivia's cabin to the lake, which she was found. Right. There's him again. Oh, I don't get to see his. There's Gary. Gary insta s h h f sl h s in. Right? Glad we got that wrapped up. Oh yeah, I can read that. I know those letters. Oh, not Nathan. Not Starling Nathan too. Oh man. Okay, it's fine. I can read this. Let Looks like you need other videos. You're right. That's crazy. You are right. This is 3. This is 3 of 3 of 3. Oh, it was telling me to get 3 of 3 computers, and I didn't know what it meant. This is probably what it meant. Well, it's fine. I can read most of this anyway, but I'll have this open. I'll have this in mind and open. In here? Nope. This looks like a Doom wall text. This looks like a Doom texture. I mean, all right. Where's the others? Need to look everywhere. Are they only on computers? I would imagine so, but you know, just in case. Man, I've said a lot of things like this is the kind of game too, but this is the kind of game that, like, whenever I think about the lore late at night, it really scares me. She's dead. She's in the water. She was waterlogged. Oh my god. It's coming together. I mean, the game in general, just like story-wise, it is scary. Like, this is freaky. I don't even know exactly what's happening. I'm guessing this Bucky person obviously killed these people. Maybe, you know, that's just an assumption still, but the label says that. It's probably beaver scratch. Actually, I'm just gonna look it up. No. I was gonna say, like, I was gonna look up how to solve beaver scratch just so, like, I don't have to use a translator. But, like, there's probably a way I can find out, right? It's also not the effort, worth the effort. I'll do it later. I have all the screenshots. I'll figure it out later.
Alright. Today is August 12th, 1992. We've been given the go-ahead to get back to work on the project. It's been rocky, but we're all getting back into it. Harry's been at his workstation all day, playing through, well, he's been stuck on all of them levels. The coconut one. Apparently, there's been an issue with the chests spawning in. They just appear at random, which is already bad. But then they soon vanish when you get too close. I'm really just not sure. It's very confusing. I'll figure it out soon, though. I'm sure. And Liv has been busy as always. She's trying to catch up on the game's artwork. We finally got a finalized design for the wolf guy, mostly changing his proportions, so we can share his animal. Yeah, she's killing it, as usual, and on my end, not too much.
Okay, it's always like that.
Map right now, calling it just the plaza for now, until we can think of a cooler name for it. But, yeah. That's where we're at right now. I'm gonna keep recording these. They're very fun, for sure. Alright, see ya.
I was thinking about this whenever he was first talking about it until he confirmed that he was talking about what's the game called? Shipwrecked. One of these is probably I can't say probably, like it's actually like probable to happen. It's just like I can imagine one of these tapes is going to not be talking about Shipwrecked, and just like one of them is going to be like talking about investigate hotel 09 investigation, whatever it's called, right? I feel like one of them is just going to be like talking about that, but we're not going to know until it comes out, and the theories are going to come out that one was teasing it. Maybe. I don't know. I can imagine that. Do I need this? What does this button do? A big red Hotel 09 pops up in blood font. Like on the screen. In the Goosebumps font. Hotel 09. This is a question mark. Okay, time to find some buttons, right? I didn't want to go in that place that said in here. I want to look around first. Because, you know, why give me the open space? Let's check it out, right? Groovy. Live, laugh, love. Silvertech Prime 1995. I'm assuming I can't do anything with that. Cool. No buttons. No 200. Is this where you were? Am I playing as someone? $200. That might have been what it said. I could be wrong, but still. Oh, my footsteps are really loud, are they not? Is it like not getting in my ears? Not like really loud to the point where it's annoying, it's just like in comparison to everything else. Maybe I'm only just like noticing it now because I've been hearing it this whole time. Gate control. I want to press that button. Wanted to go back just in case. This is basically Five Nights at Freddy's if Scott Kitten didn't make his games kid-friendly. Fair enough. Dude, you just reminded me of this one video that I'm probably never going to find again, but I remember way back when I saw this on YouTube Shorts, it was like, wait, no. Okay, you didn't send me this. You sent me a video similar to that. You sent me the world's smallest violin with Minecraft. No, this one YouTube short video was like, it was in quotation marks. Five Nights at Freddy's game is just a kid's game. And then it was like an edit of like a bunch of fan-made pictures, scary pictures of like the characters. And then, but it made me so mad because it completely removes the idea. They were all fan-made. None were official. None were actual characters. It was just the characters made scarier. And it proves nothing, and it's so stupid, and I remember it very vividly still. It's very goofy. I don't think I can do anything here yet. Bait or mental illness. It couldn't have been bait. At that time, this was like 2023 or 2022. And I don't think it was bait. Because it had like 2 likes in those videos. Wait, I think I saw that? Dude. I might not have had 2. If you had, I'd be both surprised and not surprised, because those videos are just, they're kind of everywhere. Didn't have shitty scenes from the YouTube. Yes, YouTube VHS stuff. It had pictures of those and stuff. All stuff that was fan made and not from the actual games. Do you see that? Is that a walrus? Is that the... Yep, there's the guy. Walrus. This doesn't open anything, does it? No, he's chilling. I'm glad he's chill. I have the screenshot of that, so good thing he's nice. I'm guessing that's him making that noise and not one of these computers. I'm really scared of missing any buttons. I keep looking at behind every computer now. But I guess there's kind of nothing I can do, right? Unless there is. There is a big color thing going on here. There's Stumbler did mention that there was 2 other colors. I'm guessing this doesn't count. This is like a telling me what I'm supposed to do, but Stumbler was mentioning that there was 2 other colors and that they were important or something. And this being the other color? Wait, the TV. What TV? That doesn't show me anything. This is also interesting. The 2 eyes. Looks like the monster. How should I feel? I did take a screenshot. Creatures through my window. I think that's how it goes. This is important. I'm saving all of these to translate later, but some of them might be too important to ignore. It's the cipher on the website. Is it? You know the alphabet one? Beaver Scratch or cipher guide? Like this one? Guessing not, but I'm guessing you mean on the Stumbler site, but you might not. Cause what was the other one? Mumph equals 9. What? I don't know what that mean. Oh yeah, and then there's this side, but this doesn't mean anything. Starling. It's whatever. It's whatever. Hotel. M swap with N. What are you talking about? Hold on. Are you talking about Beaver Scratch? Do I still have Stumbler open? It says where? Hold on. Let me get my grounds here. Was this the site? Was it Stumbler? Yes. Okay, because I didn't actually read these because I solved them. Like I did the Mozart, I did whatever. So the bottom. It's my time to shine. Wolf took from me on our last visit. Wait, Beaverism. That one, yeah, I know. This? Does it say that here? Oh wait, wrong page. Month 9. What's that? Dude, read it. Ugh, I already did. Read the website. I did read this. Speaking, you will want to take your sentence, for instance, and now, once you translate it, he doesn't even say how to translate it. You'll get a very simple translation of blah, blah. Except it's like I was doing the Caesar and it's like different every time and I don't understand exactly how it works. Unless, oh my god, it is. It's specific letters. That's what that image was showing me too, but I didn't want to pay attention because I thought it would give me like the thing. Dude, oh, be nice. I was figuring things out. I didn't want to spoil myself too. I looked it up and then I stopped looking it up. I wouldn't even have known that in the first place. I told you? When? What? You told me the thing? I would not have known what you meant. Like, month equals 9. This is what you meant. Is that just now? Right. Back off. Okay, so it's a very specific thing. Well, that means there's. Ugh. Then I might as well just get the image then, because x at p equals 2. Right. This is like 92. This is telling me about this. This reminds me, assuming that this is the 9 or 9 and 2 and 92. Then this reminds me of. I'm sure I have pictures, right? Not that. Both of these. But does that mean I should chicken scratch or beaver scratch, not chicken scratch? Beaver scratch these. Isn't chicken scratch an actual thing too? No. Chicken scratch is just random writings. Okay, right. Okay, well then, yeah, okay, well then I might as well just get the thing. The bends, get rid of this. What was I looking at? Beaver scratch. This. But go back to the screenshot. Which one? This one? If anything, actually I have this copied, don't I? I do. I'll just input this into the site because I can't be bothered. The TV. There's the back. Layer 2, room 3. This did mean something in Chicken Scratch, which now I can just... I'm not going to cheat and just translate them. 9-2 something 1. Here, let's do it right here. Pumph. So 9-2 something 1. Oh, sorry, that's too low. Actually, wait, let me fix this. This is like bothersomely weird. Okay, there we go. You don't need this unless you already have it open or something. BAD. So this is just random. Also, I think... Okay, 26. Every shift... Oh! This was not fan-made. I knew I would have found this in the game, right? This is probably a screenshot from the game. If it's not, then yeah, I guess I just have to use this. I remember this. Oh yeah, I got this screenshot, but I'm sure this is just normal, right? Just as normal, but put into Beaver Scratch. 9281, yes. Thank you. Surely it's not this one, right? 9281. It is. The label says that. Screenshot that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna sound like a madman recording one of these things. You know, I just kind of need to feel like I'm talking to someone, even if I'm not. So, yeah. Shit. Where to start? You know, this week hasn't been the greatest. Well, let's say it lightly. No, this week has been horrible. Everything feels like it's just going off the deep end, and I'm just starting to wonder how much I got left.
Have you done any other ones? No.
And until she's out, I'm sitting in this office. It's big, it's cozy, yet it feels so empty. Not a single soul has entered this room in days, aside from, myself. You know what? It doesn't matter. Just remember your affirmations, and you'll be fine.
Right. I don't really know what to make of that one. I can't really be sure. Is this the last one? Yes. I don't know what to do with this, though. I'm assuming that opens something somewhere like this. Okay. Oh, snap. Too bad it not open. They're lying. Okay, I'm back here. Ooh. Okay. Okay, so now I've kind of... Okay, so first I'm not going to cheat anymore by using a translator. I'm going to use this as my translator. I'm going to open this in a new window. Because it'll make me feel more accomplished if I just do this my own. Can I open this without it being in a Reddit tab? Thank you. Okay. Every shift by 1, shift back by 1. Almost like a loop. Oh, that is... Oh, that's a fun cipher. That's really cool. So ABC would be bad. It's easy. Huh. That's so fun. That's really cool. Okay, this was fan made. Okay, cool. Okay, no, like that, right? Huh. Okay, let's get some ciphers out of the way. Because there's been some ones that I've been sitting on for a while now. Let's find some of the important ones specifically. Like some of the earliest ones. This was probably layer 2, room 3. This is just saying like where the destinations are. RxBC, didn't need that. Hate Mark, don't know what that means still. Don't know who Mark is. There's a bunch of names that are kind of still nothing. Layer 2, room 3, same as the other. Victor India Alpha. Ooh. This may have been something. Oh, that totally could have been something like whenever the other cipher where it's the first letter of the words. Dang. I wish I didn't skip through that text. I didn't know it was important. There's that. Okay, well, time to do this. Let's move this down. So, XGFQF. Oh my god. Sometimes things just happen, man. They do not like whenever you go idle for too long. Well, how about I go in here and then I pause the game. I don't really... Wait. Just keep playing. But now I'm interested. But I don't want to... Okay, I'll just translate this one. Because I want to feel accomplished. So, alright. X, so W... Snap, this is in my way. Okay. What? W... G, so... Where, I'm guessing? F, yeah, where? X... F... Where we die, I'm guessing. Nope. Where we lie? Lie? Yep, lie. Where we lie. See, that's interesting. I'm glad that I did that one because that one's interesting. Where we lie. Keep playing. Okay. But only because you begged for it. Otherwise, I would have done whatever else. This looks like a syringe. I keep thinking that it is, and then I remember that it's not. Bucky shoots up. Fun fact. I think I learned that. Dev told me. Go left. But I haven't gone this way yet. Boing, boing. Or right. Yeah, so I'll go right. Thanks for giving me the option to choose. There is still that other path that I didn't go on the left. Oh, man. Maybe I don't want to be here yet. That's a button, right? Okay, I know this. Don't give me the answer, because I know how to solve this. Dude, you finished the office section. What are you talking about? This section? No, I did not. If this is what you're talking about. Oh my god. Is that another statue? They usually are. The one you just did? Does this look like an office? Dude, I don't know. These places always look like different places. I don't know. I found the other... some part. Mount Pinatubo. Pinatubo. Oh my god. I'm guessing this is what it's called. This is sound that goes from the guy in the woods when you're trying to find your ship parts. Oh. Why don't I just look at the channel? I don't know why I didn't do this before. This is so accessible. Okay, there's a lot of these. Crash. Debug room. These were sent all at different, uploaded at different times. Dude, achievements. What? Gives you the code. What? This one? This is the most code-like achievement name. The one with the tree, right. 4742. I don't know the code to what, but I did see a door somewhere, so I'm assuming you're talking about that. That's the one that pops up. Let's try it on this. 4742. Nope. I'll find whatever code that leads to, though. I forgot about that, though. I remember I thought that was interesting, and then I totally forgot about it. Oh! No, okay. I know how to do this one. Maybe the other section. Do you still have on hand the color codes? Because, oh wait, no. It's probably like a total answer on with, what's his name? Thank you, Stumbler. I keep forgetting your name until I see it. Okay. Okay. 938. Simple. Wait. 839. I got that down. 839. 8389. Did that open this? Was this closed before? Probably. Surely. That would make sense. Ugh, there's a whole bunch of colors. Hold on. There's a button. One. There's the other side. I'm not going to watch this yet until I get this other one. Wait, try the computer again. Wow. Wow. Ooh, one. I know, right? Now I need... I don't need to. I guess I can see... Who is the... Yes, Nathan. Nathan. But I don't... I still can't get his. Okay, who am I getting then? I'm getting the story of... Henry, was it? No, this isn't Henry Waters. This is Harry Wilson. Gary Wilson. Right. Gary Wilson. Okay, wait, what did you say? Is that a real volcano? The Mount Pinatubo? What's it called? Sorry, I forgot. Where even was it? Do I still have that open? Mount Pinatubo. Ooh, is genius. Oh, snap. How many people died in the Mount Pinatubo eruption of 1991? This is 1991. Wait, this is important. This is really important. Check the eruption last. What do you mean? The last eruption was in 1991. Mountain rain. Okay, right. Coordinates, don't care. Why is it so famous? The world's largest... Oh, snap. The world's largest volcanic eruption happened in the past 100 years. 847 deaths, and it just happens to be used. What would it be? 1991 is the code, dude. It erupts again, so 1991. And is the code where? Oh wait, on the place that I don't even remember where I first found that the Pinatubo one. In here? Was it? Snap, I forgot where all the codes are. This place is a maze. I also didn't press this, but I don't want to yet. Because I don't need to. If I don't want to, I'm not going to yet. Because first I want to see where I'm blocked off from going, and then once I press it, I'll find out what that's unlocking. I'll do that in a second too. I don't want to keep getting myself wrapped up. First, I want to do this 1991 thing. Shipwrecked. This is where I entered, correct? Yeah. Did I even get Pinatubo in here? The video? Or was that in the middle room? Because I'm in the right room, whatever the place this is. Here? 1991. Snap. You got it. I don't know where I got the Pinatubo code, but you were fully right. That's what's up. That is what up. Genius Polo. Genius Polo plays. Okay, I did that. Okay, I do this because this is obvious. Right, these just go to the computer. Of course, of course. Genius, genius. How do you feel? You haven't said anything. You got it right. That's what's up. Oh, wait, no, there was a voice thing over here that I didn't listen to. Watch the... I have a prediction. I might be wrong because this game doesn't usually do this. This guy's going to be gone whenever I get it right. Whenever I get the final thing, he's going to be gone from there. I'm going to need to hide probably. My prediction. Oh, it's always in Beaver Scratch. Oh.
Today, the beach, park, and hull are all complete. We've got all of it here. Just need to set up our teleport once we have the minigames completed. Oh, it's Mark, by the way. 96. Sorry, I'm kind of excited. Why am I sorry for that?
96?
Anyways, everything is going smoothly. Liz needs to get back to me with Walter's Mall, plus his head texture, but it's smooth sailing. Yes, sailing. I think I've patched the Nova bugs, too. Even the one Harry found in the hole, where you get soft locked behind the bed. How did he even do that? I'm planning to talk to Mark later. I can't wait to show him the progress. I think it's gonna go great.
Hate Mark.
We'll have to see, though. So, signing off for tonight.
A lot of mention of Mark now. That's like the second time that someone's mentioned Mark, I believe. Which is interesting, because it was really just interesting because that one board that says hate Mark. It's pretty interesting. Oh, I only have 2 out of 3. I didn't look at the rest of these, nor did I look around them. Perhaps there is something here. I forgot where the third one would be at. Oh, okay, and then I do get control. That would be the other one. Okay, we're progressing. We're progressing. Still, still, still. Wait. Can I climb these? I can if I do that. Snap. Can I climb this? Yes! Oh, it's a roof! I thought this was just an abyss. I wanted to see if I could get through. Shame, shame, shame. It's worth a try, sort of. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh my god, there's that thing again! We saw this thing in the waterways. There's a door to it, too. Is it looking at me? It is. It's moving its head towards me. Watch, is it gonna be gone? Nope. It's chilling. Looks like Chewbacca. Okay, but I'm not done. I messed up. I messed up, man. I didn't go that one way that said in here. I probably missed the second video. That's a shame, because I have a feeling that's where that probably was. Oh well. I won't know the story of whoever that person is, but we do have the other two, so I'll get to that video whenever I get to it. It's open forever, so. The door is locked behind me. There's always some code. That one's red though. I must not be able to use it yet. Oh snap! Crystals. IBRB. Oh, okay. I didn't even notice that you said that. Okay, Starling Nathan. Starling Nathan. Starling Nathan. Interesting. Dwellers. Beaver scratched. Right. Chief Wolf. Okay, what am I looking for again? The task. Task 1. Find the crystals. There's a computer lying around somewhere, and on it is a video that contains your answer. If you visited the pool, you know what steps to do next. 2. Find my tape player. I did record the code for future use, but I forgot it. Look around, there's a tape player somewhere with a workstation code on it. Recorded by yours truly. Maybe you look for my little home away from home. Seems like a reasonable place to have it. Note. Play far away from Giovanni. He can hear these. Oh my god. Start the task. Go to the sky hallway and look for the door with the music note next to it. Press the button to begin. The monitors will instruct you what to do next. Good luck, Bucky. Man. They're giving me instructions. They're giving me things I gotta remember. Advice to stay away from people. It's a note from Cogware. 10? Is that an actual parenthesis? That's a parenthesis, not a C. Wow. Fiction. It's all rooted in fiction. It's a miraculous recovery that boy had. Near-death experience. Yeah, he's back in the park. It was a cover story. That's new. Some boy had a near-death experience. Oh. The plot. Snap. Oh, snap. You're gonna... How to say goodbye? The plaza map. Why does it move like that? Dun, dun, dun. It's interesting. Right? Gallery. Pathway to. Service hall. Exit. Plaza. So where am I? Like, in the building. Assuming I'm in the plaza. Where exactly am I? I'm locked behind a door that requires a code. This is where I get caught. This is the jail. That's interesting. Is that not on the map? Why didn't he just list them all out in one. What's the point? Cell? Is this the Sky Sim room and this is the cell? Maybe. Save. It's all very interesting. There's another code. Another code I cannot do. It's a note from Cogware 11. It gets much worse though. On that drive, photos of bodies, 4 in total. Photos of bodies, 4 in total. Very heavy blacks and whites. This wasn't the original image. It was a copy. On that drive, photos of dead bodies. That's the ones we see in the video, isn't it? I just have a feeling, an inkling. The fact these images are photocopied. Oh my god, oh my god. Dude, I had to take my headphones off. Oh my god. That was terrible. Dude, I'm getting teary-eyed of dead people. I can't. Oh my god. Dude. Oh my god. That was really bad. That was a really bad jump scare. Jesus. That was terrible. Oh my god. That made my heart... Dude. That's gonna kill me. Oh my god. There he is. Go back. I want to see. Clip it or something. It happened like just before you came back. Oh my god. Dude. That I had to like take off my headphones. I can't. I just came back. Oh snap. I'll clip it. They can still move though, can't they? Through the things. Why don't I just stay in here? Dude. I'll clip it. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's not even that loud on stream. That makes me look so silly. I'm turning this up just so y'all can... Dude, oh my god. I had to take off my headphones before I started running. I had to like fully set them on my desk. Here, wait, y'all need this up. Y'all need the volume because that's why I stopped playing. Dude. I can't even. That was like, that's not fair. They can't do that. The most... Oh, wait, I muted the game. Dude, it's only at half, too. Look how loud my footsteps are. And that jumps... Oh, dude. I can't... Oh, my God. Oh. What did it even look like? What did it look like? What was it? Wow. Oh my god. It's Gustavo. Oh my god. That's bad. I was reading too. I was in the middle of reading when he did that, I think. Because I went over there. Nope, it's gonna happen again. I have my headphones back this on. I'm ready. The bird needs to leave. Instant. Okay, the walrus can destroy you where you hide. Oh snap. If it sees you hide. I just wanted to see this. The 12 note. To me, at least means that people shared images of dead people. Oh, and you wanna know what else? Oh, where's the 13th one? So was it gonna hear me stepping around? Whatever his name is, Giovanni. It was Giovanni. It's just gonna hear me walking? 'Cause that's pretty insane. The otter appears in the black bars. Dude, what are you talking about? Did you see it? 'Cause I don't see it. So you need to hide when she does. Oh, you're talking about the strategy for each one. Are they all here? All three are here. Fantastic. There's the code. I'm glad Stumbler is nice. Nice guy. Man. Now, after all this time, now I understand, like, why this game was messing. The goose is sensitive to tapes, yeah. This is why I quit. Yeah. Oh my god. Hey, leaps. Worth it? What's worth it? The jump? Maybe. I felt pretty good about it, so. The game. I think so. I'm having a good time, so. 13? 14. I can't read that yet. I'm assuming that the other 9 are not readable, like, anywhere. Because if they are, that would be disappointing, because that means I totally missed them. I can't do any of these. I have to, like, turn them on or something, and then there's, like... Oh my god. Dude. Is its mouth moving? What? It better leave. It better go, is what it better do. It's fun hearing their voice, though. Can I move? Can I walk around? It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Oh my god, it's moving. It's looking at me. No, it's not. Bro. I want to play the 2023 version. I want to go back. Oh my god, is it gonna go up here? No, okay, I don't think it can. Dude, I just don't want a jump scare again. I can't handle another one of those. I'll have a heart attack, I just might. Dude, this is horrible. You don't have it at the volume I have it. That jump scare sounded quite quiet, but I can imagine the stress is just as real. Oh my god, it's here. the goose. Whenever I walked towards the noise, I got beat up hard. But I kind of have to, do I not? I got that jump scare when I played and immediately quit. Yeah, I'm chilling. Look at him coming. Look at him thwarting my way. He's chilling. Holy snap. He's looking at me. I think he always does that though. I think I'm chilling. If I'm not, I'm actually... He's gone. Is he gone? Am I illing? Oh, he can break the barrier if he sees me. I think he's too far. He was too far though. That just happens? That just happens. I don't even know why that happened. Did he see me from far away? Oh, the noise is so loud. Like, I feel like something bad's gonna happen if I keep just being here. I should go. I need to go where I need to go, and I think where I need to go, I'm lost. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of don't know where I need to go now. I want to go back. And I know this isn't the way back, but it's close, isn't it? Where's the door? I'm gonna get past this. I'm gonna get through this. This will not be the end of this gameplay. I will make it. Oh, that's a far fall. Okay, it was here, right? This is where I got beat up by Goose. Yes, this place. I need to find the crystals. Quote. What does it say? What does it say? Okay, yes. What did he say directly? Find the crystals. There's a computer lying around somewhere, and on it is a video that contains your answer. Oh, yes, also, I found this. Helping Nub. Did you know about this? 2 weeks ago, Stumbler posted again the hotel map. Did you know about this? Drawing a cat. I want to see this. Is that in the game? That's in the game. I forgot to pause. Oh yes, they're teasing the new game. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I'll buy the new game, but if it's anything like this, I won't beat it. Dude. That looks circular enough. This is awesome. Oh, it's the cat. It's the cat. Hold on, this extension that makes my YouTube like this is really janky. Really janky. Okay, well I don't need to care about this right now. What I do need to care about is probably this. Stumbler is so nice. He is. You know, I have really good feelings about Stumbler. I didn't at first because of that cosplay. Not cosplay, but the mascot. I guess Stumbler was breaking that figure off, and it made me feel weird. Made me a little scared. Stumbler's the realest one there is. He was made to mock Mark, but he was chosen to be a friend of the guy instead. But he chose to be a friend. Mock Mark. Mark. Okay, sorry, I did just totally read a spoiler, but I still don't know what it means. So, but there's Mark again. Oh my god, I forgot how loud I made it. Oh my god, imagine if I played like that and then I got jump scared with 50% louder than it already was. I would have actually killed myself. Can I say that on Twitch? It was a joke. It was a prank. It's me. Mimicking Prankster Tom. Dude, what is the time? It's 12:57 right now. Is that what you're asking? Alright. How are you playing this? At night? I don't know. Oh my god! Dude! I just shitted myself. I don't know, I have my lights off too, if that adds to anything. But I have this light behind me on, but it's really like damp. I can send you a picture right now if you want. It's a salt lamp. Because I find them kind of nice. That's also why earlier I mentioned how it was dark outside and my closet was creaked open. And so I fixed it. I closed my closet and I closed my blinds. Lick the salt lamp. I think a lot of people have licked this salt lamp, but I do sometimes, like once every year. It's really old, by the way, so I don't know if it's that safe to lick anymore. I can't really do the salt lamp justice by sending a picture, but it's pretty low, but I have it on the max. Only occasionally. Only occasionally. Like if I remember the fact that it's a salt lamp, I might like it. Can I get out now? Can I? There's a noise. Dude, I feel something bad happening. I feel something bad happening. That doesn't even look like an otter. That looks like a pig. She's back. Yeah, again, she's camping me. It's a note from Cogware 13. There is footage of the murders. Oh, is that what we saw? Bucky killing them? I'm assuming. We only saw two. Someone getting their head slammed, and whatever else was it? It was someone getting their head in a fire or something. But I don't think that's the murders that we're talking about, right? Because someone was waterlogged. Olivia was waterlogged. Someone named Mark, I'm guessing? No, it was Gary. Gary what? We have the names. I have the second video, right? There's 1 and there's 3. Yeah, we have 1. Nope, Hotel Investigation 09 looks as bad as this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little excited.
Hey, everyone! I need your help!
I need your help. But he needs our help. Why don't we just recommend it? Awesome. And it's first person. Oh, yeah!
Coming up
This is exciting.
next. Today.
This is some good music, though. Oh, that's cool. This looks cool. This looks cool. I'm not going to spoil myself too much. I usually don't like to look at trailers. I got to play Inscription, man. Anywho's. Right, I got to get back on track. Oh, I have to play this tape player, right? Workstation code. Okay. Let's pay attention. I'm going to get ready to write something down if I really need to.
Hello, future stumbler. It's me, past stumbler. I have the code. Going forward, if you ever need to turn on the workstations, the code is 1997. The year when all went wrong. Alright, that's all. Toodles! You look great today, by the way.
Have you not gotten to this part? Oh, it's Stumbler. Yeah, he tells, he's like, I left this tape for myself. So, me, if you find it, that's cool. Stumbler is so cool. Yeah. Oh, wait, no. There's a computer lying around somewhere. On it is the video. I think the video with your answer. He's not talking about the map, is he? Because this isn't really an answer or anything. No, dude, I quit right whenever I got the ostrich jump scare. That's fair. So this is, you're blind. You're blind, aren't you? Well, maybe besides the story, I imagine you might know that still. But you're blind, game. You're blind, man. If you visit the pool, you know what steps to do next. I don't understand this. If you visited the pool, I'm blind, can't see. Maybe get your hands out of your eyes. There's no monsters on the screen right now. I only know the story, but you've almost got it figured out. Interesting. I did record the code for future use, but I forgot it. Look around. There's a tape player somewhere around with a workstation code on it, recorded by yours truly. And maybe look for my little home away from home. Seems like a reasonable place to leave it. The pool had the music. There's no music though. I don't know. I still don't. If you know, it doesn't even matter. I found the tape player. Step 2, find the tape player. Right. Find the crystals. Did that. Don't care about that. Found it. Note, play far away from Giovanni. He can hear these. I don't have a choice. I can't move your tape around. Start the task. Go to the sky hallway. Okay. So I have to input this somewhere. And I think I know where. Ah, snap. I hate moving around, man. It's kind of far away, too. It's kind of on the other side. Dude, I'm done for. What was that? Was that not just me? Was there something there? Like right in front of me? Gary is Giovanni, Nathan is the walrus, and Olivia is the ostrich. Oh, snap. I did not guess that. But I could have eventually. That makes sense. That makes total sense. Wait. I meant to... No. Oh, my God. I just auto-clipped that. I did not mean to do that. Now I need to delete that. Wait, but first I need to see it. I have to input this. Ew, I hate that voice. I sound silly. Man in black vars. Okay, can I still get it? It's a little far now. Oh, now I can't, can I? Vars. See? I just did it. These are all clips. Oh. Oh my God, is it happening again? Why does that keep happening every time I'm out? I don't know what that noise is, but... Look. Oh, no, that's the question mark. I got scared by the question mark. Goofy. Okay, I think I can go this way. What do I do? No matter what, I make footsteps. Okay. I know what to do and where to go. Majorly. It's really close. Can I see you pass by? That would kind of help me out to know where you are. There's you, Jesus. I need Giovanni to get out of here. Immediately. Oh my God. Jesus, I jumped and I'm not even playing. Dude, the bars are pretty good. That was pretty good. Like that, it just every time those show up. You're not the one making the noise, are you? Are y'all both here or are you doing that? Because I feel like that's you. Because every time that noise comes up, you show up in the bars. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. I think y'all are both here. I'm making the noise. Knock it off. Hey, thanks. I don't know which way it's going, though. I don't have both ears on. I'm playing like I always do, with my left ear on the headset, left ear out, or right ear out. That's how I always play. Because otherwise I get really loud. Because I stop having like a... It goes down? I don't want to go down here, but I didn't go down here before, so this is new. Oh, snap, man. Is this also just computers that have been turned off or are currently off? Is this what he was talking about with the computer that has my answer quote? I don't see anyone else down here. No, is this 15? This is 1. I was at the offices last night. I had brought a drive with me. It contained our presentation for Broadside. Snap, I messed up. I can't hide anywhere. I remember watching Jacksepticeye play Duck Duck. Dude, I'm kind of messed up, I'm not gonna lie. There's like nowhere I can... Sorry, I have to read your message in a second. I'm like locked right now. It's really close. I'm guessing that's Giovanni. Giovanni jump scared me last time with that noise. But I never see him. I think I saw him after I got jump scared by him, and then I like saw him walk away, but that's the only time I've seen him, assuming that was him. That might have been someone else. I had this friend named Giovanni in 7th grade. He was cool. And then I talked to him rarely in 8th grade. Was he Italian? Maybe. He had really black hair. And then I had this kid who was my friend in 7th and more mainly 8th grade. Yo, it's really loud. He better be close. I want to see him. Because I want to know if he's in my presence. Like, okay, good to have some confirmation. And then I had this friend named Aaron. How loud is this? There. He was Asian, and he was like one of the cooler people I knew in 8th grade. I had him in my algebra class. He was like smart because that was just like his thing, but he was super dope. And then I had this kid. I'm not gonna mention him. And then I knew this kid, Jesse. His name wasn't actually Jesse. That's what we called him. It was like a nickname, oddly enough. It's supposed to be because he was shaved, like Jesse from Breaking Bad, but he didn't actually look like Jesse. It was just some stupid name one of my other friends made up for him. I hated him. I hate him. Really made me hate 8th grade. That was actually my least favorite grade because of him. And was he a meth addict? He probably will be someday. He was the whitest kid I knew, but he was truly the most annoying person I've ever met. That was a nightmare grade because of him, being fully honest. Layer 3. I know this. This is not new information. Thanks, though. I'll still take your information, Stumbler, but that is not much of an answer. Where's 2? Is this 2? 2. When I slid my drive into the slot, nothing I included was there, but instead a branching web of folders, the contents of which were repulsive. Okay. Well, now I'm getting the full scoop. 1 to 9, I'm guessing. I still don't have 14. I didn't read it because I wasn't there yet. Many different folders. So many names. So many labels. So many mistakes. It's sickening. I'm assuming I can move around regularly because that's what I'm going to do. Hey, this is new. Where is this? These places, these ones always like show something somewhere. I feel like one of these is going to have something important on it. Let me just survey these real quick. You know, while there's no one near me, I might as well have a little recreation time. Right? Okay, there's nothing. Let's play it. The label says log 2. Should I do that yet? I'm not going to. First, I'm going to check if there's a log 1 on this side. That feels like an okay choice. No log 1, so I'll listen to this one first, though. Fast. 1997, right?
Into the game, I wanted to add a bit of my own flair. So I migrated the files from our convention demo into the game. When people find it, it'll be like they're seeing our history, seeing what was corrupted by corporate suit and tied fuckwits.
Mark? Bro, what is up with Mark, man? Was he good or was he bad? He couldn't... Well, no. I don't know. What's up with Mark, man? What happened? I already know this. Okay, well, Giovanni's far away. I can play these. Dude, 1997 on the TVs. No, that's 1995. Silvertech Prime. I guess that's just the computers. Unless you're talking about the ones in there. I didn't read those.
I just looked at the numbers.
Hmm.
The entire brand's been going down the drain. The stocks, I've never seen stocks get this fucking low. And we're still bringing people on. We're still expanding. At this point, what the fuck's a layoff gonna do? It'll sink us further into the shit! Okay, you know the best option. I think the best option we've got. I've been it's been going in my head for like the past 5 fucking hours now.
That says 1995. That does not say 1997.
Okay, you know we've been basically dumping money into the.
That is fully.
I don't know what exactly they're making. I haven't heard.
He's
from them
here.
in months. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do.
What Stumbler said, 1997. I know. I thought you were talking about on the computers. I know what it was. I know what the code was. Stumbler said the code. Yes, I know it was 1997. I'm not talking about that. Why did you think I was talking about what Stumbler said? You said the computer said 1997. Just try it on the TV. What TV? I can't. None of these work. All of the codes are red. I think everything's offline. Try it on the TVs. They don't work. You can't do anything. You can't do any of these codes. He's still talking. I wasn't even listening to anything he said now. Because I'm not going back because someone came. I think that was Olivia. Whatever her actual name is. Whatever her character name is. It was like Olive, maybe. Oh, snap. Find the other TVs and try it. All of the TV codes are red. Dude. He just comes out of nowhere too. He turns into shapes and stuff. And he just does what he wants. Is he here? I want to see him. It's a good thing he has a very noticeable noise. It's nice to hear his voice too, assuming this is the in-character voice. Bucky, E. Is that him? No, seeing things. I hate that sound clip. It's like ba da ba da ba. I think he's getting far. You need to do the music code on the Crystals video. The Crystals video. I still don't have that. I never found, unless I do, and I didn't know that is the one that he was talking about. I still haven't found the video that is the answer, quote, by Stumbler. Unless it was the Plaza map, but I don't think that's what he's talking about. That doesn't make too much sense. 11 seconds video. Oh, snap, I need to hide. Okay. Do this. Oh, you don't have that. Whoa. Did I miss it? Or am I just not there yet? Silly song about when life was better. Discontent. Crash. I still could watch all of these, but I'm not going to yet. Just in case. Just in case either they get revealed through the game, or because I'm kind of locked in right now. Find a switch. I think I know where the switch is. I can't find it. I was there before, but I left because I forgot. I think I started following a different path. It was up here. Yes, because up here is where the paper is. This one. I stopped going in here because I wasn't at 14. I was on 13. And then I went to go look for 13, and then I got beat up by Giovanni. I want more than anything to say what I found, yet I can't. It'll ruin us. These guys are our only paying clients in years. Fucking hate this. Sorry guys, I had to let out a bad one there. The game said it, not me. So please don't sue. Okay, this is what he was talking about. He was talking about go through the door with the music code. But that means now I have to solve this. I'm glad that there's a can here. Okay, so DECD. Wait, what? Oh, snap. I'm missing a video, aren't I? The video is the answer. Do you want the code? Heck no. I'll find it. Okay. Well, are you sure? I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and not take answers, because I'd never be proud of just taking answers. I never am. Plus, I think I can get this. The crystal video. No way I missed a video in the crystal room. I can check again, but that doesn't make sense. Oh my god, that was my candle. I thought that was a person. It is here. I keep getting lost. Olivia is always in here. Every time that I've been in here, she'll always do some goofy thing. There's nothing. There's nothing. Okay, I have to keep looking. Dude, I have an idea of where I have to look, but I really don't want to go back, because that's where I got beat up by Giovanni. And now I'm like, I'm not gonna lie. I remember this. There's another thing. Hey, that's the first time I've seen a secret in a This is what he was talking about. This is... Let me find it again. Jesus, let me clean up my tabs real quick. Let me just make sure. I'm gonna get rid of like most of these. Get rid of that. Gamecade, I already had that. Yellow equals 4. Get off Blue Sky. Get off Harry Potter question. Waterway demo. Haven't needed that in a while. Don't need the clip. Caesar, dude, did you hide in game? No, you're right, I didn't. I keep doing that. There we go. I don't need Starling Nathan. Yeah, I can get rid of that now. Beaver Scratch, let's keep that. Your first mission. Here it is. Okay. Let me keep cleaning through these. I don't need that anymore. I do need these. Mount Pinatubo. The Plaza map. Helping Nub. Let's get rid of that. Layer 3, I don't need that. Okay. Cleaned. Okay. Where did he mention that? He mentioned that in ciphers. He said, now last thing. There's 2 more colors. So we found the other one. Yellow is 7. But they've honestly slipped my mind. He's such a goofball, dude. In a good way. Oh, and 6. Okay. Let's just call it purple. That's like magenta, but let's just say purple. Which one is this? It's 9. Okay. Before Studio Grounds. Studio Grounds. That's the name I was trying to remember earlier. Studio Grounds probably made the mascots, I'm guessing. Like, the commercial. I know it said, the animation people made the commercial, but they just funded it, right? Like, no way they made it, or else it would have been animated, right? Studio Grounds just sounds like they owned an entire island. Before Studio Grounds, I don't know what 8 is. Who owned an entire island? And on that island, at the very least, there were 3 deaths. 3 deaths and no news coverage? Why? Well, now I need to hear these in order. I need to hide here. That way I can get a wide spread of this room. Now I know what's going on. Look, he's going to pop out right there. He's going to go from one side to the other. And if he goes in here, I'm not going to be happy. Maybe he's just near me and he's going to go some other way. Maybe he won't pop out here. That would be better. Probably. But I kind of do want to see what direction he goes. That would give me a better idea. Takes a little bit. So, did you also type that? Purple equals 4? 6. Just to have in memory. Not that it needs it to be in chat. If anything, I could just put it in Dino chat, and then I could have it there. Oh, snap. There's the otter. That looks more like an otter and less like a pig. That's better. I still haven't listened to that tape either. Oh, you need to leave me alone. Especially because if I play this tape, I'm dead meat. Jesus. What is this? Can I move a little bit? Alright. I'm gonna make a risky play just because there we go. I was gonna move from this trash can to that trash can just to see what happens because I was tired of waiting. Snap! I didn't...
Liz here again. Wanted to keep track of where we are right
I didn't see
now.
what it was called.
The other day, Mark took myself and the rest of our team out for coffee.
Mark,
It was
good guy.
pretty nice, but it was also somewhat unnerving. It was probably the first time through this whole adventure that the reality of my situation sunk in for me. Like, that's the CEO of Broadside Animation Studios. A massive animation titan in the industry is just here, waiting for our team to help it. That's genuinely such a crazy thought. But if he enjoys our game, that's going to be life-changing. It's just a lot, honestly. But it's okay.
Is this Elizabeth?
I think we'll all be enjoying our time on Easy Street once
Might
we
be
show
Olivia.
Mark the game. Anyways, that's all. Toodles.
Occasionally my parents call me waste of space, loser, piece of shit. It's unnerving because my actual name is Mark. Is this the Mandarin effect? Dude, Mark sounds like a cool guy. Maybe he's... Okay, so he's the CEO of the animation place. And, you know, I still don't know. Studio Grounds might have made it, but they made the commercial, did they not? They have the Bucky. They have the mascots. But no, because that's animation. I'm just going to make sure, because... Well, no, I know what it says, too. Let me find the actual site. What is it called? Gear or something? I already mixed it up with that before. I'm just going to wait for this guy to pass. What is it called? Cogware Games. as well as providing reference photos and even making a full commercial for our game. This is the commercial.
Hey, everyone, I need your help.
Jesus, this dude needs to get a move on. Turn on the what is it? I'm like forgetting now. This guy needs to turn on the jets, cause I'm sitting here forever. I know I'm safe in this can unless Walrus Man comes up, who I haven't seen in a while. I just heard him and jeez, I think he's getting closer. He's loud now. I wish I could look. Like, I wish I could zoom my camera, but this ain't no Roblox. Is this the Mander effect? Look at that. Look at the... Is he gone? We're chilling. Is this the man dildo effect? That's a good one. I like that one. That's a good one. Eight. Oh, and it gets worse. Do you want the music code? No, I'm looking for it. So much worse. Not only have guests died, but employees have too. I wish I was reading these in order. If I really do need the music code, then yeah, well, I'll ask, but otherwise I don't yet. Do you see this? This is a code. I can't get the full picture though. It's too far. Oh, that's like totally something, right? Like I feel like this is one of those things that's like a symbol code and it's like those really advanced ones. I don't know. Of course I couldn't do those, but you know. At least that's what I think it is. It might just not be. Why can't I do any of these yet? Why are they off? Do I have to turn them on? I'm not doing this music code either. Am I supposed to find this video like this? Like... I think this place just makes that noise. Naturally. Oh my god, this is where Walrus is. Or this is where he's been the past 2 times I've seen him, so... I think. Oh man. Doing this again, like stealth, it like makes my stomach kind of sink in. New video. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Boom 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 ma 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 ma. I'm winning. But now I'm interested. I want to see some of these notes. I feel confident, so I'm striding with confidence. You see me? You see me just walking? I think someone's close. Noise gets a little bit louder. But I can't do who... I still can't tell whose noise is whose. What is this? There's a door. Exit. This is... Okay. Exit. Right here. But that's not good, because that means I'm going to have to come back from where I'm going, and I was hoping this place would be the exit. Last 4 notes. Last 4 notes? What do you mean? Oh, is this like the last music code? I don't know what you mean, sorry. Last 4 notes. Okay, so... let's do this. Hey, I know how to play this, remember? I was talking about singing crystals, right? 11 seconds. The last... Okay, so there's 4. D-E-C-D, but it's just D-E-C-D. So let me get my keyboard is still next to me. How convenient. I don't need to play it. I just need to know what notes there are. Okay, so I should ignore that note. Which is fine, because that note rarely plays. Okay. Wait, no, the colors. Oh yeah, the colors are interesting. It's a color one. Oh snap, dude. Oh snap. Okay, so D, E, C, D. Oh, I fully understand. Okay, so D, E, C, D is. So C is which one? So C is green. I'm gonna write this down. Where's my pen? I know you can type it, but I don't really need that because I don't want to keep going back and forth. C equals gr. Okay, so D was blue. Blue. D goes blue. My mouse pad has so many like codes written on it. Red. Okay. No, snap. Okay. I don't know why I'm not using my mouse. Okay, or my controller. D, E, C, D. D. No, keep trying the notes. The color might be a different puzzle. Oh, okay. Well, now I'm going to try this because I wrote it down. Oh, wait, that's just... Okay, whatever. I wrote it down and I hope it works, because if it doesn't work, that means I'm going to have to do the note thing again. Which I'm sure it is the note thing. Oh my god. You're back again. I'm tired of you. I'm going to be so... Dude. Every time. You know, you need to get out of here. Y'all all walk slow, but you walk slow, man. Oh, both of them! There's a timer to turn on the workstations. Oh yeah, don't the golden computers... Yeah, I forgot about that. 10 minutes. You sound There you are. Are you the one who makes that noise? You have a pipe on you. Oh my god. Made a leap, okay. Am I okay? Can I do the puzzle now? I'm fine. Okay, quick. What was it? D blue. Oh, I'm sure it's not the... What is that noise? I never know what that is. It just happens sometimes. I'm doing pretty good though. I haven't gotten jump scared, and I hope that doesn't like out me. Like I hope I didn't just jinx myself. But you know, I'm doing pretty good. I've kind of got these people's strategies down. Thanks to your help, probably. I would probably have messed up a few more times otherwise. Okay. So, blue, green, whatever, all that, I need to remember. You sent it before. I don't know where it is. Didn't you put it like here? I think I missed it. Dude, I'm backseating, aren't I? A little bit, but otherwise I need your code work. Not with the timer thing, I kind of knew that. Like, assuming you're talking about what Stumbler talks about with the golden thing. I think I did know that. I'm not even gonna bother with the colors. It might not be that. But now I think it's worth a try, because you totally brought up a valid point with these being colors. That just, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Well, now I'm gonna remember. He put them. Why am I looking? He put the codes. Okay. So it should be right. What is it? DECD. DECD. That means it's blue, red, green, blue. Blue, red, green, blue. 3893. 3893. 3893. If this doesn't work, I'm gonna be depressed. Okay, let's do this. Let's get the tally sheet out. I need sticky notes. I shouldn't be writing on my mouse pad anymore because seriously, it's getting messy. I should have just started this. Okay, whatever. Let's get the tally workout. If you feel like doing this too, then you should, because I messed this one up last time. So, no, why am I doing CED? I should do CDE. That was so dumb. I can't even get rid of it. Okay, I just have to start down here. No. CDE. That makes sense. Okay. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Boom bum bum boom bum 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 boom 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 boom. Am I safe? I'm chilling. Boom 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 boom. Snap, man, I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting kind of lost. I'm lost. I don't know why I skipped back. I just need to restart because I was getting kind of messed up there. It's okay. I was already gonna start a new sheet anyway. Okay, C, D, E. Let's get this right. Okay. Did he just try to kiss me? Yeah, you did a little bit. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, I know you're in my borders, eh? But you're nowhere near me. 2 viewers. One of them is Streamlabs. Wait, is there? One of them is you. One of them might be me. One of them is probably Streamlabs. But the fact is that it is you. Wow, famous. I know, right? Dude, I was getting a lot during that that art stream. I was getting like 5. I got 6 at one point. It was kind of weird because that was like the most nothing stream ever. But I don't know. It was cool. It was like consistent of 5, which means that at least like 3, sometimes 2 people were interested. 2 random people. pretty fascinating. But I didn't ever want to check the users because I feel like it would be rude. Oh, so I'm lost again. Okay. I got it. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. New Deltarune patch just released. That doesn't mean anything to me unless anything actually changed. But I will check what changed today. Fixed an issue in the room with fireworks where the floor switch can be pressed by an invisible character. Don't know what that means. Key items. Oh, snap. Okay, yeah. Master volume. Additionally, there are other minor aesthetic fixes across 2, 3, and 4. That's interesting. Key items received from the ball machine no longer incorrectly persist out. Key items received but no longer incorrectly. This caused numerous issues, including not being able to receive the shadow crystal from a certain boss. Fixed an okay, he's talking about lancers. You can get key lancers to the point where you can't get the shadow crystal. I remember this. Yes. Fixed an issue where Susie and Rouse would appear completely shadowed if defeated by a boss's attack. Huh. In a boss's attack. In a room. In a room where Susie destroys houses, she no longer stops moving erroneously after the battle. However, she now slides around erroneously. Apparently, this is better. I don't know what that means. I think I know where he's talking about, though. Oh, wait, no. It's the exact room. It's interesting. Attempted to fix issues on board 1 where you see duplicate Rouses as well as make Rouse disappear indefinitely. Huh. That's interesting. Okay. Fixed some places where the characters... Dude, why did you get me, like, totally messed up? I am so far... Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I'm back on. I know what's happening music-wise. I remember. Fixed some places where the characters were the normal color in an area that has abnormal... abnormal coloration. Fixed an issue where it's possible to get temporarily stuck in a playable piano. Interesting. Fixed an issue during an optional battle where damage numbers down to a player were not visible. Additionally, the heal numbers were moving farther to the right every time they appeared. That's funny. Removed the erroneous appearance of a duplicate Chris. Oh, yes, I remember that. People were talking about that. The duplicate Chris in the closet. I remember this. PC only. Fixed various display issues with the microphone select menu. Additionally, fixed a potential soft lock if you have no microphones attached. Okay, cool. Huh. Pretty cool, innit? Some of those were interesting, so thanks. But now I need to focus. Snap. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Dude, I might be wrong. If this is wrong, I'm gonna ask for the code. Are you still there? You better still be there. Not that you need to chat. It's just, you better still be there in case I need this code. Okay, what is it? DECD. I'm here, coolio. D. So, snap. I guess that's... Really? Right whenever I try to do the code? D is 8. You know if I'm wrong, so D, that can't be 10. So I am wrong. That might as well be 9. We'll put that as 9. Is it wrong from the 8? Do I already have that wrong? Because that might be 9. D might be 9 because wrong fully. The first. Do you want the code? Yes. I tried, okay? That's all that matters. How? How is that the code? 5525. Is this what you were saying with the last 4 notes? Is it like 11 seconds as in 10-minute timer? No, but I paused. So I think I'm fine, right? It doesn't, the 10-minute timer doesn't start until I do this, right? 1997, I forgot about that, you're right, yeah. 10 minutes, turn on all war. Wait, but this is terrible. Oh my god, my life is ruined. This is what it meant. Oh my god. There he is. Will it be fine if I just get out? Will he get mad at me? I think you just need to run. Do you think? Jesus. I don't think I need to just run. Am I done for? I'm fine. Don't listen to me. Yeah. I suffered the consequences for that. Okay. That's fine. They're both about to leave, and then I'll be fine. Jesus. $20 workstations. I know. I can't be sure where they are either. I just have to. It's like awful. This is like. Is that it? Is that a death? Boo! Did I catch you off guard? It's funny. You're the bane of my existence, friend. He's mad at me. You're in prison. Oh snap! 1990. Bucky. Where is it? He has the jail. Where am I? Oh, what is it? Where is it? He tells you. He tells you the code. I fully forgot what it was. Computer? No. Is it Dweller? Dweller. 7418. Like, really? Really? You got us. Look, 2 options. Either we use the respawn button and go home, or you find a way to break us out. I'm not using my buck teeth to chew through that. I know what it is. Don't ask about that. What is it? 7418, 7418, 7418, 1997. I need to get out and I need to... Does this count? Is this one? No, it's not. Let it be known, friend. I hate you. Genuinely. What did I do? Immediately? Remember when I asked you to take me home? Oh, that's totally true. He did that. Can you stop talking? Yeah. Whatever happened to that? Why am I even calling you that? You're not my friend. I don't even know you. Just keep going. I don't care anymore. I literally have no choice. Neither do you, so back off. Dude, you forced Bucky to travel where his evil friends... He can suck it up. I'm done for. Jesus, that was close. That was really, really close. This one, this one, this one. Come on. Jesus, can I pause? I think I wanted to see something you said. Dude, you forced Bucky to travel where his evil friends go to evil. Try to kill you evilly. Dude. Polo did this. How many do I have? I wish I had a count on my screen or something. Can I go through here? It's not worth it. It's not worth trying. But it might be. I ain't do nothing. You gifted me this game, which I thank you profusely for. Oh my god, you're here. I thank you for this experience, but Bucky does not. So, that blood's on your hands, kind of, I'm not gonna lie. Am I chilling? Am I chilling if I get out? I'm chilling. I'm out. I'm running. I could really care less. Dude, I'm so dead. Oh my god. I'm gonna get jump scared really hard. I just need to go fast. Oh my god. This is like the most clenched. Dude, I can't hide. I can't. Where even are you? I know you're gonna come here too. You have to. And then I have to wait for you to leave. Are you done? You're gone. Oh my god. Dude, I have 10 minutes. What happens after 10 minutes? I have to do this all again. Dude, this is a nightmare. This is like such a nightmare part. Dude, these jump scares are actually so well made. They are. Jesus, I know where I have to go. I know where I have to go. Okay, I probably can't run. I feel like he's probably sensitive to that. He might also be sensitive to my walking. I genuinely can't tell. There's nothing in here? Oh, you're joking. Okay, come on. Was there anything in here? Okay, there's the timer. I saw that, but I didn't actually get to see what the time was. I just know it was there. Something up here? I know there's something up here. I actually remember this. How many do I have? 5? I have 5 out of 20. I know there was a way in through here, but... What? Oh, that's not a... That's something totally different. What? Oh my god. Getting cheeky with it. That's where you put the music one? What do you mean that's where you put the music one? Is that him? Who is on the bed? The colors? Oh my god, you're right. Maybe, I guess. I'm assuming you're right, and that's cool. Dude, this person needs to leave. Oh my god. I know you can get off of that, and you need to, for the better of all of us. I know you're not stuck, because if you are... That's so cool. That's a cool feature with the boxes. That's honestly really cool. I'm gonna have to do it. I'm risking it. I'm fine. She's stuck. She's stuck. She can't see me. She can't get me. She's stuck on the bed. I don't even know. I'm like... I shouldn't... I don't know where he is. Does he know where I am? If he... I'm fine. There's another one right there. I'm not even gonna make it. I'm on like way too low of time. I really kind of slipped up. Otter's gone. Otter's gone. right? He walks so slow. Check out this clip. I'm fine. I don't even remember saying I'm fine because I'm really not. I really risked it for the biscuit. Am I done for? I'm fine. Now I just have to wait. Jesus, I just gave myself another like 15 seconds. 15 to 30, because this dude walks really slow. Oh, I can pause, like, fully. Let me check out that clip, yeah? I'm gonna have to do it. I'm risking it. I'm fine. She's stuck. She's stuck. She can't see me. She can't get... That's pretty good. I don't care about that other person's clip of Shipwrecked 64. I like my clip of Shipwrecked 64. Dude, and then I got totally double troubled there. They both came. Whose other voice is that? Is someone else nearby? Dude. I think there's like, I think they're all on me or something. Because like, what is happening? This is like an overload. Mental overload. If I get out, who's gonna see me? I feel like it's worth checking, right? Maybe? I have to go this way. No, I don't. This is the opening. Which is bad because I didn't want an opening. I wanted to find the next computers, and I don't know where they are. I don't know where they could be. I'm like doomed. Oh my god, what was that? He didn't care. I don't even know what to say. You have any thoughts on this? Can I make this jump? You're gonna see me. You're gonna see me really, really bad. Most stressful game I've played in a good while, I'm gonna be honest. Uh-oh, bro aloni. BRB, in this time that I need most. Oh my god. That's where you are. Is this thing let me in? It's time to let me in, or something like that, you know? It's time to start theory crafting. Fuck hell. Jesus. It's so bad. I guess I'm writing this more for, dunno, relief, peace of mind. Hard to say, really. All I know is this is gonna stick with me. I have to walk out in the open so much. It's such a struggle. Dude, I don't even know. My heart is under some pretty bad conditions. Can I even do this? Can I? Like, this is a real challenge. No point in asking, right? The point is to do. Was that him? I feel like I see him. I thought I saw blue, right? It's one down. Jesus. Stupid question mark, man. I have to move faster than this too. I have to like be going places no matter what. Okay. I have no choice. I can only go this way. There's someone in there. Jesus. Oh my god. Okay, go this way. I don't think she'll see me. Motherfucker. Let's go here. Am I being chased by anyone? Is anyone after me currently? Yes. Yes, yes, they are. There's the chicken man. I believe I'll be safe if I do this. Everyone is so close to me. It is like, this is claustrophobic with how like on me everyone is. Like everyone is on my back. Everyone needs to back off. No, you're coming this way. I have to go this way, maybe? Am I fine in here? I think I am. Jesus, I put in the wrong code. Bush said heart emoji. To what? Yo, the stream. What do you mean, yo, the stream? Oh, to the stream. Coolio. Oh, bro. Radio. Am I fine? Can I get out? I really don't know. But don't go that way. Don't go that way. Oh, fuck. This is the wrong way. I shouldn't. I think I'm fine like this. I can't tell. There you are. Where did you see me from? You saw me from so far away. I think I'm okay. Like, if I get out now. I know. You're gonna see me. You're gonna see me. I can't even see that side of the room. she hates you. I think she does. I don't know where she could be because of this camera. I can see outside, but that's really not helpful. I'm not making the worst time though, being honest. I wish you wouldn't come in here because now that you're in here, I'm pretty messed up. Okay, this is the best view I can get of this room. This is the best view. You need to leave. Not that way. Go. Oh my god, you came in here just to turn around. I wanted to go that way. Dude, this is... Yeah, I was saying this while you were gone, but I'm like afraid of the fact of like, what if I can't do this? Like, this is a real challenge. What if it's hard? Like, what if I actually... From where? From right there. Back on over there. Cool, yeah. I just had to try it. There's that pig. I like can't do anything. I am so forced into a wall right now. Okay, you're being railed right now. I know, it's like what does one expect me to do? How many do I have? I have 7 and I have 3 minutes. I need to see if I'm gonna, after this, I'm watching a video of someone do this. I need some encouragement. I need some strategy because doing this alone, I don't think so. I don't think so, man. I just can't. You're not alone when I'm here. I'm not, but even you haven't gotten past. Yeah, you're right. I will say this is a much better experience with you here. With you alone, I would not be having probably the encouragement. I wouldn't have ended the stream, maybe, but I would not have the encouragement to even keep doing this. Like, I would have been like, I'm alone, it's super dark, and this game is scary. Nah. What? Maybe I just run. Like, let him come up here and run for it. Because I am on a rooftop. Who is not going to see me up here? You also wouldn't know what the hell to do. You're right. Hey, I probably would have done some puzzles. I'm sure I could have done a good few of these on my own. But you did help on... I can't remember which ones, but I know you helped on some. Don't you mind you. I know how to cipher. I know how to code. I know how to puzzle sometimes. It's just hard. Don't let my foolish moments distract from my greatest. I don't even know where the others could be. I have 9. I'm also super lost. Jesus, someone's gonna be around this corner. Because I don't know where anyone is right now. I'm like shocked. I'm not, like... The fact that I'm not seeing anyone is worrying. Because with everyone gone, I don't know like where I can go. Like, I don't know where they are. That's what's so scary. Everyone is just where they are. Like, I'm walking blind here. It's pretty bad. Do I get an increase of time every time that I get one of the codes right? Like, that's just hopeful thinking, but do I get like maybe plus 5 seconds, anything like at all? Or is this just impossible? Because I don't even know. This is... You get a bonus of having to do it again. Because this game is just so fun. I'm not even saying that in a derogatory way. This game is fun, but like... Look how fast that one is. Look at the border on that one. You have to do that in like 2 seconds. That's crazy. The times are randomized. Oh, I failed. Welp. Low key. I'm exiting so I can watch a video. Because I don't just want to sit there. Oh, hey, look at my room. Hey, let's look at these bonuses. We can take a bonus break. And take a moment away from this stress. How about that? Yeah. Do you even know what this online play is for either? You know what that's about? Don't say if you do. Actually, no. It might be too late, but don't say if you do because I still haven't run into that. The online play in the settings. The online stuff, yeah. It's interesting. Really interesting still. Let's take a look at some of these. There's a group photo. Oh, I think that's the website stuff. Oh, interesting. Really interesting, huh? Still don't know what this is. I like missed a secret. Olive photographed. Sound SG. That's what's it called? I forgot what it's called. It's called like a something box. I don't know. But they are the people who made it. They are the people who made the ad. The Studio Grounds. Also the Studio Grounds Vandal. I've been thinking about this still. This is really interesting. Apparently there was supposed to be an Xbox port of this, but it was put on the back burner for the hotel one. So like they're just saving it. They're not saving it, but like they're holding that off. Or how so? Old cartoon frame. I already saw this. I saw this in the game. Duh. Less development on the Xbox port to release the Hotel 9 quicker. Fair enough. Coolio. Yeah, this can fully get put on the Xbox pretty easy. I'm playing with an Xbox controller right now, so it's cool. Do you think I can get there? Oh, I'm stuck though. I can't do anything here. Oh, man. Well, at least I'm here. It's pretty cool, right? It'll probably be like DDLC Plus or One Shot World Machine, where it's a virtual desktop and doesn't open Edge or whatever. Oh, is that how World Machine works? Also, I didn't know DDL Plus did that. I'm still yet to play Doki Doki like fully. Like I never played it myself. I remember I watched people play it way back when. Never played it myself. I might as well nowadays. Time to watch a video because I can't do this. What is this game called? Shipwrecked. 64. We're so far from the premise. The original DDLC is better because it has actual fourth wall breaks and not the silly virtual desktop ones. DDLC virtual desktop. Oh, that is really silly. Yeah, no, I hate that. Huh. Oh, and yeah, World Machine would have to have that. Let me see that. One Shot World Machine virtual desktop. Wow. Oh, that is lame. still cool. It's a good game with good puzzles, but did you get Photoshop legally? Don't ask me that. You're not supposed to ask that. But legally, for legal reasons, of course. What? Don't ask that. Of course I did. I'm a good citizen. Are you accusing me? We're not getting out of the pipes with this one. We're not leaving the plaza with this one. You have Photoshop, but still use Krita. I use Krita to draw. Why would I use Photoshop to draw? Oh, no, I guess I totally could. Doesn't it have stuff? Like brushes. Or Illustrator. I don't have Illustrator yet. Boom, 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 boom. Don't mind those. It's my thumbnail. This was a good thumbnail too. Let me just show this off. Let me show this off because I never got to before. Look at this. Oh snap, I messed up though. Did I never fix that? It's fine. Doesn't matter now, but if anything I can still change it. But holy thumbnail maker. I know, right? This was a bang thumbnail. I don't know if I still have the other one saved on here. And then the sucks. That's what I gotta say about that. Where is it? I hate it. Shipwrecked 64. Pipes? People keep saying the pipes. Gary Wilson's death cutscene. No. I know he was talking about in the game the best ARG you've never played. That's whatever. My Plaza route. This is all whatever. I don't need to see this. All bosses and all endings. I'm sure there's plenty of endings. It's the Plaza. Plaza. Excuse me. Bittersweet Plaza. What does this mean? Oh, my Plaza route. Okay, yeah. A true gem of a horror game. I don't know. Ugh. I think I saw this before. I've seen these guys before, but I never cared because I thought it was just some FNAF fan game. Being fully honest, I think that's why. Shipwrecked 64 is amazing. Jeez, I guess I totally missed the... I totally missed the mark on this one. Holy praise. Here's the second one I made. This one kind of sucks. I was supposed to put Deltarune on top, and then I messed it up, and I couldn't fix it because it was already saved as a PNG and not a Photoshop file. What'd you say? To be honest, it is very, very similar to the original FNAF lore. It is, as far as I'm following along. Anyways, what was I even showing off? Oh, yeah, I was supposed to be, like, checking if this had brushes. How stupid. Why am I even doing this? It does not have brushes. That's why I use Krita. I use Krita for the brushes. Okay, get off of here. Right, I'm supposed to be looking at this. Let's check this out. Did it in 7 minutes. Illustrator's the Adobe one I was thinking of. Oh, okay. I forgot about this place. This isn't fair, man. You do it so fast because you're getting lucky. Like, what if they gang up on you? I get totally ganged up on near the beginning sometimes. And it's totally like... The first time I did it, I have the clip of it. I don't have the clip. I'll have to go back and look at it. But, dude... Walrus Man, Wally Walrus was coming at me from the main door. I start going through the hallway. Birdman, Gustavo, Giovanni, his name. Okay, now you gotta hide and you gotta wait for like 10 minutes. Okay, so there's a bunch down there. You already have like 3, 4. I don't know. I didn't count. Good. That was a good reaction. That was smooth. This game is much scarier to play than watch. Yeah. Most definitely. I'm sure this, like, this is nerve-wracking to just... Because you actually have to, like, be in the moment. It's really I've said it so many times, but it's really just awful. It's like terrible feeling playing this game. I'm not gonna lie. A really bad gut feeling all the time. I think this guy's lost like I was. Oh no, you jump up there. I never thought to do that. This place is easy to get lost in though. He's doing good though. I say he. Sorry, they're doing good. Sako? I don't know Sako, so Sako is doing good. Good time. They do this in 7 minutes, so. That border thing is so cool. It's just like that's so fun. Like, I don't know, I love good ideas. And that's a real dang good idea. I love to see that executed anywhere. Alright, how many do you have? You have 8 in how many minutes? That's 2 minutes, is that? Let's see. Yep, 7, and you already have 8. I got down to 3 minutes, and I had 8. Because I was just so stressed. That's 9, actually. Where is anyone? I haven't seen anyone on your gameplay. Like, what is this? And there's no way I'm really about to have to... You can't progress without going into that room. Dude. There's 2 in there. Oh my god. Three? No way. How big is this place? How big is this spot? Okay, never mind, you went out. No, you didn't. Are you up? You're up a floor. I'm not even done setting up. There was a whole second half of this map that I did not get to. Where is anyone? Oh my god, I'm actually like, this is crazy. You have seen no one. This is unbelievable. How did you get seen? From where? Or are you just chilling? Like outside, I would have waited like 3 minutes. Red room. I'm gonna be so salty about this. Cause this, I don't even know. Dude, I don't even want to have to do this. I just want to skip this part of the game. Being so honest. I want my normal Shipwrecked back. It was so good as it was. I remember I used to fail the mini games on purpose and it gave me a little cutscene. Whatever happened to that? I would mess up the bird game. It showed me the people dying. That happened. Whenever I could only speculate what was going on. This is not only a part that's worth getting too scared to play on, it's also a part worth getting so mad on that you stop playing. This part is rage-worthy. Because what's... There's one behind you. Fantastics. There's two, actually. There's one behind there. Oh, you messed up. You messed up bad. Oh, man. That would make me sad. It's so dark, too. You can't see anywhere. They're so far away. They see from everywhere. Reminder, you still have to find the batteries after all this. I'm ready to keep playing. But I'm so defeated now. I don't even know, man. I'm so, like, what do I even do, bro? What does one even do? How far back am I? Just a random noise that happens. Is there someone in here? Or are you playing with me? You're playing with my emotions. There you are. Okay, the door is open, at least. That's great. Okay, well, I can't do this yet. I can't do the door until... Look how fast that one is. You have to be so fast on the trigger, it's a joke. This whole thing is a joke, like, no way. Can I just go? Oh, that's such a loud noise. I'm in such an open space, like I'm so exposed. And there's nowhere to hide for a good while until I get way up here. Jesus. I can't do anything. Oh my god. I forgot that there was boxes in here. Not boxes, but whatever these are, you know, who cares. What's the color code? Do I have this still written down? I kind of got rid of it. Because I stopped caring. DECD. Alright, well now I remember how to do this. Hey, it's the dwellers. What do I have to do again? What is task 2? Now I have to find batteries, right? Okay, what am I looking for again? Let's pause this game. I need Cypher's Guide. I need these. Okay. D is blue. That's 3. E is red. That's 3, 8. Green is 9. And last is D again. That's 3. 3, 8, 9, 3. 3, 8, 9, 3. Polo, what's the code? Polo, what's the code? What is it? I can't even do it. I don't know. I think I have it right still, but it's like C, D, E. Ba, ba, da, da, da. Let me see the video again. I would have sworn that was right. It's not like there's another note that I need. C, D, E, C. Where even is it? History. Watch, it's gonna be dun dun dun. Jesus, this is not bright enough. So red, E is red, right? D is blue, C is green. What do I have wrong? Right. Okay, let's look at this again. So D, E, C, D. Right. D, E, C, D. D is blue. Blue is 3. Okay, so 3, 8, 9, 3. What do I have wrong? Three, 8, 9, 3. 3, 8. 3, 8, 9, 3. D, E, C, D. Did I put it wrong? 3, 8, 9, 3. What does 1 do? There's also yellow. Am I supposed to put it in like that? Oh my god, that's so simple. You gotta be kidding me. It's in order, isn't it? It's in order going up. It's green, blue, red, yellow. Is that it? What is yellow? Yellow is 4. Where's my pen? Yellow is 4. That means it would be not 3893. It would be D, E, C, D. Doesn't even matter. It matters what order this is in. So that would be green, blue, red, yellow. Who's close to me, man? I thought I paused this for like the billionth time. Okay, green, blue, red, yellow. Jeez, I'm gonna send you a picture of my mouse pad after this stream. It's like mind-blowing. Now it's just slowed down. Okay, green, blue, red, yellow. That's 9, 8? No, it's blue. 3, 9, 3, 8, 4. 9, 3, 8, 4. You know, I wonder what Bucky would have said if you did go home. Would he have said anything? Would there have been dialogue if you just pressed restart or reset, whatever it is? What is it? 9384. I give up. What is this? It's a printed out email. Is this the answer? Hey Liz, I saw your crystal video. It's cool to see those in action. Those last 4 notes are kinda nostalgic to me. Stupid. I can't believe that. I can't believe you said that. That's the first thing. Are you still here? Because if you're here, then that is the first thing you said about that puzzle, isn't it? You said the I can find it too, but I'm not going to. It's a waste of my time. I don't know. You said the last 4 notes, and I didn't. I had no idea what you meant. I thought you were crazy. Because it's 11 seconds. Dun 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 dun. Blue, red, blue, green. Blue, red, blue, green. Blue, red, blue, green. Three, 8, 3, 9. 3839. Three, 8, 3, 9. It's a note from Cogware 6. It goes beyond public issues, though. People have died at their parks. And you think it's bad now? Get this. Right, because we're here. There's music. I forgot. It's like the diner. Kind of is just the diner, isn't it? A little girl was crushed in the squirrel cruise. Quite literally. Head caught between the track and the boat. I saw the pictures. It's as bad as you think. Okay. Did you miss me? I'm not even going to try and think of this as a code. It's a code. So, yeah. Of course. Buffering. Oh, good now. Well, we got more codes. Okay. Yellow, purple, blue, green. Let me write that down. Yellow, purple, blue, green. Yellow, purple, blue, green. Yellow, purple. I put what purple was Purple is 6. So that means, what is it? Yellow, purple, blue, green. Yellow. 4, 6, 3, 9. 4, 6, 3, 9. It's goofy. This stuff is goofed. Someone's coming. Someone's here already. Someone followed me. Okay. I miss when I was scared of this part and whenever I wasn't annoyed at it. Being kind of honest, but kind of not. It says 7 o'clock. That's funny. That's actually funny. That's a goodie. That makes me smile. Too, there's nothing helpful here. Do I want to see this? Like, do I care anymore? I'm not gonna lie. There's nowhere to hide in here. Like, how much do I care about hearing every log now? I kind of know the story. You already told me. And I guess there's more about Stumbler, which I kind of know because I read a spoiler comment. I'm screwed. Look at this. This is some Jurassic Park scenario. I'm done for. Look at... They all disappear like that? Hold on. Polo, how down are you to have a quick powwow? Because I think that's a good idea for myself. Because otherwise, I'll be annoyed trying to get all these thingalings. But if I have a quick powwow and get my senses back, get my smiles back, I think I'll be good. I'm just so disappointed in a way with the fact that so much time has been put on this. I think I need a powwow eventually. There's more. Maybe one attempt. I think that's gonna make me madder. Not madder, but more upset, I think is the proper term. I'm gonna get more upset either way walking back here. Because it's just like, what do you even do? Like, so much is happening. I can't even, like... There's just so much. I don't even know. I can't get my words straight. I'm not even making sense. And there's more after this too. You mentioned that. Powwow. Time to powwow. Because... Yeah, and with music too. Let's play... get a drink in. Let's get a drink in, shall we? I think I'm tired of talking. Ooh, let's play the. You know what? I know I don't like to like brag. It makes me feel douchey. But can I play the keyboard for a second? I think that'll get me a little distracted. Also, I never get to show off. I do have to be quiet though. It's super quiet. Or it's super late in this house. How well can you hear that? Can you hear my fingers louder than the notes? How loud is that? Is that fine? What if I mute this? It's aight. It's whatever. You're gonna have to hear a muffled, because that's as loud as I can get that. Okay, let's play. Oh, this was the first song that I ever learned on keyboard. Snap. Okay, it's hard to play like this. I swear it's hard to play like this. I have like my keyboard on my lap and I don't play like that. I also never have it this low because my chair doesn't go that high. So this is hard. I swear. I know I just sound bad. This is like pretty embarrassing, but I forgot how it goes. What other songs do I know? I genuinely can't remember. I never do during this. Ooh. I forgot how that one goes. I've forgotten it for a good while, but hold on, I'm gonna turn my microphone up even more, like 20 decibels. I'm gonna see how that sounds. Make that 26. Oh, that makes. Sorry, that's bad. That's too loud. $16 should be fine. Hold on, it's really hard to play like this, I swear. Man, piano keyboard. And then it does something different, but I don't know how that part goes yet because I'm still learning this song. Hey, that's pretty close. I think that's actually close to how the song, like, goes. Like, that's like, it goes that quiet. I mean, slow. Oh, this is that one song from the new chapter. How does it go? It goes, Oh, wait, no, it goes snap. Never mind, I don't remember. I barely started learning that one, and then I stopped. Shame. I'll get back on it. That's too loud. And just other stuff. I still haven't learned that one. That one's also from the new chapter, sort of. Okay, I'm done. Change this back to how it should be. Okay, my mic's a little bit louder now, because I'm being quiet. I'm going to be speaking quiet for a bit. Probably the rest, so I turn myself up a little bit. That should be fine. Time to play the game, right? Let's do it. Can you give me encouragement? Actually, yeah, give me encouragement. Fast. Turn that up. Why is my thing so loud? We're back. I need encouragement. I need a motivation. One word, 2 words, 3 words, 4 words, however many words. I just need a word. You might do it. I'll take that. I might do it. Why is this so loud? Turn that down. I'm sorry. I'm totally flanking by turning the game down, but man, that jump is loud, like on its own. Is that just me, or is it because I've been taking a break? Jesus, what did I say? They start coming whenever you press it. Immediately. It's a joke. Like, was this person playing, like, pre-patch or what? Oh, snap. Fuck! Oh my god. Oh my god, and you were close too. Well, you need to get yourself on. I was going that way. You jerk. I need to go down to the lower floor. Alright, well, I'm gonna find another way then. I'll find another path to go. Snap. Yeah, I never even thought to go down here before. These ones are new to me. Is she coming down? Because if she's coming down, it's pretty bad. Oh my god, that takes me to a site. I should have known that it would. It's just like, wow. Is there any more in here? I'm getting ganged. I'm getting ganged. I'm getting ganged. Just wonder what it does. They might just be above me. I heard that. Did you hear that? It said, "Hey, Apple." Hold on. Okay. Oh my god. I am really far back, am I not? No warning. It's so easy to make an accident. Okay, you know what? Let's just not take this for the worst. Let's just see if I can go back immediately. I hate this place. This place is so grim. I already did all this. I already pressed all these buttons. I already did everything I need to do. What do I even like? I don't even know where to go. I don't need to be here. I can't go back. Where? Jeez. No, 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 no. Get this way. Where is the waterfall? Hardcore parkour. You know, this is my little break. Isn't it? Is it not nice to pool? What, did you just come back? Yeah, I know. I reset on accident. I paused. I accidentally went down one, clicked, and it sent me back to the overworld. Layer 1. Dumbass. That's how about you? Oh my god, that actually just made me. You actually need to be quiet. You get timed out for that one. Just kidding, but you should be. I don't even remember where to go. Do I go right? Am I still able to... I'm still able to do this. I'm not going to believe that accidentally doing that has made me unable to progress, because is there not locked doors? Is there only one path? Can I only go forward? I can only go forward. Right, that gets changed. You go here, you go down, you get a little pep talk. This is... I'm back. But everything is reset. If I get killed, I get put in here and I don't know the code. It's 7418, is it not? 7418. Genius. How about that, Polo? I have good memory. I'm deleting this game, bro. What game is this? I am fully well getting rid of this. Out of my library, hiding it. from myself. And if these puzzles aren't already done, I'm actually gonna like, I don't know. They're done. The other one should be done too. If it's not, I don't even know. Like, is it worth checking? Is across the map? Like, this is actually like infuriating. God, and I hate the sound this place makes. Just naturally, it has such an eerie sound. It's terrible. I don't know how to feel about this game anymore. I love this to an extent, but like I'm like so mentally exhausted from it right now. If I go down here, I can't go back up. Is it open or is it not? It's open. Is that him? That's him. Oh my god. Does that sound mean they arrive? What is that? Is that their spaceship coming in? I'm so like exhausted. This game is exhausting, if I could put it anyway. This game is not exhausting. This part is exhausting. Seriously exhausting. I still like it though. It's a fun game. Good concepts. It's all cool. Still a cool game. This room is here for no reason. Bro, I missed the start of this game. I can't even tell you how serious I am. That like it's almost worth just doing a new game and just seeing like the other things that I didn't do. Like I didn't get the bad ending, or not the bad ending, but yeah, like I didn't waste time. I haven't seen the volcano erupt. I haven't. What else have I not done? I didn't just leave after instead of helping Chief Wolf. I didn't get all my friends and just leave. I didn't do that. How about that? Why don't I just do that? Instead of doing this, like, that would be probably more worth it. More worth my time than putting so much try into this. How to check. Why don't I do front flips anymore? I do, but not on objects. Listen to my voice. I like that voice. But whatever he says. He says like boogala. But you have to really listen to hear it. Will you ever beat this? Will you ever D's nuts, bro? That's what I say. Sorry. I apologize. That was a pretty mean one. No, yes, I really hope I can beat this is what I mean to say. I think so. I think if I give this like another 20 tries, I'll probably get it. Am I safe up here? Like if you won't see me, right? I'm pretty sure. That's how it's worked before. If you're not on my level, you're done. Oh snap, but you can get up here. But you can't get me, you can't chase me, so... Actually, I am fine. Jesus, who... Ugh, is that... That's Olive, right? Jesus. You can't get... I forgot they can jump. That's actually really dumb of me. I'm surprised I didn't remember that. Can you shut up? 7418. This dude yaps, man. I'm trying to save us. Being honest, I don't want you dead, because whenever you dead, that technically means me dead, so... Also, it scares me when I die, so... Often, it scares me. At least you don't die, right? Whenever they actually get you, you just kind of get sent to jail. Oh. Hey, you're going a little faster, aren't you? Or maybe it's just that walrus guy walks really slow. Of course. Are you gonna turn around, or are you actually gonna go somewhere? You're gonna turn around. I have to wait. You're going the exact place I need to go, brother, man. Ugh. I guess I can wait, sort of. Will I be seen if I go up here? I can still see far away. You're just standing there. You're camping. Oh my god, you're turning around? That's not fair. Oh my god, you're coming here. That's kind of a joke, I'm not gonna lie. No way, if you come back down... I don't know. Like, I will have no more words that I need to say if you come back down. It's quiet. You don't usually go quiet, do you? You disappear! Oh my god, I forgot y'all do that. Doesn't make me much any more thankful for your existence. Oh my god! Okay. I forgot. Yeah, they phase in and out. Right. I'm tired of waiting. I need you to go faster, really. I seriously, like, there's so much, like, many places that I still need to be getting to. I still need to get to the crystal place. I need to go to the middle of the map to get that one thing. I need to go to the red space. That's important. Been on this level for 2 hours by the whizzy. I know. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. Suck my dick. What is this? No way I can actually compete with you running. That's kind of interesting. Angry. I am angry. This is like, this is such a joke. Like, oh my god. This is like, oh my god. I have been on this for 2 hours because it's just hard. I can't imagine you'll beat this because you hate hard games like Dark Souls. I don't know. You mentioned that one time, but like I can't like this. It goes beyond being scary now to the point where it's annoyingly hard. There is just so many factors. I have the whole right side of the map that I need to get to now. Where's this dude coming from? Dude, don't go after me. Wow, dude. You don't like Dark Souls. Well, not that you don't like Dark Souls, but you didn't do Dark Souls because it's genuinely a hard game, and you have to like, I don't know. I'm not going after you. I'm sorry. That does sound like an insult. I don't mean it that way. But like, Wire, don't go after me, dude. Right? It's just like, this is just. I was saying this earlier, like, can I actually do this? Like, this is a genuine challenge in my scary horror game. In my spooky horror game presents me an actual, like, challenge that I have to do. Can I do it? There should be a PTG skip button implemented. Seriously, I don't know how many people are supposed to like do this. Like, up until now, it's fine. It's a total cakewalk because you don't actually have to do anything. There's no challenge presented. I think the most challenge that's been presented is in the actual challenges themselves. And those obviously aren't challenges. Even failing them was not challenges. Like, the most challenge there's ever been in this game was whenever you had to unlock a chest and, oh, except for puzzles. Puzzles. This is not a puzzle. That doesn't count. Puzzle-wise, I'm not talking about that. The most physical challenge there's been in this game was whenever you had to open a chest to get a mirror and beat your partner to death because you had to waste time. PTG the crash out. I just have thoughts. I'm like, what is that? Hey, that's a real person there. This is the first time I've gotten your jump scare. You little person. Oh my god, I'm back here. I was right next to the farthest place I had to go. It's fine. I needed to be back here anyway. If I can get back there, maybe I can actually win. Probably not. That's really far. Oh my god. I'm not doing too bad, am I? Like, I'm doing okay. Let me check this timer. I have 1 minute. I'm not making that. Can I be so honest? How many do I have left? 13 out of 20. I don't have that. I don't know where the other ones are. I can try. I know this one's right here. This one's right in the middle. You're getting better. I am getting better. Now I actually like have that whole area unlocked. I'm kind of getting these places memorized. I know there's like 2 over here. That's what I had to get. 8. That's 5. That's 4. What am I talking about? Because there's 2 in here, right? I wish there was just a counter on my screen. What's up with that? Like, why add more challenge? It's not even a challenge. That part, at least, is not a challenge. It's just an annoyance. Like, I don't know how many I have unless I look at one of those big retard... We don't say that word. One of those big, silly screens. I also don't think I can reach this room in an amount of time. Plus, I don't have all of them. I don't know where the last ones are. I think I missed one in the house. Maybe. I should have checked there. Hey, I was on it. Okay, it would actually be kind of... Never mind. Okay, I'm getting better. You're right. Yeah, I actually appreciate those words a lot because that is true. I am getting better. I got a lot farther that time. I don't think I did this one. I might have run past this one. I'm gonna be honest. That makes 2. 2 that I might have just passed by. plus 4. I'm not going to do the math because I don't remember definitively. Where? Come get me. Come get me. I need you to come get me. Hello? Do that, because I need to go to the jail. And you know the worst part? It's still nerve-wracking. Like, this game has not become unscary because of this. Maybe the jump scares. The jump scares don't get me anymore. But everything else, yeah. Like, walking around knowing that they could be anywhere, still very scary. Like, hopefully it gets scary again soon. It is, well, it can't be scary for you because you're watching. Like you said, it's easier to watch someone play. Hopefully it gets scarier again soon. Yeah, no, you're blind after this too. That's pretty crazy. We don't know what's after this. Besides, there's 2 tasks. We have to get to level 4, which it might just be more hell. How do we even know Scrumble? What's his name? Not Scrumble. What is his name? The bunny everyone likes because he's awesome and I like him. Because he's such a helpful guy. Doesn't matter. I don't need to know his name. He was like, it's rumored to be paradise on level 4. What's the point? Just go home. Play Shipwrecked and get to the end normally, and then we just be happy. What's the point? What's the point of this? It's time to play. Like that's not even an issue with, like, this is no longer a crash out. This is like a why is the player doing what they do? Remember that one text on the wall that says, "Do you remember this?" or something? It says something like that. Maybe this is a Poppy Playtime situation where we are like an old worker playing the game. That's stupid. It wouldn't be talking to us. That's dumb. That's like in-game communication to like sort of other people or something. I see you. Okay. This is about the same like as last time. Maybe a little bit luckier because I think I'm going a little bit faster. Right, because before I got stuck in the jail because I got attacked. Right. Why do you look so buff? Is that just me, or is the olive in the things looks really buff? Like she buff. She's scary buff. She's not so buff like this though. Look at her. she's like comedically buff there. She looks like the Rick and Morty steroids episodes. Man, it's kind of silly when I stutter because I don't do it often. Okay, watch you turn this corner and make my day. Rick and Morty, I can't believe I don't speak those words. Oh man, that was a good one. I heard him too, I knew he was coming eventually. Please let it end before he gets to me. I think he knows where I am. That was a good one. That was a good one. How did you know I say that? Do I say that on Discord? I genuinely wouldn't remember. Maybe you're not even like referencing me. Maybe you're just saying that because I just now said it. But that was a good one. Do I say that on Discord? Did you reference something that I usually say? I don't think you did. You wouldn't even do that in the first place. That's something Bush might do, but not you probably. Unless you genuinely are, which I'm shocked because I don't remember ever saying that on Discord. But that's like one of my catchphrases that I don't say anymore. Good one, that was. What? I'm making pretty good time. Good what that was. in time. Say it in Yoda voice, dude. Oh, you're making me look stupid. You already said some goofy stuff before like that. You're Riot. Don't worry, you got it. Here, right, I'll say it in the Yoda voice. Good one that was. I can't do it. Feisty one you are. Feisty one you are. Sorry, I didn't do it in that voice. I forgot. Feisty one you are. I can't do a Yoda voice. That's the most that you got. That's the most you got since I'm tired and it's super late and I have to be quiet. So you get feisty you are. Not really a Yoda voice, but you know, I try. If Duck Dude comes back, I'm not gonna be happy. But I don't think he will. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pass by him though. Oh, shoot, man. Is he coming back like I said he wouldn't? You just sent me a video. Can I look at this on stream, or will this get me banned? Sorry, this game is really loud. Like, way loud.
Party? Cool that sounds. You know you're never ever gonna get laid.
Is that the actor? Oh yeah, that is the actor for Fogel. You sent me this. You sent me like an edit of this, whatever this is. It is not the guy who played Fogel. He looks a lot like him. Didn't I say that too? Didn't I say Fogel? No. Was that two totally separate edits that I'm thinking of? You sent me something with Fogel. You sent me the super bad edit, but that's not what I'm talking about. Stop sending me things. What is this? Oh. Oh, okay, this is... I'm sorry, that's the last one. You also said this.
Feisty one you are. Feisty one you are.
Why are you talking like that?
It was Yoda from Star Wars.
Doesn't even sound like Yoda.
It's the same impression I was doing on the couch for about an hour.
Oh, was that what that was? Oh, good. I thought you might, have a problem. Asperger's, maybe?
Wrong again.
Have you ever been tested for anything?
Good one.
Younger brother, so I'm used to it.
Feisty one, you are. Got him. Oh man.
Well, actually, he's 8.
Dude, you gotta not here because I don't care if you tell me here because I won't remember. But tell me when, like after, what that is because that's probably worth watching. Oh my god. Okay, well my computer breaking down. Jesus, what? My retro bar just crashed. Now I have a normal desktop. Bad things are happening. Oh, why is it like that? I hate that. Lock the taskbar. How do I make it not do that? Crashing when you are. Look how it does that. It goes away. I don't want it to do that. I've never wanted it to do that. There. Crashing when you are? Are you telling me I'm never mind. Okay, I don't know what happened to my retro bar, but I don't really care. Oh, I forgot to unmute the game. I could make a dumb joke. Why is it so loud? Is it just me or is my game getting louder and louder? I'm running past. I made it. Oh my god, don't tell me the duck guy's in here. Oh my god, I thought that was him. That's a gate. Oh my god, dude, I keep actually getting scared by stuff. No, my god, I can't do anything, bro. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. Look at you. I hate you. Get out of my face. Look at your teeth. They're all flashy. It's silly. Silly is what it is. Looks like you're talking. Looks like you're talking the radio that you speak. Can I pass you? Please, please. Yes, 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 yes. This is the last one before I need to go back to the normal place. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was amazing. Oh my fucking god. Sorry, I don't usually say that. I'm just... that was good. Oh my god, it's actually a really good thing that I just got caught, because now I'm back here, and oh my god, now I'm closer to my other things. Alright, now, if I don't get the task, like if I fail, I cry. I'm just gonna cry and end the stream. Being so honest. Not actually. I would never. Okay, how close am I? How close? It would be so awesome. It would be so awesome. Remember that? Anyone care for a callback? Dude, I don't know where the other ones are. There's 5. I don't know where the other... Oh my god. It would be so cool. Can we bring that one back, eh? For another... I don't know why I gave that one an accent. That was weird. That was stupid. I don't know why I said eh, like I was doing some stupid accent. Jesus. Which ones do I not have? Do I have this one? I have that one. That's it. I'm looking at the video. I don't know where the other ones are, and I can't do this. Because if I fail this, I don't know. I don't know. This is the best one I've had. I really, really need to not mess this up. So, did you see that somewhere? What do I look up? What is it? The plaza? I'm in the plaza. What? Shipwrecked? Is that what this game is called? Shipwrecked. Huh. Shipwrecked 64 Plaza. My plaza run. Let me see your plaza run. Let me see your plaza run. Here's my plaza run. That's what he would say if I asked him for his plaza run. Got that. Got those. Oh my god. Was there another one down there? There was another one. Okay. That's one. That's... Oh. I'm gonna start drawing a map. The place under. There's one there. Okay, so I have 17. I need 3 more. Right? Because, God, this is stressful. This is terrible. I can't. Okay. He goes that way. I got that one. I know you had a clutch there. I did that one. I didn't do the freeze room. I did not do the freeze room. Freeze. There's one there. Where's the last one? Okay. There's none in there. Here you take a second to think, I remember. There's only one in there. I got that. I know I got that. And then I got the one in here. Most definitely. There's none there. I think I know where the last one is. No, did I get that? I think I got that. I did get that. But just in case, I feel like it's worth checking. I don't know. Did I get this one? Polo, do you remember? Did I get this? I did, because I checked. I saw the time, right? I know. I don't know. I don't know. Come on, dude. I don't know. Okay, no, I did, because I jumped down, I did that, and I was like, oh, it would be so awesome, it would be so cool. I made the call back, remember? And then I went this way. I got that. For some reason, you do that, whatever. Come on, 1997. Don't tell me you go in here. Okay, you go in here. I don't need to see this. I think I got all of these, but I really should be making sure. There's 2 in there. I don't need to be making sure of those, though. Yes, I got that. I had a crazy incident in here. I clutched it, though. I clutched it hard. Clutched it heavy. I don't even know what happened. It was... but I did not clutch it. Actually, I shouldn't say I clutched it because I totally messed up the code. And I'm just really lucky that I got a second chance and I still made it out. Oh, I don't need to see this. Okay, where do you go after? Because I got both in the room I think you're about to go to. I got that. You must continue. I got this. I got these. Okay. I got these already. I don't know. But I have 3 minutes. I have time. This is a bad place to be. I don't like being in here because I can easily get trapped. Someone might be here. I don't hear them anymore. I don't know where the freeze room is. I don't know where the freeze room is. I just need to find it. It's right here. There it is. Get that. Oh my god. I thought I had 3 more. Dude, my heart. Can we stop for friend? Can we stop for a second? We can absolutely stop. I think I need a pee anyway, but I can't tell anyway. I think my ribs just kind of hurt right now. I need some water. I might need a whiz soon, but I'm not sure. Friend, can we stop for a second? Just need to relax. We can check out the door when you're ready. I'm really not ready. Dude. I think you can do that. I really do apologize for saying that. It kind of sounds like now I was saying that you probably can't do this part because it's just genuinely hard, which is genuinely like such a rude thing to say, but I can swear to you that's not at least how I meant that. But I do think you can do that. I think you just need to be lucky, because I think so much of that was just based on luck. Mr. Rude, I know that was pretty bad of me. That was one of my weaker speech moments. I just got a notification on my phone. It's nothing. It's useless. It's not like no one's congratulating me on any of my socials of doing the Shipwrecked Plaza, but that's okay because I work in. But are you enjoying the game? Polo, can I tell you what? I am heavy enjoying this game now that I did it, because now that I'm past that, as long as there's nothing that is going to be as detrimental as that, everything is going to be as detrimental as that. Do you hear that? Do you hear that? They're in the next room. Or maybe it's because I fell through the floor. No, I don't know. I don't know where they are. Yeah, it's battery time, I know. I don't know how long this game is. I forgot I could do that. Yo, I miss playing this game. I miss Shipwrecked 64. I'm so glad I'm not in the plaza. I'm scared. Can I tell you that? Is there a save point? Not here. Are the lights on or something? Nothing's on. Okay, there's no button. Obviously, I've progressed to some point. See, the door went like that for some reason. There's music playing. I still have to play. Dude. What's the instructions? What he dude, I'm stuttering bad, I'm not gonna lie. He gave me instructions. Mr. Stumbler? Was that his name? Stumbler. Thank you, Stumbler. You gave me instructions, remember? Task 1, it just tells you what to do, right? Okay. Task 2. Okay, so you want to get the gate open. Here's what you gotta do. Look for glowing green batteries. There'll be one in the office, one in the rooftops, and one in the cave. Drop them off. Bring the I'm not done. This is mission number 1. What does that mean? Mission number 1. Maybe that's just saying for Shipwrecked. Shipwrecked is mission number 1. Mission number 2 is Hotel 9. Alright, we're grooving now. Assuming. Task 2. Okay. Be free. What is the cave? Oh, the cave, right. I'm not timed, right? That's fine. I'm fine then, right? Like, truthful question. Oh shit. Snap, I mean. Are you kidding me? Are you gonna just spawn out of nowhere? Came out of nowhere. It's not fair. Playing this game on hard mode. That's what this is. Oh my god. Did a little dash. I don't know if I could do that without having to chase you. Well, let's just say battery number 1 is a go. Why can't... Of course, there's some caveat. You can't jump from any space whenever you're holding a battery. You have to walk. You can't even run. That's fine. That's genuinely pretty okay. That's an okay caveat to be having. Oh my god, no it's not, because if I have to go over here... Because I have to go through the cave all the way back. That's pretty bad. Okay, there's one here. There's battery. And I am able to hide, I just have to drop the battery, and I can drop the battery wherever I want. That's good. It's really good. I don't know where the last one is, though. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I thought I couldn't grab that battery. Oh my god, that was almost really bad. It's okay. Please don't tell me you're gonna go down where I think you're gonna go down. Jump scare, jump scare. That jump scare? Jump scared me. Oh, you're gonna take so long to walk out of here. Okay, but we're not doing bad. Can I just say that? Progress-wise, we're not far. Snap. Buff, PTG, could you become an Octodad VTuber? That would be kind of crazy. It's a pretty crazy idea, but we allow crazy ideas here. Hold on, sorry, before I even think about what you said, I need to know where the last one is. What is the office? Oh no. Oh my god, that's really, really far. Octodad free avatar for face rig. Is that like a thing you saw? Or are you just like saying whatever? Octodad would be a good face rig. He's easy probably. Because like his mustache is the only thing that moves. He's like blah 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 blah. Oh! He disappeared. But he destroyed it permanently. That's interesting. That's really interesting. It's fine because I have 2 more right here, but that's the first time I've seen him do his thing. You little pal. I almost thought I wasn't gonna find one. I can hear you getting close. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting real risky here. Oh snap, sorry, I'm gonna have to look at that in a second. Dude, I'm so locked in. Kind of, not really, I'm being really risky, but like, otherwise, I'm really locked in. Whoa! Oh my god, I got in at the last second. Oh, that's really cool. Never mind, face rig was deleted. Like face rig? Face rig? What do you mean? That's cool. I didn't know face rig was deleted, but I did know that what's it called was is that there's another app, and I know that only because Ricardo uses this little PNG thing of his guy. It's pretty cool. Oh man, look how far back this is. We don't need to be risky here. I know I keep saying, let's be risky, man. But sometimes you just gotta slow your roll. I don't want this many things open. How do I get out? Oh my god, what happened? Why am I stuck? Oh my god. It's because of the battery. I can't get out. Dude, I just softlocked myself. Dude, that's not fair. Dude. Dude. At least you did the TV thingy. Yeah, I guess I did. So what do I just like exit now? It's whatever. I know where they are. I know where the little batteries are, but it's fine. It doesn't matter if I knew where they are or not. Let's play the game. That is just like, that's disappointing on like a development standard. Like, how did they not? No, we cannot stop for a second. Why are you telling me this now? These trash cans keep scaring me. Ooh, save. I don't need to save. But yeah, there's... I think that's the only place here where there's actually a save, so... You can't even drop them? Dang. That's actually fair. That makes sense. You can't exploit the caveat. Whatever. You have to do it right. Okay. I like this song, though. This song makes things a little more... It makes me feel like the hard part is over, and it makes me happy because of that. Like, I feel relieved to some sense. It's still like a kind of stressful song, but like, you know, you get the idea. It makes me feel like the game has finally changed from 2 hours of that. 3 hours, maybe. I don't know. I was going on that for a really long time. The music is calming, so it makes the jump scares worse. I don't understand the logic. It's not calming either. It's too loud. I feel like it's gonna make these jump scares duller. Like, not duller in the sense that these jump scares aren't scary, but like duller in the more calming than nothing. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh my god, yeah. More calming than clock noises. Yep. Oh, I have to go through here. Yeah, no, it's I'm just saying, like, I will gladly take this music over anything else by far. Kind of makes it feel more like it makes it feel like a different game. Like this game, I think I found the words. It makes this game not feel like a horror game. The calmer music puts you in a sense of security, which makes the jump scares worse. I don't think so, because it's kind of not unnerving music, and it is calming. But the only I don't know, I can't explain it. I just feel like if I were to get jump scared again, it wouldn't be that bad because of this music. I guess we'll find out. So, but I will say, oh, actually, no, you're right. I guess I was in a sense of security, and I did totally get scared. Last battery. Yep, I found it again. I'm not going to jinx myself, so I'm not going to say anything, so. But you get the idea. So I might have just jinxed myself. There's that picture. I hate that picture. That picture's actually pretty gross. I don't like looking at that. That one kind of freaks me out. Okay, sorry. You know what? I actually am gonna say it. Where is everyone? Am I just kind of getting by? Now I know I totally jinxed myself, but there? Huh, good one. Yeah, right. Oh, I was waiting for something. I know, that would have been the perfect time to say it too. Imagine that worked. I would have been, you would have had a timeout. Real life, not even in Twitch. I would have sent you to the timeout corner. I'm fine! Oh my god. It's beautiful. Okay, let's get out of here. Jesus. There! Coolio pictures. %. Coolio, dead people. I think the computer's done. Feel free to leave this place now. It's put some kind of files somewhere. I lost him. Don't make that noise. I know where those files are. That's all I'm saying. I actually don't know where those files are, so. Hey, what happened to the... Oh. I was gonna say, what happened to the movies pack? Okay, maybe they're not there yet. I don't know, let's not assume. Oh, man, I hate that. Character models, apparently. Sweet, we stole character models. Look around, and then we can go to the gate. Oh, don't make that noise. That makes me feel like I'm in danger still. I am in danger. Listen to that. You're kidding me. Look around, and then we can go to the gate. Okay, I know. Listen to me. Sorry, what? The characters which have the dead people in files. Listen to me. I'm sorry. I was focused on what old other buddy was saying. Refresh. Wait, are you telling me... So, the characters which have the dead people... Oh! Are you telling me to look... Wait, no, I don't. Sorry. I really doubt any of these are going to have anything, but, you know, might as well, right? I feel like this is going to be more obvious than one shot. Or less obvious than one shot, sorry. Of course not. Okay. Bucky! I hate that, I forgot his name, not Walrus, but, you know, whatever his name is. I hate his voice. Not his voice, but that, like, it really is just quite, like, I can't find anything. Hold on. I'm really gonna have to, like... Of course, there's nothing here. Just in case they expect me to go somewhere else, I'm gonna look around through my files. I'd be surprised, but... Nothing there. Documents? I hate when things go in my documents, because I never look in my documents, ever. T rank, right, document, one shot. One shot did that one time. They put something in my documents. Character. Oh, that's mine. People have issues with the file, so use the link. I'll wait. I'll just see just in case. This is what you find in files. Welcome scan. This is my actual files. Okay, if I don't find it, I will click that link, but I don't know where I'm supposed to look otherwise, so. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that there's like issues with the files. No way, it's in my local disk. Okay, I can't find it. Let's do it. Hello, friends. It appears you have found something important. Now, if you want to see this very, very important thing, all you gotta do is click me. EB Kagura, warm regards. What are you? Wave. It's cool. He does that. He does that in game. Once. In the cutscene. Files. 3. Oh, snap. Oh, dude, I don't want to look at some of these. Oh my god, oh my lord, a lot of lore, Jesus. Oh, no way. Can I open this in a Blender? Oh, no, I can't. Look at this. Can I? Can I open this in Blender? I would like to, of all things. Do I even have Blender? What is Blender Foundation? I don't think it worked. Blender. Never mind. What about Paint 3D? Import. What? It worked! Oh my god. Paint 3D did it. Look at him. There's no textures, but it's whatever. Don't save. Oh, these are the textures, I'm sure. That would make sense. Let's look at them. Let's look at them. Like, we already know this, but, you know, let's check it out. Let's check it out. Let's see these textures, eh? Ow. No, I don't know why I said ow, but that surprised me. Oh my god, ProTap Gamer. Jesus. 3 a.m. I guess I was right. Oh, hey, you're here. What up, Bush? What up, Bush? You're in the lore zone. You're in the lore zone, Bush. Bush, you missed everything, really. But I'm not blaming you for missing everything. I'm saying, like, oh my god, this game. Like, that's all I have to say. This game. Open the dead body picture. Do I want to do that? Do I want to get photocopy? Actually, photocopy is what I think it is, right? Oh my god, Jesus. Let's be glad that that's fake, okay? Let's be glad that this game does in fact not use real dead bodies. Jesus. Goodness me. That's pretty bad. Wow. ID photo, is that normal? Oh, hey. We saw this guy. Remember Polo in the gallery with the pictures? He was green. Look at the Nathan injuries. What the freak? Oh no. Don't do that. Don't do that. No. Okay, it's gonna do it no matter what. There's the footage. Injuries? What? Okay, none of these are bad pictures. We already know this one. We've seen this one. This is Nathan Starling, remember? I don't know what I'm saying, like, remember? Like, you don't remember. Obviously, you remember. It's not my point. It's just like, hey, that's... Here's Nathan. I don't want to see the... footage. I remember this. Wait, no, this is different. Should I play this game? I think it's worth a play. All I'm gonna say is I think this game is. I think it's worth a look of your time. But please, if you ever played this game, it's really cheap too. I'm willing to gift it to you. Dude, that would be like the Grapevine. Polo gifted this to me, and then I gifted to Bush. I'm not saying you have to play, but if you ever did play it, let me watch. Probably Polo, I'm sure, wants to watch too, but I would love to. I now have the Olivia picture, so I shall bombard. Don't bombard my Discord. You are legit muted if that goes in my Discord. Fully serious, because I don't want pictures like that. Plus, I'm already gonna see it myself. But yeah, if these aren't really spoilers, I would say it's kind of waterlogged. Oh, don't send that. I hate that one. You know I hate that one. That's why you're gonna send it. That's why I'm gonna actually something terrible will come upon you if you send that. These aren't really spoilers, I would say. Ooh, let me see this. Yeah. You get to see it. This is cool. It's such a gross word, too. Jesus, waterlogged Olivia. That actually, like, ugh, that's terrible. Something about the CGI animations creep me out. Like the ones with the mascots. Oh, I didn't finish that one because, yeah, it's not really a spoiler. Let me get it back up. Where is it? Did I close it? Where's that playing? 200. I've heard that before, haven't I? Or was it 1,000? Sorry, I didn't mean to open this. Jeez, ugh, it's gonna take forever to close. Walter's shirt. Walter Tex. Close this. Yeah, I know it's not the right kind of document, so why would you open it in that? Open it in something else. I don't know. Whatever can open an MTL. Footage? Let's mute that. This is still worth seeing, I think. Unless it's not. It's worth. Okay. Ooh, right? Who was the person with the bad pictures? It was Gary. Gary had bad pictures. Meet and greet? Ugh, dude. Oh, hey, we know that picture. Gary and his mod. Oh man, they killing you. Yeah, Gary and his mod. Gary and his mod. Ah! Sorry. Events. Oh! Ooh. Remember this? Remember this? Now we can actually read it for some reason. Well, like, fully fantastical. Why is it like this? Olivia Finch was found at the bottom of the lake. I already know this one, though. Right outside the cabins of Broadside Beach's staff quarters. When located, she appeared... Ew, that's like such a gross word to use. It looked like something out of a horror movie, said Hillary Stocks, her cabin mate. It's a long trail of blood leading all the way from the... Right. Is there footage of this one? There is. Oh, we've seen this. Oh my god, it's crazy, this foreshadowing. Not foreshadowing. That makes so much sense. Oh, of course I wouldn't have thought this before playing the game, but this makes sense. Don't worry, there still probably aren't enough... I don't think the story matters to the point of, like, it's not worth playing the game anymore. To be fair, Gary has the worst death. Is that the one that I haven't looked at yet? Because I think these aren't even really worth seeing, like, on stream. It's so late. Is Bush still here? He shouldn't be. No spoilers, eh? Maybe. Oh, there he is. Just kidding. Oh, nope, he's gone. Funny. Should I be here? Yeah, you can be here. Let's look at Olivia. Oh, there she is. And now she's an otter. Got sound files. Should you be here? Yes. Now that Polo said yeah, dude, I agree. Because you should be here.
Hello, this is Olivia Finch. I'd like to please submit a complaint.
Which one was it was called that's the one that I think it is. That's such a bad picture. I can't look at that one. Which one is this? I did not mean to open it. We saw this too before. Bucky becomes a new starling in the next section. Did you just spoil the game for me? What? Oh, no, sorry. Okay, I thought you, like, spoiled lore. You're spoiling the next part of the game, which is fine. It's whatever, I'm not actually mad. Barely spoils, you're going straight into it. I know, but you shouldn't have told me. It's whatever, though. I don't actually care that much. You can tell me whatever. As long as it's not, like, crazy. What was I looking at? Oh, right, the picture that we saw, like, way before. Here. Yep, there she is. There's Olivia. Snap. Of course, we wouldn't have known that then. You're close to the end. Ugh, it's like 4 a.m. Jeez, do I really want to keep playing this game? Because I don't think it's worth it. Especially with new Sterlings. Forgot about you. What do I do? Oh, right. Hey, Bush, if you're still here, assuming you're still here, you're probably still here. I don't think you would have left like that. I'm just gonna speed past through this because I feel like I don't want you to have spoilers for this part. And we got through scot-free. I don't want you to have spoilers for that part because that part is... Whoa. Oh! Before we do anything, I can't pause. Whatever. Whoa. What is this place? I think now is a good time to review some stuff. Never gonna forget you. Okay. Whatever that means. Debug room. I think that that's what this is. Oh, this is the paint can part. What? I don't think that's an actual thing you can do. Because that's where I am right now. Okay, yeah, no, that's not something you can just do. Okay, that makes sense. Debug beach. Let's see if that's an actual sign somewhere. It's a note from Cogware. Hello, and welcome to the CWTD, or Cogware Technological Demonstration. This is a demo created to show everyone our new rendering tech. Come on in. This is not the debug room. Okay. Look at this frivolous tech, man. Is that what that word means, frivolous? I think so. Nifty, eh? I'd be pretty impressed if I played this in 1997. Oh, that's cool. This is done by crunching down vertices of far objects. Yes, they do in fact do that. Yes, except they crunch down the stupidest things sometimes, like text on a sign. because it makes it look totally unreadable forever, always. This is dumb. Keeps the experience smooth. Well, you know what we gotta do, right? We gotta open all of these. Unfortunately, it's just what we have to do. See what I said? Check the menu later to see. Fantastic. Okay, well, I don't think I have to check all of these. I think that secret was just in that one, but maybe there's another. It's probably not, but it's worth checking. Why are some of them not? Some of them are like this and some aren't. It's kind of weird. Makes me feel like there's some weird wall. No, all of these are like that now. And sometimes they're not. I don't know. It's whatever. It's whatever it wants to do. It's a note from Cogware. Congratulations, you reached the end. We weren't lying when we said there's nothing here. You've got trust issues, pal. That's okay. Feel free to go back. Wait, now I really believe there's something here. Do they not use the same hidden wall trick that they did before? Do you hear that? What is that background noise? How audible is that on stream? It's pretty quiet. Yeah, y'all are both like that. Okay, right. How to check. I always do. I hear it. Yeah. It sounds like that one song. Ba, 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 ba. How does that go? It's in like, wasn't it in Guardians of the Galaxy? That's like the only place I can. That's like the. It's not I'm a Believer. Hey, I'm latched. Nothing I can do though. It sounds like. What is that song? It's a note from Cogware. Hooked on a feeling? Let me mute everything and check if that's what it is. Never mind. Isn't it? No, I know that like there's no actual song playing in the background. Like I don't think there is, like any like copyright song or whatever. But it just sounds a lot like it. I should check though. Nope. Welcome to our skybox showcase. The area surrounding you is made of solid walls. However, they are given a material which looks just like the open sky. Yeah. It's pretty cool. I like that. It's a note from... Ugh, yeah, no. Skyboxes aren't just for walls, though. They can be applied to any object. For instance, view the water shapes. Once again, not real water, just a skybox. That's cool. That's cool. I've always liked that effect. That's cool. There's nothing I can do here. It's a note from Cogware. Here is a wonderful showcasing of our fog. Great idea. Not only can you use this to mask cold objects, but you can sell something being massive. the body of water, for instance. That's true. I agree with that, but like, still. It's enough from... This is a demonstration of our lighting system. These 4 controller signs will project light. Push the button to shut off the ambient light. Watch the effects of lighting has the... Whoa, that is actually cool, can I be honest? That's cool. Wait, now it's scary. Now what happens if I go back? It's dark. Oh my god. Right? Coolio. So is it just not gonna let me do that then? Or is it timed? Let's try it again. It's probably not timed, right? That doesn't make much sense. It is timed. Oh, I should have been running. This is scary. I don't like that. I hate how it looks whenever it's like that. Should I go through that door? I should probably go through that door. That makes sense. Probably nothing on that long run. That doesn't make much sense. Oh, it is timed. It said it had a timer on it. I don't know what I'm talking about. Ugh, it is. I'm not gonna lie. This is like... Am I supposed to be looking for something? Oh, I think I missed it. I feel like that... that just... I could be like totally going schizo or something, but like it feels like there's something there. Like it feels like I'm doing something. But it's also totally... not activating, but like I'm totally getting a sense of flight. I hate this. I don't know, everything being dark. It's weird for this game. Are you usually mean? You're usually mean. I thought you only had angry eyes in the nighttime. That would have confirmed my suspicions, but whatever, I guess. I'm not stopping, by the way. I'm doing this like one more time. We gotta try this. We gotta try it. Bad turnaround. Good door entry. Fast. Oh, I don't think I can make that. I give up. But it doesn't make sense. That feels like something, man. I'm gonna try one more thing. Maybe 2 more things. I apologize. This is pretty boring, but this feels like something. Really does. Okay, I wanted to try this or something. I can't even see anything. There's no point. Could I have made that? Ugh, I'm doing it one more time. I'm sorry. I can't leave it now. Do I go? I don't think I go faster when I jump. I think I go the same speed. It's worth trying though, right? Oh my god, that wolf kind of scared me, I'm not gonna lie. I can't make it. Can't do it. If there is any secret there, I couldn't find it. But I feel like there's something there. It's just a shame, man. Whatever, let's continue. It's a note from Cogware. In our final stop, welcome to our hub. No more hand-holding now. Go right ahead. Next to the booth will be an instruction list. Complete that list, and you will end the demo. There's a save here. Is that not weird? Sorry, trying one more thing. Because, you know, might as well, right? See, I'm even making good speed. Why didn't they use this door in the actual game? That's cool. Oh my god. This is fancy. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I don't know where to go though. Assuming? Oh, I was about to say assuming because I hate to talk to myself. Thinking that someone's there. Assuming, or actually no, that's totally a lie. I don't know why I just said that. Assuming one of you is there, say up or down. Oh my god. Y'all see Ricardo playing VR chat at what time? 4:30. Go down twice in elevator. Hey, this looks like that one game. Anyone remember that one game? You're like in a cell and you just have to wait. You get mail sometimes and then you go out at the very end. Is VR gooning? At 4 a.m. Yeah, caught. Okay, this is interesting enough. Let's I said down twice. I know. Well, I'm not gonna not explore. You never listen to moi, because if I did, then I wouldn't get to see this. I want to check out the place. It's a note from Cogware. 1. Oh, this is a list of notes. In 1995, there was a mass made of 4 men. 3 men and 1 woman, to be exact. It sat in a room, waiting for its liberation. That would not come for years. What? There was a mass of 4 people. 3 men, 1 woman. See, had I listened, I wouldn't have known that there was a mass of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. The main characters. Yeah, but that's still interesting. What does that mean? Sat on a desk waiting for liberation. That would not come for years. Of course, we're gonna find out, but you know, what? Okay, there's 3 codes, so let's try them out. Maybe this game is the liberation. That makes sense. I'm making things up here. No, that makes total sense, but it also doesn't, because 3 men, 1 woman. Like, I'm saying your idea of all ideas, that makes the most sense. There's a noise happening right now. Oh my god. My headset fell off. What was that? That made me feel not good. That made me feel pretty bad. On the inside. Where did he come from? Maybe he spawns at like the end of the song. Do you know what that was? What? Oh my god. It's happening again. What is that? Oh, that's Rex's first creation. Remember? It's like the nightmare from FNAF 4 as a Sterling. What? That's not fair. You're kidding me. Why is it so loud? That is crazy loud. It's Blot. Thank you. I was trying to remember the name. Oh my god! That got me pretty bad. I forgot all about Blot. And I wish I kept forgetting. I don't want to see you. But I do wonder what happens if I die to you. If you actually... Dude, that scared me really bad. That's so bad, dude. Jesus. I'm going down. Should I? I don't think I should. Sorry to not take your advice, but I want to do this first. Oh, hey, it doesn't have a really slow pause. Okay, so. Okay, what was I doing? Screenshots. Right. 4, 1, 2, 3. I don't think any of these are gonna work, if I'm being honest. 4, 1, 2, 3. Block and disguise as barrels. Can invade the black bars. And has hearing. Four, 1, 2, 3. Nine, 9, 8, 1. I'm done. I give up. I think this level's for later. Yeah. Dude. Oh, look at this. The music's not even comforting. I don't like the music. Also, I just figured out something. That noise that sounds like an alien spaceship arriving, that's them spawning in. That's them phasing in. I never realized that. I knew that whenever that sound happened, it meant something bad. Like I like every time that would happen, they would kind of be a little close to me sometimes, and sometimes they wouldn't. Dude, the button. I'm sorry. I actually like genuinely forgot about that. You missed a button. I know. I like stared at it for a second and then did nothing. Oh, is that the water noise? Is that the water noise? I can't do this game. How am I supposed to know what barrels? Can disguise as barrels. I forgot that they introduced that mechanic like 5 hours ago. Genuinely, that would have slipped my mind totally if you didn't say that, so thank you. I can get so lost in this place. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I am. I think I just went back to the same door that I was in. I don't know. No, I came from that way. What song is this? I hope it's a friendly song, because it'd be really sad if it wasn't, but it sounds pretty good. Not gonna lie. It's nothing. I just went through a loop. For nothing. Heard on the grapevine, you can find a map near the entrance. Are you like getting all this information from the wiki or something? I imagine if anywhere, that's where. Maybe Reddit. I do have the wiki, fair enough, yeah. Thought so. Just that same thing, nothing here. This room's empty. There's that noise, you know? Terrible. You know, if anything, that's a way to describe this game. This game is brutal. Dude, what is going on? What? What am I hearing? There's nothing there. Not even... I didn't go through that other door, instead I went this way. What is that song? I'm still digging it. I like the song, can I be honest? How close are you? Are you down there? Oh, this is all the same map. Dude, what? What am I even doing? What is my objective here? Like, what am I... I did not want... there's more here. Dude, what is going on? I know what you have to do. I don't know if it's told. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Maybe I'm supposed to... Was I supposed to go up on the elevator? Maybe I'm supposed to find out there or something? I did not go that way, so I'm assuming there's a way there, so... No. Oh my god, this is the wrong way! I'm gonna get caught, but try to get the map first. Oh, I got caught. Dude, I keep itching these mosquito bites. Listen to this song. How about that feel? Oh my god, I thought that was Chief Wolf. I would have been really sad if you died. Oh, there's... That sound. What was that? That sound that's playing right now of the ocean. That's the sound that gets used in game, isn't it? I'm just thinking the sewer map provided by Stumbler O'Hare, of course. Thank you. You're amazing. National treasure. You can enter through the elevator here. Wait, no, let me get back there. There are two branching paths on your left and right. We are now going to head left. Oh, wait. It's stuck on my screen, no matter what. There's a door on your left now. What's that noise? Wall jump section and roof. Once you open gate, don't immediately leave. This is the cell. If caught, you'll be here. What's the code? What's the code? Thanks for nothing, Stumbler. Just kidding. Just joshing. Another door? What? I think I was there a few times. I don't know, this is like confusing. How long has this stream been? 9-hour stream. I shouldn't make this like a regular thing. I should not be regularing 9-hour streams. I really shouldn't. This guy's been stuck here a while. I'm not paying attention to this video. Like, I can't. I don't know what he's saying. I need to get out before. You should regular 18 hours. Yes. I cannot be regulating 18 hours. Those are amateur hours. I need to be hitting double, triple subathon next week. Okay. Don't be fooled. There's a hidden door, I guess, somewhere. It's cool, yeah. Thanks for that. That's more like it. So this is such useless advice if I can't get out. Okay, is this the code? Does this have something to do with it? Probably not. That wouldn't make sense. Just in case, is it 5? Is it gonna repeat? Wait, that's kind of good. I like that. Still not useful. Oh, don't show me that picture. Try the PC again once it ends. It doesn't and it loops. Okay, wait, what? Oh my god, this isn't playing in-game. This is playing on my YouTube. It just... I knew it. I knew it. That's so sillily stupid. Oh, Lamea. It's supposed to give you a code. How many layers of hell must I endure? See? Layers of hell. That's what I'm saying. Is it the same code? Is it like 17... was it 1738 or something? 7418. It's not. Okay. I was thinking for a second it might actually be that. I think the computer's glitched. Is supposed to give a code. I don't think it's glitched. But... oh. It opened 2 videos. One of which gives me the code. 1, 2, 3, 4. How anticlimactic. Wow! What? Scramble? Oh, screw you. 4132. Don't tell me to scramble it. Because I'm not about to try every possible combination. Oh, hey. What up, Stumbler? Use this cipher in conjunction with mine. Ooh, 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 wait, what? I know the code. It's 2143. 2143. Yeah, I thought that would work. I'm gonna be asking PD to write this one in the description once I'm home. Toodles. I thought I was right. Maybe it's 2314? Maybe it's... Jesus. Cheese-is. We breaking out with this one. I really want to eat 32 pounds of slate. I love the time Phil said it's shipwrecking time. Right. Help, I've been here for 3 months. That bed looks comfortable as hell. Does it? It kind of does. Damn, I'm not gonna lie. It's a good looking mattress. Do you want code? No, I'm sure someone probably here has it. Which in that way, I guess yes, but okay. So the OG code is 7418 and is scrambled. Fourth digit is first. 4132. I don't understand. I'm not gonna try to understand. 4132. I already tried that. Oh, sorry. 8714. Wait, does that mean 8714? Never mind, I don't understand. Okay, wall jump section and roof. Oh, great. I thought you were talking about way later. Sorry, I'm jumping down now. Do you hear that? Why is there explosions going off? I think something bad is going to happen. Jesus, this is harder than it looks. You have to really stay consistent. Oh my god. There we go. Multiple colored barrels. He was up there? Oh my god, what a joke. He's not even the one that killed me. What just happened? I don't know. I'm not gonna... Whatever happened, it won't happen again. Okay, more codes. Maybe he's disguised as the boat? I don't know, it's stupid. Okay, what is it? It's green, blue, green, purple. More like pink, but you know. That's what we gotta do. Where's my pen? I'll just write it with a pencil. Why not? Green, blue, green, purple. Spawn camping. He spawned on you. He was. That was like, ugh. Barrels. You totally... Ew, dude, I hate hearing my voice. Can I be so honest? Why is it so high? I thought it was... That's so funny. Yeah, I just turned around and he was there. It didn't even... Your voice is not high, dude. Wait. Let me hear it. No, red barrels. Red barrels. I think I was just speaking in a high manner. Thank you. I didn't think my voice was high, but every time that I hear a stream clip, I feel like it sounds higher than it is. I don't know what sorcery's going. He didn't even do the thing. Wait, did he? He didn't. He didn't even spawn. He didn't even do his little shape thing where he shapes in. He just... He just walked through the wall. Oh, also I escaped. Yeah. So, basically I beat the game. So, yeah, that's what it is. Oh, dude. Just gotta do more things. Stupid things.
Fucking Fred! It's done! It's over! That went horribly. I can't even lie to myself on this recording. It went horribly. All that work, all for nothing. It's only a matter of time till I get their 2-week notices on my desk.
I don't know who that is. I'm not recognizing these people by voices, but who knows, that might be Mark for all we know, right? No one's over here, right? I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Okay, well, there's a code here, so. Someone's shooting rockets! Oh my god. I keep hearing that. Someone actually has a rocket launcher. That didn't get me anything. Oh no, it got me. Okay, no, you're right. That did get me something. I don't know why. That got me, I guess my objective. Okay, so I guess that's what I need to do, but where do I need to bring them? What? Use the color code. Oh my god, you're so right. Ugh, I don't know why I didn't think about the color code. I think I'm getting forgetful because I'm tired. That's my excuse. Doubled. Double killed. Double. Tag teamed. What was that? Oh, look at me go crazy. Ugh, never mind. Whoa! Oh, okay. I already wrote it down. I have everything on my mouse pad. Jesus. 9395. I'll take your word for it. Thank you. 5. There was never anything that was a 5. It's green, blue, green, purple. Purple was 6. Magenta or purple. Purple was 6. Yeah. Finger slip. Here, okay, so it would be what even is it? GBGP. I know you just sent me the thing, but I'm gonna try and GBG. So 9396. 93. Oh, new video. Times. This one's unlisted. Oh my god. More and more channels, man. Jail 2. Is that this one? No, this is Times. This one's unlisted. You don't find this anywhere else. Goofy music. Codes. I don't think these are buns. I think I can't be sure because I feel like I've been to at least one of these places, but I feel like these are where you enter keypads or where you enter in a code. Is that what it's asking me to do? They do. No, that does totally look like a button. Or maybe they're hidden. Yeah, like maybe they're invisible. Yeah, Stumbler was talking about hidden doors, so you know, maybe. Hey, this is the model for him too. I don't know what this is, but can't see anymore. Didn't bring me anywhere. My connection is not private at Cogware Games. I actually just can't go into Cogware anymore. What? Cogware Games / leak. What is this? Nothing I can't see. Did something happen to it? Or what? Homepage. Found it. I just had to type it in for some reason. I don't know why that happened. EB Cogware here. I wanted to share something to you guys. I don't know if my team fully approved this decision, but I want to express my gratitude to you guys. I can't promise this page will stay up too long, so we'll see how it goes. In the next page, I've attached a little gift for you guys as a showcase of my appreciation for your support on our mission to release this game to the public. You may need to activate hardware acceleration if your browser if you have any issues, and you will need to be on PC for this to work. The following is an old debug zone from an earlier point in development, specifically 1996. We used to show this time team is working at this point. I took it a few days to restart it myself. I hope you guys like it. (1996) debug zone. It never stops. The lore never stops. It's still loading. I'm assuming I'm gonna load into something fantastical. But until then, I'll just wait. He didn't have to wait long. He waited like 3 seconds. Let's reload it, just in case. Gaming time. Thanks, Mr. Cog. The gift didn't work. Yeah, I know, right? Wait a minute, put a code? What are you talking about here? This is still interesting. It's none. Okay, booth. All gun functionality for this show, so it was a little boring, but it's fine. Some people still thought it was interesting. Who is this? Howls. Howls? Dude, what? There's more lore. There's more lore that's still unknown. Who is Howls? Not unknown, but unbeknownst to me. Bro got a South Park stare. It's cool. Jail 2. Where is Jail 2? Hey. Oh wait, no, I was gonna say, hey, let's. How about we do the code? And then I realized I already did. So I don't know what I'm talking about. Is there someone there? Wait, no, that's my jail cell. Then where is that noise coming from? Nowhere? What is that? It's pretty terrible. I don't know. I have like... I can't do it. What is this? Jail 2? What was I looking for? Oh, right, the video. Wait, the times can correlate with the maps video. Tell me you just read that somewhere, because I can't believe that you would just... I don't know. The knowledge. Okay, what is the first time? 047. Telling me where the secret door is. Wasn't there a secret door? Wait, no, there wasn't. Oh, okay, it's just telling me where it is. It's just this room, right? Bullet N. Right. Do you want to end stream and pick it up another time? It's probably very, very, very early for you right now. It's 5 o'clock. You're actually right. How far do I have? I don't want to like spoil the game for myself, but I feel like I should look up like full game and check, right? Roaring Town. I love these like fake whatevers. Okay. What should I look up? Shipwrecked full game. V 1997 showcase. Classy. Full game walkthrough. My ass. 1 hour. Why are these like 1 hour? This is not official. You still have the office and the husk stuff and the hide and seek and final task. I'm saving that. Yep, definitely. Another few. Oh, Jesus! Another few hours. What is this? I mean, I'm glad. It's just like, geez, like that sounded like I was disappointed. Okay, this is some fan-made stuff. Fantastic. It's time to look at our bonuses. We got 1 new bonus. I thought that you said this one had a lot of secrets. It in fact does not have a lot of secrets, I'm gonna be honest. Is this what I got? The Walter poster? Wait, no. This is what I got, the CCTV footage. The secrets were the people dying, dude. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about like collectibles. You know I'm all about them collectibles, and if you don't, now you do. I love collectibles. I'm hardcore on that stuff. Man, and just wait till we get the gallery. I already got quite a gallery in my files here now.
Perfect! Oh, thank you. I'll meet you at the store so we can have. Bucky, hey! So, I was asked just to work off the damage of the crash caused the island. I have to go out and grab coconuts, but I looked all over and can't find any. You think you can help?
I forgot how much of a bang this song was. Can I be so honest? I miss Shipwrecked 2023 a lot. That was honestly just a fun game in general, and I would have liked to keep playing that. I was having a dang good time doing those mini games. And I thought that was scary. Remember the Slumber Woods? That I was so into that. Man. Well, you thought that was scary. I know, right? Remember Horns? Yeah. Whatever happened to Horns? That's a cool way to exit your game. Horns was cool. We haven't seen Horns yet. Imagine Horns returns. Don't tell me. Don't tell me if he does. Or, dude, don't tell me if you don't know. But that would be interesting. Horns is a really interesting character to bring back. Horns was up on the wall, wasn't he? His skull. You're right. But that doesn't have to mean anything, right? I mean, we saw like a dead Olivia in the water. She was like just floating there. Just like for like a second we saw her, but you know, it's still there. I don't care about this. I might, eventually, if it's cool enough. I don't really care to look at that either. Dwellers. Thor one. He's a good artist. He is. Look at that. That's pretty neat. Look at this one. Where is it? Wasn't there this one that I liked? Look at that. I like that one. This one's called Ideas. No arms too. Wow. Yeah. Isn't that actually that is actually kind of crazy. Like he's doing this. He's just drawing with a paintbrush in his mouth. Pretty crazy. He made an animation with a paintbrush in his mouth. Not actually, but that does make me wonder. How he where is it? Decorge. Oh. This is the official creator account. Never mind. I was gonna say, didn't we see this name in game? And we did. It was in the credits of the first one. That's the actual game maker, yeah. Oh, that okay. You know what? That does make sense that he would put himself in the credits because it's the what's it called? Because I guess in lore he's the one who made the thing. I don't know. Just whatever. Just ideas, man. Just ideas, yeah. Do we know this? Do we, oh yeah, I didn't look at Gary's death. I don't really want to, but, you know, I do have it open to what, God, that's such a terrible, I think he has such a bad picture. What is fish stand?
Giovanni may be making his fish with fryers and various spices.
That's the oven one. And they're talking about fryers and stuff. You saw it. Oh my god. It's bad. It's bad. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot how much of an impact it gives you on your first thing. Why am I getting this everywhere? I know I got rid of it on the other ones, but I didn't get rid of it on here. Now it's everywhere. Ugh. When I first played, yeah. Oh my god. Oh, pretty bad. But there's still like unanswered questions. Who killed these people? Who was in that suit? Who plays the actors in the thing? Why did they have to die? Why are they in the game? Let's not do that. I'm gonna have to do it. I'm risking it. Didn't I say I'm risking it for the biscuit? I think I said that at a different point. She's stuck. She's stuck. This is always funny to me. quiet it is. Can't believe that. Anyway. Oh, demo. Ew, this isn't anything. Okay. Time to end stream. No, I have a moment to spare. Like, if I'm gonna do anything, I think we should review for a minute, because there's a bunch of stuff that we haven't seen that I don't really want to save for next stream. I'm gonna send you a picture real quick of my mouse pad. I think you should see this. One of the there's a little drawing I made on it. That was unrelated. I think I did that before stream, but you should still see this. Get rid of the mouse. Look at this. Oh. Hold on, you can't see some of those, like, at all. Some of them are fading out. A lot of them are. It's whatever. You still get the idea. Fail, what is that? What do you think it is? What do you think it is? Totem. There's that thing again. I forgot about that thing. Jeez. It's called Totem? I forgot about that thing. Oh my god. Let me see that again. Crow 64. Remember I was talking about that. Crow 64. Oh. This is a stupid comment. Stupid comment. Didn't even make me laugh because I thought it was serious. I thought it was playing like, I thought they were talking about like, oh, I used to play this, I liked this game and Crow 64 because they're similar games. But no, you're just talking about playing both games. Not this being on my 40 page. The code is 3491. For what? Oh. That's good. Okay, I don't need to be on here. I think there's a few other channels that I wanted to see instead. Times. This is important. I know that. Hey, there's before. Remember, I learned this. Whenever he does the sign language in the thing, I learned some of that. Which is a really nerdy thing to say, but... Don't need that.
Hey, everyone! I need your help.
Step into the 3D realm with Bucky and his friends, to a vast open island, and hopefully bring your friends back to safety.
So what do you say, buddy? Let's go rescue the gang.
I need horror game recommendations for you, or just any game recommendations. Let me look at my horror games. Are you sure? Fair enough. I guess I'm only like, are you sure? Because like, you didn't play the rest of this one. No, Dark Deception's not much of one. These are not rated how I wanted these to be rated. I'm talking about games you gotta get on. No, horror. Yes. I think I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. I just realized. I'm only like getting hungry. Like, I think you could hear that too. Did you hear my stomach growl? That was pretty loud. That's the only reason I said I was hungry, because I realized, man, it's been a while since I ate. Outlast 2 sucked. You also already played this. I did not like Outlast 2. Did you play all of this one? Yeah. Outlast 2 was like boring, man. I didn't even finish it. I think a couple of these were idle hours. What? Does this happen in game? It's stupid. Dumb. Hate this game. This game can get out of my life because it was boring. Stealth wasn't that good. It's whatever. This is like a different game. It's stupid. Maybe I'll give it another chance one day. Man, I don't have many horror games, I'm going to be honest. Outlast 2 is just, what if we made Outlast, but worse, and outside? Yeah, like the fact that it's outside kind of sucked. Ugh, I don't know. It's just, you get it though. Indigo Park, you obviously played. It's not a horror game per se. It's not much. Some of the scares were good, weren't they? Like that one where, what's her name? I used to know this. Molly, it is Molly. Molly something. She's like in the tube. She crawls back. Or is that a different game I'm thinking of? Doesn't matter. It's not a horror game. Dead Rising is not a horror game. Indigo Park never ran. What does that mean? But I will say, for me, never ran for you. Yeah, it was game-wise, it's whatever. The characters-wise, it's good. I like all the characters still. I'm interested. I don't know. I'm definitely willing to play the second one. I'm pretty excited for that to come out. I've been following along on updates and whatnot. Man, what others are there? BioShock I need to play. Ugh, where's my horror games? Don't I play more usually? Like, what horror? Oh my god, you need to play this one. And let me watch you play it. You don't need to buy it. You can get the free version, and if you really care, no, never mind. Buy it. It's only $2. Jesus, I do. This game, I remember, but like doxing. Does this game dox you? I don't think this game doxes you. Sorry, I was feeling to see if my mosquito bite was bleeding or something. It feels weird. The one... Is that even a mosquito bite? What is that? It feels funny. What is the true ending? Don't look at these. Okay, there's the actual one. This game's like... Okay, it's 50% right now. Steam Edition. Okay, right, there's the Steam Edition, and then there's the free version, which is on... somewhere. Here? Yes. You should play this one first. I'm scared. Workshop Edition. You should play this one, and then play the second one. Yes. This game, because I didn't even beat this game, because I was way too young, and it would like do that thing where it would like mess with your computer, and it freaked me out so bad that I couldn't do it. Could not do it. Does I'm scared dox you? Is that a Gaster? It sure does seem like it. Yeah, it manipulates your computer, but no, it doesn't dox you. Not this game. This game freaked me out. I don't even remember it either. Like, if I played it now, I would probably be in for a really good surprise. Spooky, so the jump scares, whatever. Do I have any other games I can recommend? This is the only game I remember like scaring me before. Other horror games aren't often scary as much as they are fun. Clean that mouse pad. I've seen I'm scared like 4 times, but I always forget about it. If you've seen it, then it might not be worth it. It's still worth playing though, probably. It would be worth me playing at least one day because I'd be blind, but of course I don't have any care to play it anytime soon again. Plus I remember some things. Look at that. Google Play. Okay, I'm not done having my powwow though, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot. That's good, that's a good one. You should just pull an all-nighter at this point, dude. Nope. I should not. I should not. I don't usually. Even at like 6 I go to sleep. This looks interesting. Very positive. This looks quite interesting. Demo. It's a very inventive take on social gaming. Alpha beta gamer. You get the sense of solving the mystery with other people. Oh, is this multiplayer? It's co-op. You should play Tomato Pet, just not on stream. You can make it not doxy if you turn on streamer mode. Maybe Kanito Pet is worth it. But it's really not. Still opens camera. I don't have a camera. I'm not on a laptop. I have nothing this... I think what it would open is probably OBS. OBS has a built-in virtual camera, but it would just show the OBS thing. Oh no, because it would open the camera app. Camera. Look. Oh, shame. Oh, LaMail. Boring. I know, I need to get a camera. I'll get a camera one of these days, and then I'll accidentally dox myself. It'll be a good clip. Yeah. It's still cool. I know, it probably is worth checking out. It's just, I know a lot of what happens already. Like, I can think of some moments off my head. Whoa. Dude, we gotta play some multiplayer game again. Oh my god, did you hear? They, wait. Get rid of all these. Oh, this works now. I forgot. I forgot that I had this open. Did you hear? Don't worry, I'll tell you in a moment, but I have to show you. Just remind me that I said that, and I'll remember. This is the debug room. Oh my god. I never get any money. I never win any money. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. What I was talking to you, was that yesterday that I was talking? Dude, it's 5 a.m. I don't even get to work on that thing that I was planning to try animating again. That is upsetting. What did I hear? Oh, snap. Okay, whatever, yeah. Did you hear that, where is it? Resident Evil Reavers servers have shut down. They shut down like 3 days ago. Yup. Isn't that a tragedy? I would have liked to play this game while others were playing it. I was also gone whenever it shut down, as I wouldn't even have gotten the chance. It was a little fun while it lasted. I enjoyed it better than Resistance. I can never get in a game on Xbox though. But we need to get a real RE co-op game any minute now. That would be cool. That would be real cool. I seriously doubt that's gonna happen in what is it called? It's called what's the new one that's coming out? Requiem? RE9, yeah. Oh. Dude. I'm playing the game right now. Who's that guy? Look at him. He's walking away. What's happening to me? Why am I doing this? He just walked away from me. Was that Chief Wiggums? I think he's gone. I don't even think I can get to him now. Of course I can't. Can I? Can I? Can I? Oh. I think I goofed up. I can still move. Whoopsie daisies. Are you ever ending stream? You're right. I totally should. But like, I'm having my powwow. Like, look at this. Isn't this awesome? Imagine this wasn't the actual game and I got a secret in one of these chests. I never get any money. I never win any money. But if I end stream, then I'm gonna be forced to stop talking to you personally. Then I'm gonna have to text you, and it's hard to text whenever it's easier to just do this. It's easier to communicate with you like this. How long has this stream been? 10 hours? Yeah, it's time to end. Bye guys. Stream ending. It's hard to text food. Time to end this stream on a bang. Who's that man with the head? Look at him. Why is this on the PewDiePie wiki? Nobody suspects that they all go down. Dude, end stream stuff. You're right. I'm looking for more pictures of the original Octodad. I think it's pretty funny. Dude, but don't worry, the song's about to end. Once it ends, then, we're going out on a bang. Remember? Turn this song up. This is my jam. Look at her, she was different in this one. Oh, look at her. She looks like Coraline. Nobody suspects a thing. Does the wife know he's an Octodad? She does not. No. Nobody suspects a thing. How do they have kids? Have you played Octodad? Are you referencing Octodad right now? That's literally what they say at the end. I swear you keep referencing things that you're not referencing, but you're referencing them. I know you are. What are you doing? No, I've never played. That's literally like the last line in the game. It was like, if you... I don't want to spoil it. He's like, then how did you have kids? And then they laugh, and then he's like, no, really? And then it goes to the credits. Not the credits, it like has this fun credits scene. It's cool. End stream.